The old Koji, I miss him.
Yeah, sometimes.
There was a time when Koji was missing on the map. Everyone was sweating. Like, I remember playing against Afari and Koji, and every time he goes anywhere else than bot lane, maybe going top, guys. Woken's like in his boots. Oh man, I hate this guy.
Back when you could TP to minions, it was like so OP. And then just stack wave top, guys. It's party time.
Yeah, Afari would be like, stack wave equals dive top. They have a building wave towards you equals gank top.
Yeah.
Koji equals top lane.
The funny thing is, like, if you do once, and when it's support far low,
Yes.
and then I go bot.
He goes there, and then no one's there.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, that's it. That's it for episode of Pros. I want to thank you all for hanging out and coming here today.
Thank you.
I know you all really wanted to be here, and you weren't forced to be here, any of you, right?
Of course.
Right.
Of course, yeah.
Just wanted to talk to you guys.
So make sure to tune into the LCS playoffs on Thursday. Jensen, who wins?
100 Thieves versus Energy?
Yeah.
It's going to be a close one, I think.
Are you gonna take this, bro?
Give your unbiased criticism.
We sit here and call Frost the whole podcast. They're Frost.
You can flame me
Stop
too.
you guys. Welcome to Pros. I'm Sven. Today is Contracts, KoJJ, and Jensen. Guys, thank you for coming today.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, happy to be here, I bet.
Oh yeah, after a 0-4 weekend.
Don't worry,
No,
that's
just
the
kidding.
first thing to talk about is the LCS standings. So Contracts, you had a great week, you just said.
Yeah, 0-4. I mean, our games were pretty bad this week, not gonna lie.
For a moment,
Hopefully-
we weren't sure you'll come on the broadcast. podcast.
Yeah, I probably
you
looked
looked
pretty.
kind of mad after the last game.
Yeah, I mean that last game did. I was tilted, but we have.
You played out well though, didn't you?
I think I played the first like 15 minutes pretty well.
But then,
I think we didn't really like our objective setup in that game was pretty poor, and we were never like holding vision, never in river first. Or if we were in river first, we were just like too scared to hold it for some reason.
Yeah.
So I think we just need. We got 3 days to try to fix our problems, or 4 days, something like that.
yeah, you're playing on the weekend this week.
Yeah.
Oh, never
It's
mind.
gonna be-
I got
We have a
full
lot of
week then.
time.
Yeah.
You're playing the Saturday or Sunday, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Saturday. So, Jensen, you finished first place, and you're playing against this guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're also the oldest player ever, I just want to mention it, to finish first place in the LCS.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Probably a good thing.
Uh,
Yeah.
is it a good thing?
You're ageless.
One more year, and you'll be the oldest player in the LCS together with Solo.
If I make it, yeah.
If you make
Yeah,
it.
you did have an interview where you said you were, maybe on your.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, I see you being banned global. It doesn't help you either, right?
Yeah, that's not good for my
It's a
career.
big
yeah.
FlyQuest nerf, yeah.
It's a big FlyQuest.
But you're playing this guy
Yeah.
in the playoffs in the first round, I believe, on Thursday or Friday.
Friday.
Friday, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, should be a banger. They did take us out.
You mentioned that you beat them last time you met them.
Yeah, it was this week, so.
Oh, yeah. What happened, Jensen?
I mean, I think we took a bad trade top lane early, and then Rakan ran top. And
Got
we
this
could.
guy?
No.
The other side.
Yeah, all Rakan ran top to try to fix top.
Yeah.
And it didn't help. Didn't press his abilities, and we died.
I mean, we were so scared. Something is showing on the map.
Yeah.
It must be Jinzhao, and then it was just Rakan.
Yeah.
And then what the?
Okay, so our early game was bad, but we recovered.
Yeah.
And I was like weak side smurfing, and APA ran it down on the other side, and the game was like in a good state. And then we got dove top. I TP'd in. I mean, we just got completely wiped there, and then it was like kind of GG bank. We're gonna get outscaled. There was just no coming back after we died top. I felt like.
It was the last week of the regular split, and then we had to press the play per scaling.
The NALCS playoffs.
Yeah.
Really skilled playstyle.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But honestly, they're like kind of bad and lucky. But we it's fine.
so in playoffs, what's going to happen?
Where Jensen is gonna play control mage.
That one we all know.
Yeah.
That's a hot take.
Jensen is gonna play.
Asir?
Oriana, Azir, Huawei, maybe new champion.
Right, yeah, that's a new champ. That's a new champ.
Not Asir's band, you got to...
Have to branch out a bit. Yeah,
He showed that to Leah this week.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he needs to go to the Riot Games, how to fix the Azir.
He was on his knees earlier begging the producers to fix Asir. It's like, please.
Yeah, I have word that it's likely to be fixed, so we might be saved.
Okay.
We might be saved. Okay. And Contracts, you're playing the loser of 100 Thieves and C9. How do you feel about this one? We were talking earlier about how 100 Thieves might be frauds in playoffs.
Gonna have to ban the Shaco this time. You know,
Dude, the Shaco was like, I was so mind blown. Like, where did that come from?
you know what's actually crazy? So Shaco has been my permaban
Yeah.
in solo queue for the last like
Same
10
dude, same
years.
dude.
Like I have only
Fucking
played
play
versus
Shaco,
Shaco if I'm playing mid or top. So I kind of had like no experience versus that champ. I mean, obviously I kind of know what he does, but I mean, he killed himself level 2, honestly.
Yeah, didn't
I
they,
mean,
mate?
he was kind of useless that game.
Yeah, he was really useless.
Yeah, but no, but I think 100 Thieves works really well as like a mid jungle unit.
Yeah, I agree.
I think Quid is just kind of like pretty like, on the top half of mid laners, either like probably like top 2, top 3.
Don't worry.
What do you
we'll,
think?
We'll
What do
talk
you
about this much. Okay. We'll talk about it later. This is a big talking point
I
later.
think they facilitate each other well, and they're
I
definitely like the engine of the team. So I feel like their champion pools are also pretty big, so they have a lot of versatility with like how they want to play. So I think that's probably like the biggest challenge going into what I think 100 Thieves is probably going to lose.
I was going to say, you're talking as if Huntty's going to lose this one. Even though they're first place in the
Yeah, I mean,
or
C9 is
second
also
place.
kind of looking
Sorry,
pretty shaky though. So, I mean, C9.
Why
like,
is
what,
C9 looking
45
so
million
shaky?
games?
You guys think?
I think individually they're just
Silence.
kind of not playing that well. Like,
Are you gonna give a Lucian to the G9?
if he flashes in like that again, I might just have to. No, I mean, it seems like, yeah, I just don't really think they're really like pushing their leads or advantages that well. And their drafts are a little bit weird. Like, I don't think they coordinate and
Yeah.
sync very well together. Like as champs, kind of just like you play your 2v2, you play your jungle matchup, but it doesn't really like come into one.
So on the draft note, a lot of teams or fans blame the coaches for drafts, but I know personally that the coaches don't always have the most say in drafts. I'm not sure how you guys do it in your teams. Is it like a democracy, or if it's just a coach tells you to pick this, you pick this no matter what. But how do you guys feel about, Mithy getting so much blame from the fans for drafts that might not actually be, only his doing? And I'm wondering, how do you guys draft in your teams?
I mean, I think it's like kind of cope to blame the coach. I mean, in some teams, maybe the coach controls everything, but
Yeah.
that's usually not really the case, at least from my experience. The coach is kind of just there to have like another opinion and try to like form all the opinions together.
Yeah.
But in our team, it's kind of like, I mean, from our perspective, we maybe do it a bit different than other teams because we're kind of like, it's regular season. We don't really care. Nuke, you got this. Play whatever you
So
decide.
does that mean if you win, it's the players doing well, if you lose, it's blame the coach for bad
That's
draft?
kind of how the community perception is most of the time. But I mean, yeah.
And how do you guys feel
Yeah.
about playing on live patch as well? Has it changed anything for like drafting and preparing? Do you think it's harder now? You can't just copy the LCK or the LPL anymore?
Yeah, I think it's very hard to copy, and then I don't know what is actually good.
So you're just going
So-
blind?
And then if some team actually find some like random counter pick or random like good champion,
Yeah.
OP champion, everybody start playing it. So I think there is a way higher chance some team randomly ahead in the meta
Yeah.
in the LCS. So I think regular split was very random. That's why. And then it was excited. I had a fun.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot different, especially because in certain weeks you weren't able to really play on the patch for like two or 3 days, unless you played like Champions Queue, but not a lot of people were playing it.
Rest in peace.
Yeah,
No money.
yeah. It kind of just makes you just think a lot harder about like what actually is like good on the patch, and there's a lot of like Volibear changes.
Yeah.
That like LCK is slowly picking up on. I feel. I think it just makes you think a lot harder about actually reading the patch notes well. You gotta do
Do you think it rewards people that play a lot more solo queue?
Yeah.
Something that some players in the LCS don't really do?
Yeah, 100%. I think like the more champs you play in solo queue, I mean, the more you're just gonna know about the game and like get a better feel of like what's good and what's bad. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly for rework champs because I think there's still like 2 weeks for new champs or something like that. You can't play them, so yeah. I mean, the new patch thing is like kind of cool, I think, and I guess it does reward you when there is changes if you do play the new champs more. So okay, yeah.
What's your favorite picks that people brought on stage? We have the Shaco, the Veigar today as well. We have the Vulcan Orange support as well this week alone. Is anyone cooking something funny?
I mean, I think Ornn was like a cool one. I think my bottling contributed to that a lot, made them think it's a good champ. They're good to say.
Who's the kind of guy who plays something funny? When you guys picked Senna today, I thought maybe he would play something else than just the Tahm Kench on Nautilus.
Yeah, I mean, I think in our team, like Inspired, he's not very big on bullshit picks. So
Bullshit picks, is that what we call them?
whenever we try to bring up something funny, he's like, "No, I'm not playing with that on my team."
Wait a second.
Oh. And then he picked Graves.
Wait,
No,
wait.
that'd be-
What's
there's some
happening here?
Scrim information here where he played
He played something funny.
a bullshit champ.
He did, or someone else did.
What's the champ?
Inspired with it.
I mean, okay.
Come on.
He can do it.
But he can do it.
It's like the biggest bullshit champ I've ever seen.
Jensen.
More than
You
Checo.
don't remember this, dude?
I'm trying to
It's
think of what
literally
it
a
was.
mid lane
So
champ.
you can't leak it, but
I mean, he can cook. Others can't.
He's the king, I guess.
He's the
He's
king.
the king.
Yeah.
He's
He's
the
the CEO.
Yeah.
I feel like me and the fans here are getting teased a bit, not knowing what this bullshit pick is. I feel like it's worth leaking your scrims for this moment.
It's worth
They
it.
Inspired is kind of black for the playoffs anyway.
You guys think about it.
I mean, are you talking about the Jace?
Yeah.
Wait, there was an original jungle pick.
Yeah. I mean,
Long time ago.
I played it.
Yeah,
bro.
you
Inspired's
played
playing,
it, right? Maybe you
Inspired's
watched it.
playing
You.
Jace Jungle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's one of them. Yeah.
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 One of them. But he doesn't want bullshit picks in his team.
He did nothing but hit his camps that game, bro.
He's scaling. He's fighting for lane.
Yeah.
Jace is
I thought
scaling.
he was gonna do like Dragon or Herald like 5 times. Like, guys, they're on Herald, they're on Dragon, and then he's just 5 minutes later.
Did we get like
still
a
hasn't
big
done it.
counter pick somewhere for that Jace Jungle, or
Oh, maybe.
I hope so.
is that what it is? But
Honestly, I
think
don't
Bippo did
remember.
I
last
have
pick,
no idea.
The red side last pick, insane top and counter pick.
That might have been the angle, but honestly, I don't remember.
I think Malphite would pick some Silas top into it.
I don't think so, but it was a good try.
Let's talk about the standings. Let's talk about 100 Thieves first. So I didn't think they were going to be anywhere near top. I thought too many rookies, too many like random possibilities. How did they finish second, almost first?
I mean, I can go first.
Yeah.
I think last season people probably thought Quid wasn't that good.
Yeah.
So I think he performed above expectations. I mean, River was always good. So, and then General Sniper, I think he definitely surprised expectations by a lot. Their bot lane, not so sure. I'll leave that to you. But yeah, I mean, they definitely played well as a team and surprised expectations.
Yeah.
They pissed on.
I mean, I just want to.
I was going to say
Many
energy.
teams. Us too.
I mean, I think the biggest thing is that they just have like a style, you know?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they play really cohesive and they play, you know, they know their identity and they play to it, and their champion pick show it as well. And I think, you know, their coaching staff combined with like the players' play style just, you know, meshes really well. So
Yeah, it's surprising that the rookies are doing so well, I think.
Yeah, I think Sniper is doing like very aggressive.
Yeah.
It's actually working well. That's why I'm curious if it's gonna work in the playoffs. Like
Yeah.
when team is like only preparing for only Sniper. It's like I usually say when we play versus 100 Thieves in the scrim,
Yeah.
it's a team bonding day. Like if we
What does that mean?
like if we
It's
had a
fluid?
bad day like against good teams or something, so we
IMT
played versus
scrims.
we played versus 100 Thieves. So everybody gets closer again. We became friends again.
Are you saying that 100 Thieves are bad in scrims?
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing here.
Yeah.
What do you think of their bot lane?
I think they're, especially in the stage, I think they're solid. They're doing their job, like being a role player.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't have big problem.
So you think they just get carried?
Yeah, someone can get carried, right?
Someone can. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, someone can get carried.
So, Sniper is the most impressive rookie by far, right?
Yeah.
But Mitch is also a rookie.
Mitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, in my opinion, he's the least important player on 100 Thieves. I mean, it's true, right?
Yeah.
Do you agree? That it's almost always the top side show in 100 Thieves games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
100%.
He's kind of just along for the ride. He isn't griefing or anything.
I mean,
He's just,
I think he's
I
not
think he just
creepy.
plays the team fight.
he's just there, right?
I think-
to play
Yeah.
solid in lane and then team fight,
Yeah.
right?
And I think he's doing fine.
I think he's doing fine. I think he's probably leading the kill leaderboard too, right? If I remember correctly, I think he's doing his job very well. I think.
Yeah. So his counterpart rookie is Masu, fly the spot line. How do you think they compare?
So I think Mitch feels more consistent.
Yeah.
Masu is like
That's a fair take.
very roller coaster.
Masu had some plays yesterday in your
Yeah.
games where he kills 2 people, flashes in, dies one shot.
He gave me a freebie level
I mean,
2.
that one.
Oh,
he
yeah,
thought,
that one too.
That one he thought Renata had W, so it was
Yeah,
like
yeah,
kind of
I
an
see.
angle. But Yeah, he can come off as a bit of an emotional player maybe sometimes.
I will say I can appreciate a rookie going for the big plays rather than playing too safe, right?
Yeah.
That's what you want to see out of rookie. You want to see mechanics and flashy plays and no hesitation, right? So
Yeah.
I think it's good. We talked about Quid earlier. So I want to talk about All-Pro and MVP. Because this split, I've been watching from the outside. I haven't seen any scrims. You're talking about how 100 Thieves is a free win in scrims.
Yeah.
So your opinion of them is lower than their ranking would suggest, right?
But I also watched the 100 Tips games, and then the most their games were unwinnable if Quid or River didn't make a game-winning play.
Yeah.
And some game this week, maybe Sniper too. So I think they are doing well, and then I think those top side very deserve to get something.
Yeah. So I heard Jensen was a bit salty backstage. I think that's a very fair word for it, yeah?
I was hoping we'd get 100 Thieves in playoffs because I think they're absolutely free win.
I think they're frauds.
They are definitely frauds from my experience, but I think we had different experience against 100 Thieves and other team because they have same wins as us in LCS, but we completely, absolutely pissed on them 2-0 in the regular season with no sweat at all. So I don't know how they're winning, but they are. So yeah.
So they have the same record as you.
Yeah.
But they're frauds.
From my perspective, because we did have pretty easy matchups against them, but they are winning, so they're doing something right.
Okay. So how does that make you feel when in the LCS videos people ask about their MVPs and all pros, and almost everyone says Quid, River, or Inspired, but no one said Jensen. How does that make you feel?
I mean, I had some shaky games, and it is true that Quid and River, they have been the stars of 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves has overperformed, so it's fair that it's talked about. But
Okay, so what's your MVP pick then? If it was,
my MVP,
if you don't think Quid deserves it,
I mean, from my perspective, if I were to give it to someone on 100 Thieves, it would probably be River. I mean, lately Sniper has been completely smurfing too, but I don't think he's been consistent enough.
Yeah.
So I would give it to River if I were to give it to someone on 100 Thieves. But other than that, I think it could be maybe Inspired.
Some people mentioned Whippo as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just had a few bad games.
Yeah, at the end of the season.
At the end of the season, but early on he was playing really well.
What do you guys think?
I feel the same, yeah. I think people had a really good early split, and then he didn't have a best games at the end of the split, and then Jensen was always just solid. Same Jensen for 10 years. Same Jensen for 10 years, very solid. So I think FlyQuest was more dynamic team. Every player sometimes pop up and carry different players. But I think I'm gonna go to the still Quid because 6 MVP.
Contracts as a jungler about Inspired versus River.
I think Inspired is. They play two different styles.
Yeah.
Inspired's very consistent play, very, I think, very well thought out. Kind of
percentage?
high percentage plans out. He doesn't go for a lot of risky plays, or if it ruins his jungle lead or jungle tempo, I don't think he'll go for it very often.
Yeah.
Whereas River is more willing to sacrifice for his laners and make more of the creative.
Yeah, it's more funny, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's two different styles. I mean, they're both good, and they both get enabled by other types of teammates. But I think, in general, River is more important to 100 Thieves than. That's hard to say because they're both so important for their teams. But I think. I mean, I'm also a similar player to River, where I going for the creative plays and the level 3 ganks and invades. So I kind of just respect his game a little bit more.
I was talking to the casters backstage about junglers, and I was saying that River is the kind of guy that makes a bad team better.
Yeah.
So he has contracts because you guys are more funny, so to speak. You make plays that aren't as easy to predict, right? While someone like Blabber or Inspired are more consistent, farming and playing for themselves often, right?
Yeah.
So do you think that it really is just River making 100 Thieves so much better?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he plays well with a lot of the information that he. I think River is more. He's better at adapting to situations, and if you're behind, if you're ahead, no matter what the situation is, I feel like River will always adapt better to that.
Jensen, how do you feel about your teammate getting slandered like this?
I know you're trying to stir the pot here, but it's like kind of true. Like I think River goes for a lot of like creative angles and like flip plays, kind of. Whereas, I mean, our team Inspired, he's very good at just being consistent, solid, and create his own leads naturally, and that works well for our team because we don't really need someone to make funny plays. Whereas in 100 Thieves, if River isn't being funny, they will probably just slowly lose. So I think it's just different styles, and both works for different teams for different reasons.
Yep.
So everyone thinks Quid and River are fair MVPs. What about all pros? Because I was looking at this split and I was like, as a pro player, you always value scrims, even though you shouldn't.
Yeah.
But you can't not do it, right? Because you know you guys stomp 100 Thieves in scrims.
Yeah.
So you think of them lower than they actually are, right?
The thing is, like, pro players didn't watch every LCS game.
Yes, that was a big
some
point as well.
games where you are missing, so you don't know if they're in team or not. But you just know because you are playing versus.
So you vote without knowing anything. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, we know half of it. We watch it sometimes, but like now we need to play the game like at like previous games 10 minutes, so we cannot even watch the game.
Yeah.
We need to go to the draft.
Yeah.
So we don't have less experience than before.
Yeah. Since we have 3 different roles here today, what's your all-pro picks for your roles? Let's start with mid.
For my role,
Let's start with Jensen.
Start with me. I would say me, Quid, Jojo.
In that order?
In that order, yeah.
Of course, himself first.
Of course, myself first. I mean, I can't reasonably
Okay,
put.
now, normally you can't vote for yourself in all
Yeah,
pros.
yeah.
Okay.
Which you should know after 10
Okay,
years
sorry,
in the
my
same
bad.
league.
My bad.
But, so besides yourself,
Besides myself,
who's the third one? If not, if you have Jojo and Quid as 1 and 2. Quid and Jojo.
who's the third one? I don't even know.
APA.
Valfox?
No, I don't know, dude. I think I would just decline to vote on that one.
Kind of vote. How do you guys feel about that? Now, that's slander.
You said
I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
I think there's just been too much inconsistency
Yeah,
from
sorry.
both players
I
to
agree.
really like. And I haven't watched enough of the games.
Yeah, Valfox didn't have a good week this week either.
Yeah.
And APA has been having a lot of oopsies.
Funny moments. Yeah.
Yeah, funny moments. Let's say it that way. What about Dove?
Dove?
Yeah.
It's been like okay consistently, but I don't even
Dig-
know.
Dig
Like
sucks,
Dig is
so-
kind of like low in the standings, so it's like hard to like really put him up there. He hasn't like stood out too much either. So yeah, I don't know who I'd put third. Honestly, I'd have to think about it a bit more.
Okay. So Core J for supports. That was one of the
I
hard one for me.
support is very hard.
Yeah.
I want to hear your thought after as well.
You wanna? Okay, afterwards. Okay,
Okay.
that's fine.
I think support is very hard.
Yeah, I agree.
I think I will still keep Busho because he's first place.
Okay.
He tried many different styles. Second, I was considering decline to both as well.
I'm just checking champions played here.
I think. I think support has to be like a little bit boring. Actually, I'm gonna give to Iris.
Isles.
Yeah, I will give it to Iris.
That's a hot take.
Yeah.
So
Second,
it's Busio, Isles, and then.
Busho, Iris.
Okay, if you could vote for yourself, would you be in there?
I think I didn't have a like best split, but I didn't grip as much as other support as well.
That's true.
So somewhere around there. And if I don't put myself, I think
I thought before this week that Hui had a pretty good split. I think he had a lot of good games on the Nautilus until
He
his
had
very last game we just watched, which obviously matters more than all the other games
Yeah,
combined.
yeah.
His last game, bias is like huge.
Recency bias.
Recency bias is big, so like performing last week is important if you want all pros. But yeah, it's
if,
been hard.
if I don't know, I'm gonna give it to Falcon.
Because of name value or
Third place.
the classic like you don't know, so you just do the rankings. Busio, who's second? Ayla.
I think Ayla.
He's second.
Actually, I'm gonna give it to Ayla then.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Ayla.
Yeah, solid role
Very
player.
Solid,
honest
solid.
opinions
Yeah,
here from Coach J, not going for the PR move at all.
Yeah.
Good to see. So I checked Busio has 10 different champs played this split.
Yeah.
Besides Ash and Renata, he has only played all in once in contracts for jungle. This one's pretty easy, isn't it?
yeah.
This one's the only one
The
that's
third
actually
one
easy.
is a little bit tricky,
Yeah.
in my opinion. But
So what? Is it Inspired first or River first?
River inspired, and then third, it's kind of tricky.
Yeah, right?
It's
What
a
about
lot of the
Blabber?
junglers are very
Blabber's the go-to. What about
yeah.
him?
I mean, Blabber's actually had like a decent last like 2 weeks compared to like what he was playing before the break.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he played crazy or anything. I think he still had a lot of oopsies. But I think out of all the junglers, he'd probably still be third just because I don't think any of the other junglers played very well consistently. Like, others had, like, you know, good games here and there.
What about Umti?
Oh, I forgot about that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Inspired is second pick, Umti. I saw the Inspired chose Umti second jungler.
Yeah.
You guys win today?
Yeah.
He played volleyball, right?
Look at this.
Any doubt that pro players do not watch their other games?
What did he play this week? He played Volibear.
Volibear, Wukong,
His Wukong game was
He
kind of a
died
stinker.
the minions on the Wukong.
Kind of a stinker.
Very memorable.
Volibear, Wukong, Volibear, I think.
I think. This is his own teammate. He played Volibear, Wukong Volibear.
Yeah.
He won with the Volibear twice and he lost on the Wukong.
I'd give it to him
Dignitas.
third, actually. I think he plays very consistent as well. He runs me very similar to like Inspired, but a little bit more selfless.
Dignitas was very close to winning against both you guys and you guys, and then
They
beating
won both
Energy
seasons, yeah.
this week. Is Dig like a sleeper pick? The game against you guys was won.
Yeah.
The game
They
was
should have
literally,
won.
it was literally over, right? At some point.
What happened? How was it over?
Well, you're down 3 dragons.
Oh yeah, we
You're
did
down in
give them
gold.
every dragon. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You
bot
stomped the
lane
main
was-
phase.
Yeah, that's
So-
true.
XU
Yes.
randomly engaged on mid, and then Tomo randomly follow
Yeah.
up.
Yes.
And then you guys randomly won.
And you guys got Baron.
Yeah, that's
it was
true,
like,
actually.
You guys didn't even do anything.
Yeah.
So you're Dig versus Fly.
Yeah, that's true actually.
You're down 3 dragons, down in gold,
Cannot
not
defend.
outskilling
Yeah.
necessarily.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, damn team runs it down.
Yeah, I mean, both our games against Dig, we probably should have lost, to be honest. maybe they're like
So
an
is
alright
Dignitas
team. Yeah.
like a
Maybe you can
sleeper
give a
pick
Dove
for the
third
playoffs?
All Pro.
Yeah, maybe Dove could be my third
Yeah,
All-Pro then,
It's
yeah.
similar though to 100 Thieves, as in like they don't play the same style as 100 Thieves, but they have their own identity, and it's kind of just
Yeah.
they're just playing the team fight and scale generally, like pretty solid. Like their soul laners like kind of handle themselves well.
Yeah.
And they pick scaling bot, you know, the Jinx, Melio, TK, Sivir,
Yeah.
Melio, stuff like that.
I mean, their bot lane has been smurfing, at least against me. So maybe they're a real team.
Yeah, I mean Tomo got his eye penta the other day.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Dig got
Against me?
clowned by
with
C9
you?
in the first game of this week. And then they beat you guys.
Yeah.
And then they almost beat you guys.
Yeah.
And then beat you guys in the tiebreaker today.
Very convincingly.
Yeah, very.
Bro, come on, like, the guys had a bad week, okay?
We lost to, and then we actually lost to the NRG. I think us will be the last NRG's win.
Yeah.
When we lost to the when we lost to the NRG, I was
Remember what it
thinking,
feels like winning?
Yeah, I mean,
been too
the
long.
enemy team drafted full tank comp,
yeah.
so
I thought to
That's
myself,
cringe.
I thought to myself,
you-
this
you
is
need
gonna
to
be
wait
the
for
NRG's last win.
Teal is kind of
I think it
unethical,
was,
though.
yeah.
Like that,
Yeah.
like that. Just playing full tanks to killing.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Very
unethical.
cringe playstyle.
You don't like it?
No, I don't like it. It's not
Okay.
very fun.
Your last win was against Immortals.
yeah, that's the one where I
The 46-minute
stole Baron when we were down 6K.
46-minute banger against Immortals.
Oh
was
yeah,
your
you guys
last
should have
win.
lost that one.
Yeah, I mean,
then you-
honestly, we've been having some pretty rough early games, or just games in general.
And
And
you beat-
who do you contribute that to? Like, it's gotta be like,
Early game. You're not
Who to
leading, right?
blame?
What's that, Mark Phillips, investigator or instigator?
What is like
whatever?
this?
No, I mean, I think individually we're just all kind of not playing that well. Like, not playing our lanes well. I think my first couple rounds have been pretty shaky. Just not really getting any leads anywhere.
so it's a jungler's job to
Laner's
get
game.
lead.
Yeah, I mean, I did have a lead today in the last game.
And it
but,
didn't matter.
We blundered a little bit around it, but
Was it just that blue invade that made the whole game so hard for you guys?
yeah, that one.
Was that what win the whole game? What do you think? Because I was watching the game, right? I was casting actually, and I remember at some point on the second grubs, I think it is, you have Palfox bot with TP, and then they move 5 people to the grubs, right? And you guys get caught, 8 TPs in. Then you lose the fight, you get no grubs, you don't get in plates. I was like, this seems kind of like a disaster in communication.
Yeah, like, I think we're not very well synced into like
Yeah.
the specific timers that we have to punish in the game, because at least from the blue buff invade, we could either wait for mid to push in the wave, or
Yeah.
he could just leave it 5-5, and then we could play off that way. It's,
Yeah,
you know,
either
we
way.
have to do one of them, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, like,
You do neither.
me and Huhi are saying that we want to play around blue, because if Rel has no flash. She's level 3, I'm level 4. If she loses those 2 camps, her game's just like
Yeah.
completely over.
And you got red buff and then all this. You're kind of strong at that point,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, like our fight should be winning when we have numbers.
Yeah.
So we just we have to wait for one of those things to happen, and we didn't do either. So that was the first scenario, and then the second one, we had first setup.
You got a lot of
with
gold as
Lily,
well.
Yeah, and the second one or the first one? Oh, first blue buff. I had a lot of gold, or what?
Yeah, on the Herald fight, sorry, you had a lot of gold. You had a haunting guys and almost your.
Yeah, I had like 1,500. Yeah, I thought even though I had a lot of gold,
Save Dokla.
we were in river first. So I thought we could still contest because at that point I'm still stronger than Rel, especially if they're like committing into us. But we didn't really play to like hold the vision, and yeah, but like I said, we like kind of TP'd in late.
Yeah.
And it kind of just didn't do both, right? And and that's definitely a scenario where we can like use our numbers advantage to our advantage, but it's just something that we're not communicating well with each other and like playing to each other's strengths. So definitely pretty rough.
All right. So speaking of Dokla, he was sick this weekend. I heard he was in urgent care. Obviously, it affects his gameplay. Do you think it was a big factor in your games this weekend? Because he looked kind of bad, both in the game and outside the game. He looked kind of like just sitting there like.
I think for the first day he was definitely KO'd for sure. I mean, he was like he didn't even come to LCS with us at the same time.
You played Shopify, right?
Yeah, he.
Fake got Renekton.
Yeah, he was. He was looking pale. Like we called him on the phone on the way to LCS. He was like, "Guys, I'm in bed." Like
Played 8 versus.
I'm like, oh my lord. I think for the first day he wasn't feeling his best, so we had to pause for it, and then.
Yeah, to throw right.
Yeah, day 2 and 3.
Jesus.
Day 2 he was probably around. I mean, I can't really speak for him, but I definitely think he felt a little bit better than the previous day, and then I think day 3 he was feeling like.
Okay.
Like decent, yeah. But. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does impact your play when you're just.
Yeah.
Especially
Didn't you play Wild 6 as well at one time? Or was it someone else? I remember.
This season?
No, a while ago. It's like I remember other people playing Wild 6 as well.
I'm sure at some point in my career I played Sick.
I remember when.
Sick. I remember TL players being hangover on stage. And,
Smithy?
Smithy, yeah. I remember one day.
One day?
I'm on stage. Look to my right. I see Smithy. It's like. He's like this. I'm like, what the. What was that guy doing last night? Asked my manager. It's like, yeah, we're doing shots last night, 3 a.m. shots.
I mean, I did have a funny history of
This
like
guy?
one of my friends told me, "Oh yeah, Smithy was at the club with us. He blacked out at the club. Good luck today." What happened? Completely stumped you.
I actually remember we played out into some playing against Smithy, and it was the Broken Blade Jax game. It was 1v9 against Smithy and Impact. And I asked my manager about it. He's like, "Yeah, we were at the club last night doing shots, 3 to 4 a.m. That's great." So my manager's like, she was sabotaging the LCS players.
Did it work?
I mean, yeah, we got a win.
Yeah. Oh,
Actually, I remember one specific event in 2017. I think it was Rift Rivals. We were just all dying sick because I don't know. We just
No,
had,
that was like
cough bug.
later on. It was 19, wasn't it?
No, old. Just
went
for
to
C9. Yeah.
Yeah, you went to 9, right?
Yeah, Rift Rivals. We were all
Yeah.
dead.
Because in 17 it was in EU.
Yeah, it wasn't you.
It wasn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we were just all
Yeah, I
sick.
was there.
dying. Yeah, I beat you one time. I dropped the nuke on Kha'Zix.
Good
So sick.
Good memory, good memory.
You're saying if you played when you're sick,
Yeah.
and I was sick, and I dropped the nuke.
Both in-game and
out of game, yeah.
Nice. Good to remember that one. Wait, I was going to talk about something. So we said these are frauds. Does Dig get the same fraud stamp because they're similar? They have some rookies.
I don't know. I mean, honestly,
Dignitas?
Yeah. Are they frauds in playoffs as well?
I think they are very solid.
I feel like they're probably like same level team
Yeah.
in my head now when I think about it.
So you think the second place team, is the same ranking as Dignitas, who's the 5th place team?
Yeah, I mean, in my head it doesn't make sense. 100 Thieves is even second place.
That's like you guys getting flamed, right? You know that, right?
I mean, it's just no team is safe, no? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it is
Safe,
best of one, so like some teams should probably be higher or lower in the standings. But I don't know. Like, I mean, I would much rather play against 100 Thieves than Liquid, for example. Like, I think that would be easier.
I think Shopify was actually a pretty good team,
Yeah.
to be honest. Going into the week, when we screen versus them, I thought, oh, this team is actually just better than most teams. And then they lost.
Yeah.
And then Dignitas is also a pretty good team. I think those teams are just solid.
Yeah. I was doing the on the Shopify Rebellion topic. We're talking about B-Boy being a silent carry and silent like top 3 AD carry in the league, performing wise at least. And I want to hear your guys' thoughts on that because I think AD carry All Pro is one of the hardest roles to do because some people say that Meech and Masu are mostly along for the ride. They aren't, playing bad or anything. Just aren't the hard carries of the team. While someone like Tomo or B-Boy have a lot less to work with, but are carrying a lot of games. And I was saying that SR aren't winning any games unless B-Boy carries them.
Yeah, I mean, in my eyes, like, from our team,
Yeah.
we call him like the GOAT of macro as an AD carry.
Macro goat.
Because he actually, like, he swaps lanes a lot and plays around objectives really well compared to other AD carriers who are
That's
just
rare.
like autopilot
Or
to lane.
brainless players.
Yes, exactly.
hands.
And he plays teamfights pretty well, so I think this guy's pretty good, yeah.
This guy, your teammate, this guy.
No, B-Boy.
Oh, B-Boy.
Oh,
I thought you were talking about Masu.
No.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you have to rank the AD carries of the LCS, where do you put B-Boy in all pros? Let's say you put your own teammate as well. What do you have? Masu, Meech, Berserker, B-Boy.
I mean, in my eyes, it's probably like Masu,
FBI.
then Berserker, and then, I don't know,
Berserker
maybe...
second?
What, you don't agree?
I think most people wouldn't agree. What
You
do
think you are better?
This guy doesn't stir the pot. Let's just take topic 5, okay? I'm an outside analyst.
But I don't know who I would rank second, if not Berserker, honestly. I mean, I think B-Boy is up there,
Yeah.
for sure.
I think Berserker is a better player than he's played this split.
I mean, that's true, yeah.
That's true.
And I think it's important we talk about the performance, not the player.
Yeah, I mean, again, like,
So,
maybe I don't
so
watch all the
you don't go
games.
full scrims, and talk about what you see in your daily day, because most people would say Berserker has not played very well this split.
Yeah.
Compared to how good he is.
That is fair.
Most people would
I don't know
say,
who else is actually up
But
there.
who do you like? I don't
Yeah.
even know who would be top 3 AD if I can't put Berserker there.
I mean, I would think of like B-Boy. I think FBI had a good split, but Energy once again went 0-4. Not to rub it in your face or anything.
Keep
but
going, honestly.
At this point, just
I'm taking all the criticism in.
Yeah, FBI was good.
FBI was decent.
it's just
yeah.
hard, because recency bias is just what it is.
Yeah. I think FBI deserves top 3.
Yeah.
One
What's
of
the
them.
order?
I would put B-Boy first.
Oh.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah,
I
B-Boy
think,
first.
I think looking at their games, B-Boy
Yeah.
is, it's either him carrying or no one is.
Because like most team, ADCs are just followers.
Yeah.
That they don't determine the win or lose. But B-Boy, sometimes. And then he's actually pretty consistent. So I think B-Boy up there.
Did you guys watch today's game? C9 versus
Yeah, that's it.
Shopify?
Complete
Yeah.
banger.
Complete banger.
Banger.
Well, was it a banger, or was it just C9 playing poorly when they had to end? Because there was twice when they could end the game, right? Once Berserker dies to B-Boy in the base, and once Blabber, Berserker, and Vulcan failed to end against Insanity in 1v3.
I think it was kind of a bit of both, no? Like, I feel like,
Yeah.
at least from draft perspective, I feel like Shopify had a pretty good, solid comp to play against C9s. And I think if they just played like their situations a bit better in mid game, I think the
Yeah.
game should have just been kind of won.
I had this take that Joe Dupion is the only person doing something on C9 in this game. Every single fight was him starting them,
Yeah.
whether he was getting engaged on or he was engaging himself. And it feels like that's unusual for C9, Vulcan and Blabber.
When I watch it, I think Berserker tried to do something too.
He's just like Lucian or Zudia, right? Like,
Yeah, I think some of why he chunked with his ulti was very impactful, sometimes too much. But I think I remember him had a similar games in the past,
Yeah.
like in front of enemy nexus or something.
Did he?
Yeah, I think you guys had a like similar game, like try to dive enemy team or something. So I'm not surprised. I would put Berserker third, second Matsu probably.
Okay, I think that's fair. What about you, Contracts? Do you really care much about the 80 carries?
Yeah, that's
like, do you really think about it that
I
much?
don't really think about it that hard, but I'm doing the all-pro voting this split, so I have to think about it a bit.
Oh, shit. Don't you guys
Like,
like
copy yours.
delegate in your teams? Like in our team, well, I'm jobless now, but back when I was on the team, we would like tell like, okay, Blabber, you do jungle, you do mid lane, you do.
Oh no, my team's lazy. Like they just
one
they
guy,
hand it to
Contracts
me.
just 1v9?
Good luck. Have it. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't really. I mean, B-Boy is always. I feel like he's a pretty solid player. I mean, it seems pretty impossible to kill him in half the games. Like he positions very well around objectives. Like I remember in our game, I think it was the first game of the week. I literally had a point-blank schedule on him, and he still lived. So, I mean,
Could just be your team being bad, maybe?
no.
No follow-up.
No follow-up.
So if you miss a point blank Johnny ult, it's him who's good, not.
Oh, you missed it.
Oh, no, I hit it. Sorry, I hit it. I hit it.
Oh, you hit it. Or
Yeah.
he didn't die.
Yeah.
Okay.
I even timed the cleanse and everything. No cleanse.
So B-boy, sleeper.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really have many thoughts around AD carries. That role is...
You just don't mind them. They're just there.
They're just there, yeah.
Unless they're anything, they don't matter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so the last role we have for all pros is top lane. Now, most people would say Bwipo. Impact has been mentioned a couple times as
Yeah.
well. What do you guys think? No one cares to talk about
I think Sniper definitely deserves third, at the very
At
least.
least.
Third.
Third, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's top 3. I just don't know where I would put him. I mean, if there's recency bias, right, he would be first because he has actually been popping off
Yeah,
lately.
7 solo kills this week.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, there are only 14 games, so recent
Yeah.
bias is actually not bad.
Yeah.
14
I mean,
games.
3 games is like,
Yeah,
you know.
big part of the season.
Yeah.
So I think Sniper is up there. I think Bwipo is up there, and then I think Impact deserves something too.
Yeah. Some
Yeah.
people are saying from the cast backstage that Impact has been playing really well, but his team has been holding him back. No, that team would be you.
I mean, I just remember his Jax game. He was smurfing really hard. I think it was the versus C9.
Oh, that was a banger too.
Yeah, there's that one. That one was
a
really
lot of
sad
bangers
to
this
watch.
What happened that game, actually? Like,
What game was it?
that was when APA had some interesting Talia plays.
Oh, so
C9
there was the
versus-
TP dying and something.
Yeah.
We cannot end
and
the
then
side or
ultimately
something.
range
Yeah,
to Azir, yeah.
happens sometimes.
Was that the Berserker Smolder? It was, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Berserker
PTA
Smolder.
Smolder, yeah.
Yeah, I think random PTA damage killed our Senna, I swear.
Really? Well,
You think it's all fair to put Bwipo, Impact, and Sniper in any order?
I think so. I think even Castle, like when I watched
Oh,
Castle
actually.
play, he's played pretty well.
You think he also suffers from the Impact curse of being in?
Yeah, his team is a little piss low, I think. So he is definitely like in a bit of an elo hell situation. But I mean, yeah, my top 3 would be like Bwipo, Sniper, and
Regarding IMT, I had to take that IMT is better than the record.
from scrims, they've been doing pretty well.
Like
from
they should
what I
have
can
won at least 2 games they lost recently. The first one was the game with the Siri game.
Yeah,
Tactical was, I think, 3 or 4-0, and they lost the game.
6-0.
Yeah. You know about that one a lot, the tactical.
also the energy incident.
Energy game.
Yeah. So do you
And
think,
Castle was a smurfing too, most
Yeah.
games.
do you think IMT is better than the record, or it could have been in playoffs easily? Just a few mistakes.
Yeah, I mean,
Different.
every team was super close right up until last week. So any team could have made it in, it felt like. And it's just when you play on stage, every like small decision you make can just change the outcome of a game.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if someone chokes or something, sucks.
It does suck indeed. So
Castle is top lane B-boy.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
top lane B1.
is it Elo Hell?
Yeah. I mean, it's unlucky. They could win.
What do you think about Ole?
I think Ole had some good games, some bad games. Probably
Fair answer.
Yeah.
similar to
I thought that,
who he this split. The way they play is probably similar.
I thought that the draft they had yesterday against C9 was interesting. It was the 6 Bard and the Jace top. I thought it reminded me kind of like of TL when they had Alfari. You guys were running that team,
Yeah.
both of you, with the Core J roaming while Tactical just wave clears with 6, and then you play on the Jace or the whatever carry top Alfari picked. I thought it was a much better style for IMT than what they played previously. I felt kind of like if they'd done it before, it would have been better for them as a team, rather than playing on bot so much. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think Kessler, especially in laning page, I think Mask is also doing really well in the laning page, it looks like.
Yeah.
And then their problem was like after laning page, I don't know where they're going, what they are doing. They don't have a team cohesive or something.
Yeah.
Well, when I watched that game, I told my team, I think weak side tactical is back. yeah, I thought a similar thing. Like, remind me of old tactical, playing Jax, clear the wave.
Yeah. So this is the only game this split where Castle played a hard carry. Everything else has been Gragas, Renekton, Aatrox, Zac, Udyr. I feel like if they had played that way earlier in the split, they might have been a better team. Do you think the same? Or do you think it's just IMT is just doomed to be last place no matter what they do?
Orcs is cursed. maybe?
Yeah, I think if they don't choke a little bit, then they're just higher. I think I saw him winning the way in top as Renekton.
Okay.
something
All
like that.
against energy. How did that even happen? Like, did you ask your top laner what he was doing? Like, how is that even
I think
possible?
one of our coaches gave us a speech before the game. He was like, let's just have fun, guys. That's
a good speech.
He went to draft and it was like, I want to have some fun. And he picked Vayne on
So
fire.
he was his first timing it. Like, how do you even end up in that situation where he's just getting?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't play it in scrims at all.
Fair enough.
But he plays in solo queue a lot, and it's something that we kind of dabbled in like last year. But I mean, that game was just kind of weird because we had I think we reversed like a Thresh lane. It was like a pretty volatile lane, and they were red side or blue side. So you know, the level 3 bot ganks are kind of vicious.
inevitable.
Yeah, and my top laner is also playing Vayne, so it's like, and they also have stronger level 1, so it's not like I can get any early vision to see where their
it's hard.
starts. So it's kind of like someone's gonna lose out on one side, you know.
Yeah.
Like I gotta cover one side. So I mean, I think early game could have been a little bit better in that regard, like maybe plan it out a little bit better. But I mean, we ended up winning that game. So I mean, he got his moment at the end. He like did a sick E flash on his ear. I mean, it's all about 50 minutes for one play. Let's go.
Okay, one last topic I want to talk about is the LCS format and the changes to the LCS this split. We got rid of EG. They won't be missed, obviously. Golden Guardians as well. I thought it was a shame that they exited the league after having their first good year in like 6-7 years. But the format is the same. We changed broadcast to have shorter champ selects, which I want to get your thoughts on. Do you think the champ select being pre-recorded is a good thing?
I don't know. It feels kind of weird.
You have more time to talk about the game before it starts.
And if there's like a matchup you're playing that you're not sure about, like you
can
could
test it.
1v1 it, but
Yeah.
you can't 1v1 with like your academy players, for example. So that's good.
Okay.
So, but you could do it with like your top laner or something.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's smoother for broadcast, I think. But I feel like it must be weird from a fan perspective.
Yeah. How do you feel about that? You won't be able to do that once it comes to, you know,
Playoffs.
MSI, Worlds, playoffs. Do you think it's going to be like a bad practice environment because you're doing it now, not doing it later?
I mean, personally, I don't think it's gonna matter too much, unless you like really take advantage of the fact that you can like 1v1 and stuff before. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a different thing, but it doesn't really matter too much from my perspective.
Has there been any games this split where like you felt like it actually mattered? You had time to think about a matchup or a certain, you know, draft comp or something. You had time to like think about how you want to play mid game or a certain lane matchup or anything. Nothing.
Sometimes we feel it's actually a disadvantage doing those things because we talk about the concept and things too
Yeah.
much, and then we're going into the game
You overthink?
thinking about the concept, and then we're just playing like robot.
Okay. And then I was gonna say that I feel like with less games because of less teams and less time used on broadcast per day, it'll be a good thing for the LCS to get best of 3s or 2s. Because I think what the LCS needs is to be more competitive. And to be more competitive, we need best of 3s or 2s at the very least, right? What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I think best of 3s will be a big improvement. They go back to like the old days. I think, I mean, just more games will always be better. It doesn't even matter if you only play once a week. Just,
Yeah.
I think it just, you have more to prepare for. You have more chances to like, just be more diverse in draft. And especially for us at Energy, I don't think we're best of 1 players. So I think it'll just benefit us in general.
Do you feel like if you had best of 3s this week, you would have more wins? Well, you can have less wins, obviously, but do you feel like it would have changed anything for you guys this week, for example, if you had best of 3s?
Yeah, I mean, I think so for sure. Probably wouldn't be 0-4. It would be maybe 0-8. No, I'm just kidding. No, I mean, yeah, I think just having more games and being able to just prepare for more strategies will be better in general.
Yeah. Do you think that the rookies, like High Thieves team, for example, would have less wins if they were playing best of 3s because they wouldn't be as good at adapting to a series? Do you think it mattered at all?
I think the thing is like we scrim them a lot more than stage games, so that we have more knowledge of how they play.
Yeah.
So that sometimes we say like they're proud. But like if there is a more game sample size, we can like if it was 3 or 3 and then they had a 10-4 or something.
Yeah.
I don't think nobody can say like they were proud.
Yeah.
I think we were saying they were proud because
was best of ones.
it was best
Yeah.
of 1.
Okay. Jensen, any
Yeah.
thoughts on this?
I mean, I think that's a fair point. Yeah, you can't really call them frauds if they're winning a lot of best of 3s. And it does feel like a lot of BO1 can be a bit coin flippy. And also just from like a learning perspective, you don't learn as much in scrims as you do from like playing multiple like best of series on stage. That's
Yeah.
where you really improve. So for sure, like it will help NA if we get best of 3, Riot. So I do hope it comes back. And you can also tell in the regular season, well, did this team get lucky or are they
Yeah.
actually legit?
So to the fans out there who don't know, what changes for best of 5 that makes a team like Ohana Thieves frauds or Dignitas frauds? What makes you guys, the experienced veterans, the GOATs, so much better in a best of 5 than them? What's going to actually change? Like,
I mean, I don't know if it'll like for sure change stuff. It's just if you're good at running one specific style, then
Yeah.
you can be good for best of 1s. But if it gets spanned out or something like that, then maybe it'll change. Or you can change up your own play style. You know, like if you want to play through top, you can play through bot in a different way with a different comp. But I don't know.
okay, I have one last thing. Playoff predictions. Ohana Thieves versus C9 on Thursday. You guys all seem to think C9's going to win this one. Contracts? Who wins?
I think it's C9 favored, but I wouldn't be surprised if 100 Thieves won.
So you think it's going to be close?
I think
2-3,
it'll be a pretty close 5-game series, probably.
Okay. How do you guys?
Yeah, I think pretty close as well, since C9 also played not amazing game. 3-1 for C9.
3-1 C9? Jensen?
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same, like 3-1. C9 has looked a bit shaky on stage, so if they don't play super well, then I think 100 Thieves could definitely take it, but I think C9 is favored.
Okay, Friday. Fly versus TL.
Does our opinion matter?
I mean,
Okay.
I want to hear your opinion first.
Yeah.
I mean. okay.
Okay.
I think TL is going to lose to FlyQuest. If I had to.
How hard?
Not that hard. I think you guys have struggled because your carries aren't playing super well.
So you
I
think
think
you are better than Yon?
I think that the 80 carries in the LCS have not been as good this split as they have been in the past.
Are the rosters locked? Like, could you guys pick up Sven? Is it
Can we stay on topic, please? TL actually didn't want to talk to me in offseason. They didn't care at all. They were very
Oh,
confident.
shit, more TL drama?
Actually, let's just say that for the next episode.
I believe in Yon.
We have enough TL 80 carry
It's gonna smash
manager
massive.
drama for this offseason, but yeah, I had no chance there. I think Core probably vetoed it. But back to the topic at hand, Fly versus TL. I think TL is going to lose to FlyQuest. I don't think it's going to be a hard loss, but I think you just have struggled with your carries, making a lot of mistakes that they didn't have to make, APA mostly. But what do you guys think? Do you think you have enough time to prepare?
I think, to be honest, we watched every other team, how they played in the stage. And then I think if you go to the playoffs, it's going to be the 50-50, almost most teams.
I will say this. I think TL's always been a team that I'm more scared of than their record would suggest. You guys might be like 4th or something, but I always thought you guys were better than that. Even last year, for example, in
Yeah.
summer. I was actually more afraid of you guys than Energy
Yeah.
when it came to finals. I was hoping you guys would win finals. Or not finals,
Semi-finals.
the low bracket finals. 'Cause
Yeah.
I thought you guys were better than Energy. Yeah, that one got
That one was
proven,
pretty close too, no?
got proven wrong. Yeah, it was close in our finals.
Pretty close.
But my point was that I'm always like kind of afraid of you guys a little bit.
I think some of play we are making are pretty good, but
Yeah.
some of play we are making are like so many Beijing mistakes.
Think you have high potential?
I think we still have a high potential.
Yeah. Okay, so the only unbiased opinion here, Contracts, who wins 5 as TL?
I think FlyQuest will win. I feel like
What's the record?
it'll probably be like a 3-1 for FlyQuest.
4? And say them?
I think we're gonna win 3-1.
I think FlyQuest carries.
Okay. So Saturday, Energy play versus Ohana Thieves or C9. We're saying it's gonna be Ohana Thieves.
So 100 tips.
Yeah, so so Ohana Thieves, yeah.
Yeah.
Jensen, who wins?
100 Thieves versus Energy?
Yeah.
It's going to be a
match.
close one, I think.
Are you gonna take this, bro?
Give your unbiased criticism.
We
for
sit here and call
Energy
them
right
Frost the whole podcast. They're frauds.
You can
It'll
flame me
stump
too.
you guys.
Okay,
You can flame me too.
there might be recency bias because Energy hasn't looked too hot.
Once again, mentioned recently bias. Energy not looking too hot.
0-4.
The whole episode just.
Shaco support. Might have to ban it 1, 2, 3.
I mean, I think if Energy, like, usually they're a team that plays better in playoffs than the regular season. So if that holds up this time around, then I think Energy will win. But I think it's going to be a close one.
I just want to mention it. the 6th place team in LCS has never won the split. Do you think you can be the first?
I mean, that's what we're aiming for, right?
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
we were 9-9 last split. I think we were like
Yeah.
5th, right?
5th, yeah.
5th.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're pretty much in the same position, but we did end stronger last split than we did this split.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it will be close no matter who we play. I think any team in the league is kind of beatable right now. So
That's a good PR answer.
Do you think the league is close because everyone is good, or because everyone is bad? Like, is the league very competitive because everyone is really good, or is it because everyone just sucks?
I think it's a little bit good because I think the lower tier team, like used to be, like they don't have like a big core that we can just camp.
Free wins?
Free wins. There's no free win. No free win laners.
The free wins used to be what? IMT?
See, Diggins
I don't know.
last year maybe.
Yeah.
empty two of us last year. So
I think most of the teams
The tools are nice.
laning page are solid, so
Yeah.
you cannot win easily.
Yeah. Okay. The last matchup is Sunday. Dig versus the loser of you guys. So whoever wins or loses, or whoever loses turn, is going to win against Dignitas, right? I guess.
Supposedly, yeah.
Surely you guys will stop Dignitas, right?
Surely.
We lost to the Dignitas, so I think I'm gonna.
What's your record against Dignitas?
We're 2-0, but we kind of got.
It was close,
We
though.
got
Yeah.
we're bad unlucky, so could go either way.
How about you guys?
I don't think we can. I don't think we can lose to the FlyQuest. Then
So
we have to face
don't think about
Dignitas.
it. Don't think about it, okay.
Okay, what is your win condition against FlyQuest?
Full
Umpty.
tank.
Full tank?
Yeah.
Okay.
2 carries, 3 tanks.
Umpty 1v9.
Umpty won't be in
Umpty 1v9?
Umpty
Against
impact.
MVP junglers inspired?
It's gonna be 2v2 topside. That's the win condition.
Maybe Coach J can run
Camp
back,
Jensen.
roam top.
I mean, this guy is always top. Have you watched our games versus this guy? This guy is permanently top lane.
The old Coach J, I miss him.
Yeah, sometimes.
There was a time when Coach J was missing on the map, everyone was sweating. Like, I remember playing against Afari and Coach J, and every time he goes anywhere else than bot lane, maybe going top guys. Lucas like in his boots, oh man, I
That
hate
was
this
back
guy.
when you could TP to minions. It was like so OP.
that's
Never stacked wave top, guys. It's party time.
Yeah, Afari would be like, stack wave equals dive top. They have a building wave towards you, equals gang top.
Yeah.
Coach J equals top lane.
The funny thing is, like, if you do once and when you support follow,
Yes.
and then I go bot.
He goes there and then no one's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, that's it. That's it for episode of Pros. I want to thank you all for hanging out and
Appreciate
coming here
it.
today.
Thank you.
I know
Thank
you
you.
all really wanted to be here, and
course.
you weren't forced to be here, any of you, right?
Of course.
Right.
Of course, yeah.
Just wanted to talk to you guys.
So make sure to tune into the LCS playoffs on Thursday.
1v1, like even sacrificing his lane at times to be able to as
Quid?
I think he's dead.
Oh!
Yep.
Jojo Pune with the solo kill in mid lane. Despair on Fudge. Quid still getting jumped on though. He's trying to get away. He escapes and just barely survives thanks to Ayla and the shield. Mob comes in over the top, but Sniper's already in the dirt. River tries to flash over the wall. Crescent Guard to knock a target back away. Fudge is still gonna just kite him out, and Vulcan gets the kill. C9 pick up 2.
Wow, this is Senna.
Nice shot, guys. Hey, hit the time. We need to hit dying. Berserker.
Bro, Berserker, not again, please.
We need to peel our minions. Guys, let's end the game. Get the minions in. Hit.
Yeah, we got it.
Good job, guys.
Good job, guys.
2 more, guys.
Light Vigil doesn't hit a damn thing. Blabber's spinning. C9's winning. And there ain't nobody on 100 Thieves gonna stop him. Holy cow. 4 dead bodies in 100 Thieves colors.
And that entire sequence was C9 ego.
Yep.
They didn't need to do that to win this game, but they wanted to do that to win this game.
Nice flash. Nice shot.
Look.
Yeah. Look here. Oh my god, Jojo Pune.
Oh my god, Joe.
Okay, but not over. Okay, but not over. Okay, good job, guys.
Oh, I'm
There goes. It's okay.
Don't get overconfident, guys.
Now Jojo teleports back in with items and they go for more.
Ayla is the one getting jumped on first, but the Alistar's pretty tanky. Not tanky enough. Vulcan's got the kill here at the start. Blabber keeping alive with the ulti, but he's about to drop. Shutdown goes over to Quid, but River's on the run. Berserker's still shooting, and Fudge has made his way in from the back. The Dominus is ready to rock and roll, and Berserker takes down River. C9 comes out into the playoffs and makes a statement. The statement being, they're ready to play.
Wait, just kill him,
Yeah, kill him.
Nice, C9 is back.
Good job, guys.
C9's so good, guys.
Clean win, boys.
Welcome to Waiting Room, and big surprise, Fudge is joining us for Waiting Room.
Hello.
How'd yesterday go, man?
We got pretty lucky that the enemy not the enemy jungler, also the enemy jungler was kind of hinting, but their drafts were awful. I think every single game, and put us in pretty good positions. A lot of the time, the way they would get leads was like their top laner would get pretty far ahead. They would bring their support and jungler to top lane and get ahead during grub timer. But all 3 games, they had a losing top side by that point. And they played Aatrox the first 2 games, which I feel like is a little bit of a bait pick. I think people are just picking it because, you know, they see Zeus playing it, and you see Zeus playing it, and he's carrying every game. So.
Yeah, we got some highlights from your series yesterday. You guys arriving to the studio, and then 100 Thieves didn't show up, so that was the series. So you just, this is it. This is all
That's a good recap right there.
How do you feel about the games? Because those were, I would say, the cleanest games you guys had all split, it felt like.
I think we were very disciplined in our gameplay. Like, we were always saying, like, oh, they need to fight us here. Mithy was bringing a big focus during scrims on how we would always, a weakness of ours is that we would always take fights when the enemy team needed to take fights. And just like fight them even though we didn't need to. We could just go sideways, or we could just back off and recall and get vision again and play the map again. We just fight them anyway because maybe we can win, you know, type of thing. And like I think we did a lot of good plays where we'd just back off, we'd just go sideways, we'd just wait for our cooldowns and don't really take any risks, just go to the objectives. And I think that's a lot of the reasons why we were able to like close out games cleanly. The early games, I think, I mean, generally we've always been pretty good in early game, I feel like, and 100 Thieves have been kind of weak in early game in general. So I feel like the early games weren't too big of a surprise. They were obviously like kind of just griefing a lot of the time. They were just giving us random kills, taking just bad fights. And then I think our comps in all 3 games were pretty good at converting early game leads into mid game and late game. So.
Yeah, I want to pull up the bracket for the rest of the playoffs because you guys are in a good position.
Yeah.
Can't be better, actually, at this point. Because you're in the winner's bracket final. You're going to face the winner of today's match next week on Saturday. The loser of today's match is going to drop down and play Dig. Saturday, Sunday is going to be Energy 100 and Dig, plus the loser of FlyQuest TL. I have a stat question for you.
Oh.
Stats.
Yeah, you have to tell me. You have to tell me this player.
Yep.
Okay.
Since joining the LCS in 2021, this player has either won the LCS or been eliminated by the team who won the LCS.
That must have been us, no?
Which player?
Me.
Yes. The LCS runs through Fudge since he joined.
That's true, actually. Damn, that's crazy.
It's crazy.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I figured it out this morning. It's been true for Blabber since 2019 summer.
Damn.
That's a long streak.
That is a very
There's a
long
little
streak.
randomness in there too.
Yeah,
Like when EG won, they beat you in like the 4th place game or something,
true,
but then they
true,
technically
true.
did win. But it's been pretty cool.
It's nice for your ego, you know. You're like, oh, well, at least
Yeah.
we lost to the best team. It's fine.
And now you can start saying like the LCS runs through me.
Yeah. It's like when we lost to T1 and at Worlds, and then T1 just won Worlds. It's like, yeah, it's hanging.
Yeah,
It's at least T1 won Worlds. It's fine.
That's true, actually. I never thought of it like a player being instantly thrusted into like championship expectations. That's be a lot of stress just in general in your career, right?
I mean, I think the start of it was pretty stressful just because I felt like I wasn't very good. And obviously I was on one of the best rosters, so the expectation on my team was high. However, on me was like too much, I think, for my skill level at the time. I think nowadays, expectation on me is kind of low because I've just been playing poorly throughout the past couple splits, honestly. I don't feel like I've had really good performances the past couple splits. I've been playing okay, but not really up to my level that I could be, especially like I feel like 2022 summer I was playing really well, and I didn't really play to that level in the past like year and a half. And I feel like now I've been a lot more on like just a learning mindset. I've been like sort of just got humbled a little bit and just went back to square one, and I feel like I've been learning a lot and been working really, really hard and on top of everything. So I've gotten back to a form where I feel a little bit more, confident that I can play well.
You just mentioned your first split, and Emily and I were talking about this yesterday during the 100 Thieves game because we were comparing like your first split in the LCS versus Sniper's first split in the LCS.
I think I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, we had this memory of like, oh yeah, Fudge had a rough first split.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then we looked at your stats, and it's like, and he led top laners in KDA, and he was a champion.
Yeah.
Like, it's weird looking back.
I figured it out because I was also looking at it. I think part of it was lock-in tournament performance.
lock-in.
Like I think in my mind that just blends into the first few weeks. Because your trajectory of rapid improvement then culminated in you being one of the best performing players on C9 MSI.
Right.
But I was like, oh, I'm just blending lock-in tournament because I'd say
sure.
lock-in tournament was definitely like your roughest time for sure.
That was the worst performance of any tournament I've been in for sure. And I understand why people think my spring split was bad because obviously my lock-in tournament was like such a big memory for everybody that you can't forget that. You know, like,
Just overshadows
you can't
it,
forget
yeah.
that going down 60 CS in every single matchup, both sides. It's just crazy.
Okay, FlyQuest is playing today. They're up
Yes.
against TL, and they are the first place team. 100 Thieves was the second place team, but we need to talk about them now. So here's some of their stats throughout the split. They were second place in gold to 14. I think Cloud9 was actually first, but pretty much everything here is either first or second. Their Baron power play is insane. They have a huge Baron percentage. Basically, this tells me they're just very good at securing objectives and turning those objectives into victory. What's been your read on the strengths of FlyQuest so far this split, Fudge?
I think they're very cohesive. I think they play really, really well as a team, and it obviously shows in their objective planning and just getting ahead, getting all the objectives. I think their laners obviously are pretty good, and they're not losing lane. They don't have any weak laners, but I wouldn't say they're necessarily winning the game through their lanes. It's more so through just playing well as a team, and I think they understand comp and how to play as a team, which is obviously through their top side is very experienced. So I can understand why they're just winning games through objectives.
Yeah, we have some historical data here. We'll run it as we talk about these two teams, about FlyQuest's recent playoff performances as well as TL's recent playoff performances, and it's been a weirdly up and down org. To think in these last 5 years of history, the best performances are actually the Power of Evil Santorin rosters from 2020 with the back-to-back second.
Yeah.
And then last year, their spring was super hyped. They almost got first place in regular season with the Prince Vikla Spica roster.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
To not even qualifying in summer, completely rebuilding the roster, and now at least having high aspirations in this upcoming playoffs.
For me in this one, it does feel like a long time ago. It does not feel like it's been since 2019 because there have been so many different faces. This roster in particular, we expect it to be top 3 for sure.
Yeah.
But not consistently first since the beginning of the regular season. They have just been coming in strong. Whenever you talk to them as players, their most vocal members, Being Inspired and Bwipo, have been very clear of what their goals are behind the scenes. So it makes sense that they're now playoff favorites. That's kind of been called into question since the week 6, just now that teams are starting to catch up. But it makes sense that now they've started to right those wrongs, and they will certainly not be as bad as last split. That is not going to happen, or at least last year as a whole.
It's because they keep taking those wellness shots on stage.
Yeah, exactly. I was looking at Jensen's face. I think when you look at the roster construction of this FlyQuest roster, it mirrors, and I think something that Andrew Barton tried to do on EG, I believe, is one of the GMs that came to FlyQuest, where you have the really young bot lane, Masu, who's a rookie, Busio in his second year, and then a very experienced topside to kind of guide them through that. You see kind of shades of similarities between these two rosters, and I think we've credited in the past 100 Thieves for, in season, not yesterday, drafting really well around the players and understanding what they want to do. I think FlyQuest has also done that, like especially with their top side. I believe there's only been one game where they've been on red side that they haven't saved R5 counterpick for Bwipo, just due to his champion pool. So I think the way that they've approached roster building and this game, like their in-game picks, has been really good.
Yeah. Also, a matchup that is going to be at the front of everyone's mind is Jensen versus APA.
Yeah.
I feel like, because it does seem like Jensen has been having a lot of good games and APA has been having a lot of poor games. So this is one of those things that would need to change or go neutral if Team Liquid wants to have a chance in the series. Fudge, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I mean, I think Jensen is clearly better, to be honest with you. I mean, APA, I think the advantages he has is that he has like random picks that people aren't used to playing against, like Ziggs, Aurelion Sol, I think he's really good at. And the champions he's shown before that you have to be really careful about in draft. It's possible his teammates will get better, you know, draft situations because they'll be forced to ban those out because they're not really used to playing against. So you can't really get practiced against those other champions in scrims, just because no one else plays it. So he very clearly has a good champion pool that's able to be playing a lot of things. Funnily enough, when Summit memed him for being a Ziggs one-trick, I think it's actually kind of an advantage that he's able to play those kind of champions. And now I think he's not too bad at the other champions. But I do think Jensen overall as a player is quite better.
So like talk about Jensen a little bit because you played with him. He has a very similar identity where he doesn't get much draft resources, doesn't get much resources in-game, but he's playing mages and he will be there for team fights. Like, how do you feel like that adds to a team just in general and how it helped you guys?
I think it's nice to play with Jensen because he plays the same type of champion. I mean, there's pros and cons, right? He doesn't really play like melee champions a lot, but he does play control mages almost every single game, and I think you get used to playing with control mages, so no matter what mage he's on, we're sort of going to be playing in the same way as a team comp, and I think it's really easy to practice with. Plus, he's just really consistent. He's always knows his matchups. He knows all the mage matchups very well, and he's never losing lane really hard. Even internationally, I felt like he was playing his mage matchups pretty well when I was playing with him. And he's always like understanding team fights very well. He understands what he needs out of his jungler in early game, communicates very well around that. And I think he's just a really consistent player. He's never really the player that's going to like hard carry a game for you and take those big risks like Jojo, for example. But he's also not going to be a player that will ever like really lose you a game.
What's interesting, so of course, just to make note of it, we saw it on the screen.
Bye-bye, Azir.
Yeah, disabled for this one. But it's actually part of a larger topic. So Scully in the chat was asking about like kind of the difficulties throughout the regular season with how many large patches there were. That there's always a constant change of what you're actually picking between like, oh, 80 Twisted Fate this time around or Udyr or this. So like tell me about just how it feels like going into playoffs because you've been through this process so much. You're on one patch. You know what opponent you're going up against. Like how easy does that feel, like in comparison to how, especially this regular season has been?
It's super comfortable. I mean, like, that's all it is. Like playoffs is actually like supposed to be more stressful, but in reality, you're not having to learn a bunch of new champions, and you already understand all the matchups that are going to happen. You know your exact opponent. You know what he plays.
Yeah.
It's like super easy to prepare for, you know, draft and just your opponent in playoffs compared to regular season. Yeah, like you said, a different patch. You don't even know what's good into what. You don't know these matchups. You're playing a new matchup on stage you've never played before, like half the time. And it's just a bunch of random like losses because you don't understand a matchup and you die level 3 or something. And it kind of feels bad, but at the same time, it brings more like, you know, fun. So I prefer playoffs. That's all I have to say. I prefer playoffs.
Well, I feel like that's always true when you feel like, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but if you feel like your team is better or you are better, you always want the environment to be as controlled as possible. Because then you think, well, if I'm better anyway, we'll eliminate the barriers, you'll be able to win. Other matchup we want to keep an eye on is Inspired versus Umti. And Emily, I know you have a long history of following Umti around. What are your thoughts on this head-to-head?
Umti still plays exactly like he did in LCK. I think he has the same strengths as a player, and I also think he has the same weaknesses as a player, and that a lot of that comes from his early invading. He loves to be in his opponent's jungle. He loves to invade. When it works out really, really well. They've done a lot, especially when Impact has something that pushes. Obviously, we pointed out the Udyr, but anytime he's actually able to push up his lane, make the most of his wave state, it works out really well on top side, specifically for TL. But then obviously, if you go for a lot of these risky plays, maybe his mid isn't pushed up well and he doesn't have a lot of coverage. Maybe his lanes just aren't pushing in general. And that can cost them plays because he takes a lot of risks. By contrast, I think Inspired is really, really calculated about when he takes risks. And even though some of his statistics across the board might not look as like high or low as Umti's, he's so consistent and he has a really, really good understanding of where he needs to be. He's really good in particular at responding to aggressive plays from his opponents, I think. Which obviously, I think in this matchup puts Umti at a disadvantage if he doesn't have that support from his lanes.
I never really felt like Umti was very good at playing with his lanes other than Impact. I think Impact, maybe it's just because Impact's always like doing well. I don't know, but it always feels like they play very well together. They seem to play to either gank a lane, they know when they want to gank, they know when he needs to be top. Whereas I feel like when he's playing with APA, it feels like they're running mid and they don't know exactly how they're going to 2v2 on this wave and they're just like throwing their spells out, not really coordinated at all. It feels a little bit weird when I watch him play with his other laners compared to Impact. And maybe that's just due to Impact winning lane more than his other laners, but I feel like it might be a problem with I feel like Inspired Jensen are quite coordinated and they know how to play very well together. And like you said, I think Inspired doesn't really take a lot of risks, especially in his early game pathing. I think he's very like consistent and doesn't really do anything crazy, which can be an advantage and can be a disadvantage sometimes because you're more predictable. But I do think that FlyQuest will likely just consistently win throughout the series.
That'll definitely be something to track. This series is only 12 minutes away. But in the meantime, FlyQuest did release a piece of content to get their fans hyped for this playoff round. Take a look.
Well, listen, if there's one thing the history of evolution has taught us, it's that life will not be contained. Life breaks free, it expands to new territories.
They do not want me.
Life finds a way. Crashes through barriers painfully, maybe even dangerously, but, well, there it is.
These two young players winning the award of most valuable prospect.
And he just melts right with a shockwave from Jensen. For the first time in LCS history, FlyQuest finishes regular season in third place.
What was that?
Hey, I'm hyped.
All right, cool. Awesome. Switching gears just really briefly, because there's been a lot of new talent in the LCS this year, is a Rookie of the Year check-in. So this is not something that's going to be handed out this split, but we have had some really high-performing rookies. First up, we're going to be talking about Sniper, who, aside from like one really strange Thursday, I feel like has had a great year
I agree.
so far in 2024. Emily?
Well, I think one thing that Fudge pointed out just when we were chatting in the green room that I also really appreciate about Sniper is he is willing to take a lot of risky trades in lane. And I love seeing that from a rookie. Like if you are going to kind of punt your wave sometimes to play like Bin, I'm okay with that. Like I like that. I like the limit testing. I think that's why he's still this massive solo kill leader that we've seen. And obviously there are specific things he can improve on in lane specifically, but I just love his attitude. It's really refreshing. And when a rookie comes in, that's exactly how I want to see them play like Sniper has been playing this split.
I think Sniper honestly was the biggest surprise of the split for me.
Yeah.
I really didn't expect him to come out so strong, and I think he has a very clear strength as a player, which is when he's in the aggressive matchups, he definitely pushes it. But I felt like yesterday, at least, when he's in the losing matchups, he doesn't know how to lose gracefully. It feels like he's not very good at understanding when he should recall, when he needs to take CS, and when he needs to give CS, and it feels like he doesn't really play the losing side very well, but when he's on the aggressive side, like the Rumble side versus Renekton, right, he also doesn't see the whole game and really understand what the jungler is, it feels like. Like he sees the 1v1 and he understands his 1v1 limits, but he doesn't really think about my Xin Zhao's in the bush or my Ahri's coming up top side from mid lane. That could also be a team issue, right? It could also be their jungler not telling him, their mid laner not telling him, but I think he definitely needs to work on that aspect, but overall 1v1 laning, I feel like he's improved so much throughout the split, and it's really impressive.
Yeah, and another aspect of it too is his team fighting.
Yeah.
Because 100 Thieves team fight a lot. Like that's just, they're a really bloody team, and I think he recognizes how to play team fights, at least from his, like, for instance, specifically on Aatrox. I think his Aatrox team fighting is really good. Same with Cassante in general. So, like, that's been, I agree, like a really surprising fact about him. And I think it's just been, the team has been talking about how, like, comfortable they make each other feel. At least, like, River will play towards him well, and it feels really good to have a great jungle right next to you. And so it seems like they've really pushed his strengths and at times covered the weaknesses, and that's just a great mark for coaching staff.
Yeah, 2 more rookies as well. Another 100 Thieves rookie.
Hit me with another one.
Is Meech.
True.
He has some pretty incredible stats for the split. Part of it is because the team fought so much. I think he also may have led all players in kills in the LCS as well, but that's also because 100 Thieves were leading kills. And then another player I'd say would be Masu. So we can kind of talk about both young AD carries in general, which I feel like is tricky this particular split because we're all somewhat aligned that AD carry has been a bit of a weak role in spring, but with the year to come, these guys have performed at par or better than many of the other AD carries in the league, so I think they'd still be in the running for Rookie of the Year.
I just have one thing to say that. To clarify, bot lane is not a weak role, the ADC players are weak. Bot lane is not weak, the ADC players.
What does Berserker think of this take?
Yeah, I was gonna say this feels like a preface for like don't buff ADC, please.
Yeah, do not listen to this propaganda, that's all I have to say.
So I do want to ask you a question though, Fudge, about your rookie split and almost how you feel it compares to the rookie splits we've seen from these players. You did win in your first split, but we talked earlier in the show about how it started in a pretty rough spot.
I don't know, I feel like the rookies this split have just been incredible. Like, I don't know how they can play so well against all the players. I felt like in my first split, I didn't understand like half of the concepts that in mid-game and in late game. Maybe it's because they have like really good teammates that are able to help them.
Yeah.
Or maybe they just got really good coaching before they became an LCS player that I maybe didn't have. But it felt like they didn't really like lack ideas about the game. We weren't really like steps ahead of them in terms of concept ideas, and then they obviously have the mechanics. I never felt like mechanics were a big problem when it comes to like rookies. It's more so just understanding of the game, and they actually understand the game quite well, I feel.
Yeah, pretty wild because you also went to Worlds before you were an LCS rookie.
Sure.
But that's a whole different story for a different day.
I was OC knowledge.
OCE 2-2 in playing group stage. Anyway, Raz, you caught up with both the coaches before today's series. Let's take a watch.
What's up, everyone? I got head coach Spawn and Nuke Duck for this interview. For Spawn, question for you. Actually, on the lounge just yesterday, Vulcan leaned on you guys for this matchup. I was wondering, what has the community not seen, but you've seen that's been special about the boys in practice?
Well, obviously scrims, because in scrims we play a lot better than what we have on stage. I think that we're actually one of the more aggressive teams in scrims, so we're hoping that now in a best-of-5 series where, you know, the individual games don't matter as much as the overall result, that's what we're able to bring today.
Makes sense to me. And for you, you guys have been consistent, first place of course, but consistent since the start of the split till now. What have kept you guys consistent up until this point that you hope to see today?
I don't think we've been that consistent. I think we played like kind of bad last week. We kind of didn't like, you know, we already knew we were going to be in playoffs, so I just hope that the players can switch it a bit more on and take it a bit more serious, yeah, now that the game matters.
Sounds good. Any final message you have for Coach Spawn and the boys?
Just good luck, yeah.
Same with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck. We really respect FlyQuest. They've been one of the teams we've scrimmed against a lot, so we're looking forward to the series.
Sounds good. Thank you. And back to you guys.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me.
Good luck to everybody.
Sounds good.
We have you though, Fudge, for the top lane matchup. Whippo and Impact, two of the best performing top laners so far in the spring split. What do you see?
I mean, I think Impact has actually been more valuable to his team this split. I mean, I feel like Impact has been really surprising. As a top lane, it feels really hard sometimes when your team's not so good to really make an impact, funnily enough. And I think Impact has been playing really, really well. But I think Whippo, like you could argue, is probably a little bit better in terms of his champion pool. I think he understands a lot of different matchups that no one else really understands. For example, when Udyr first came out, he was like the best Udyr. For sure, I understood all the matchups. I think Impact's actually playing Udyr really well now. But Whippo, you never really know what he's going to pull out, especially when it comes to playoffs. It's kind of scary to play against a player like Whippo just because you feel like he's going to play some random stuff that you're not going to be prepared for. Like, you're in draft to meet, whoa, what is this? He's deadlifting his entire team.
He's been lifting.
Yeah, this was someone in a meeting said it's like he's been deadlifting his teammates to victory, and so we just made the picture.
It's true, to be honest. But yeah, Whippo is kind of scary because you're in draft meeting against Whippo and you're like, what the hell is he going to play on R5 here? Like, we do not know, just hope he doesn't play something that we're not expecting. And he probably will, so.
Have you seen some demons in his solo queue account just in general?
I actually didn't check his solo queue account recently, but I'm sure there's going to be some demons in there, that's for sure.
I've heard actually in some of Whippo's draft meetings, it's also not super complicated to be on Whippo's side because you're just like, well,
of course.
We're going to go to R5 and then we're just going to figure it out.
Yeah, we're going to figure out some random pick that's really good here, you know?
Yeah, on the other side, we have Core JJ as well, roaming a little bit more.
Yeah, and this was a funny one to me because it reminded me the game that they had specifically against Energy, and I know we were talking about top lane in general and how the picks have been bot side have been kind of like you're not looking for dives, you're not needed to be there for the AD carry. Core JJ was the OG roaming support. So just picture yourself, Fudge, top lane, and this stuff happens to you. The wave is frozen.
Okay, this is funny because when Alfari was on TL with Core JJ, you actually saw Sven talking about it in the podcast, so he was on with all the players.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. Like he was building a wave towards me, and I was thinking Core JJ's top lane, and I was building a wave towards him, and I was thinking Core JJ was top lane. And it's like it felt like we were always on the reactive side, always, because like Core JJ was just everywhere. Like in our heads, he's like Picasso. Like that's what we used to call him. We used to call him Picasso. He's literally Picasso of support, and he's everywhere. So just be careful. And I think Core JJ is very good at playing that way. So that's one of the things he might bring back Picasso Core JJ.
Might be a Picasso series.
Yeah.
I love that. Let's check out the predictions for today. FlyQuest definitely the favorites. I know my prediction is boring. I want to see everybody else's.
Sadly, I think we're all in
also boring.
Wow, you guys are boring.
Spiciest.
You got 3-2.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like it might be 3-1 as well, but I want it to be 3-2, so I'm manifesting it right now.
Okay, fair enough.
And I think it will be a close series. I mean, I think that if FlyQuest lose the first game, I wouldn't be surprised if Inspired just mental booms, because he's known for that. So I look forward to seeing if Inspired mental booms. But if they don't lose the first game and they win the first game, I see them winning the series.
Emily?
Yeah, I mean, I think TL are a really frustrating team for me to watch because sometimes they do put together like a really legitimately good macro win.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, can you do this next game? And the answer is no, they don't do that next game. So it is like, I know they have it in them to take games off of FlyQuest. It's just FlyQuest have been way more consistent, and I think in terms of how they want to play, FlyQuest really know how they want to play.
And the last time they went up against FlyQuest Team Liquid, that was the Aurelion Soul Smolder game. They played to scale, they bullied side lane, they won that game. So anything really is possible. So it could go 3-2, and TL could take it.
I want to change my prediction right now.
Okay.
I'm changing it to 3-2 TL, because C9 just completely played opposite of how they were playing in regular season. I think it's going to be the same thing for TL. And in scrims, TL is better than FlyQuest. That's all I have to say.
Boom.
So TL's winning. I'm going to say TL's winning 3-1, actually. 3-1.
What? If we don't cut you off soon, it's going to be a 3-0. So we're going to the stage right now before you change your prediction once again.
Arriving at the studio, we have FlyQuest. They're coming in hot off of a first place finish, and they've got their sights set on their first LCS title. On the other side, it's a Team Liquid Honda squad hungry to dispel the doubts surrounding them and challenge the top dogs. The LCS playoffs continues. FlyQuest versus Team Liquid Honda starts right now. Hola and what's up, y'all? Welcome to the Riot Games Arena live in sunny Los Angeles. I'm Rafa and I'm joined on the caster desk by Azael and Kobe. And this series, gentlemen, I know that FlyQuest are favored, but based on the last match that they had in Week 6, this series could go the distance.
Also, I would say we had Vulcan on the lounge yesterday. He said that TL's bottom lane is the best bottom lane in the league. He thought TL was going to win. And I also asked Doko last night on his stream who he thought was going to win. He also said TL. So there are a lot of people also still rooting for TL, and a lot of players actually have confidence in them because of the scrims.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. So many of the pros do have faith in this team because TL, even when they're not performing in the LCS stage, they are performing in scrims. This is one of the strongest scrim teams in the league. We have to see, can they get it all together though? Have that success here on stage against FlyQuest. And we heard it from Fudge. He thinks that first important game is going to mean so much for the confidence of these players, for the mental state of these players. And we might be having double marksman bot lane here for FlyQuest to kick things off.
Bucio, definitely one of our biggest Ashe enjoyers for the Ashe support. He loves playing pushing lanes, loves playing those aggressive matchups, and Kalista Ashe is the peak.
This is going to be really interesting because we already see the enemy bot lane as well. It is Varus, plus the Nautilus here. I wonder if it is going to be double Doran's Blade start for the Ashe Kalista. Try to really emphasize as much early game power as possible. As long as you don't allow yourself to get hooked by Core JJ, as long as you're safe around UMT not being there, you're going to be able to dominate the 2v2. We see a lot of double Halo Blades and things like this, double Doran's Blade starts, and really emphasizing that early aggression.
Yep, we're T1 now, baby. Carrier, get to work. They also have the Talia, which was a really important pick. Everyone with APA, cycling through his champions, always thinks, oh, is it the Ziggs, the Aurelion Soul, or is it the Talia? Jensen picks up Talia first for having the roaming towards bottom side, but APA slams back down the Ahri, which has been a good answer.
All right, well, Ahri going to be coming through. We'll have to see how he's going to be able to perform on it. It has been a really popular pick around the world these days. Malignant's Lichbane seems to be the build. It's so much upfront damage, so much guaranteed damage. It does not rely on hitting the charms, on being able to 100-0 people.
And both of these mid laners rely on junglers with some sort of CC, some sort of stun or something. So I think both right now are looking at banning out enemy junglers.
Yep.
Ahri, if you have somebody with setup, boom, that's instant as well. Talia does super well, obviously, so you can get your seismic shoves. Obviously, Vi and Volibear have both already been banned, which are two of the best pairings, but TL also taking out the Poppy as far as that disengage, trying to avoid the knockdowns there for Nautilus and Ahri.
Also works really well with the work ground there from Talia with the E, because you can actually tackle them through it and force the stun.
Force the stun out of there. I think the big thing that Team Liquid are looking at when they're banning junglers is tank junglers in specific, because so far FlyQuest, they have engage power, but they don't have a front line set up for this massive backline quite yet.
All right, whittling down here. Poppy will be followed up with Udyr. Udyr, definitely something that Team Liquid have relied on more, I feel like, than any of the other teams, specifically for Impact. You heard the lounge talking a little bit about Impact and his influence on this Team Liquid squad. A lot of it was his 5 games of Udyr that he has played so far in Spring. It just allowed him to do so much more for the team, invading enemy jungle, going for ganks on mid lane, getting so much extra vision for the team as well. But since they ban it out, and then FlyQuest is then forced to ban out the Rumble, the other really oppressive top laner there, it looks like it is going to be, I would say for sure, still save red side pick here for Impact.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely makes sense, but I wouldn't have been surprised, had they just left the Udyr up and tried to take it on 4, or even forced FlyQuest to ban it out. And obviously they didn't want to grab it, so they're going to be forced to ban it, because Buffo does play it as well, even though not as much as Impact. Xin does make a lot of sense here. They need some more physical damage. And it is going to be 5th pick, counter pick here for Impact. But historically, let's be honest, he's not the player that really makes the most from that. He doesn't usually go with the super spicy picks. He's usually more on the predictable side, but he can execute well. We did see a really good Jax game that I think, unfortunately for him, resulted in a loss, but was still one where he was playing very, very well. And it's going to be the Renekton plus the Sejuani. Really strong combo on that top side.
I mean, the whole map here for FlyQuest is strong. This is a really, really strong early game. Aggressive lanes here for FlyQuest. Let's see what Impact has in store. You mentioned the Jax already. I mean, they actually haven't locked the Sejuani. I assume it's going to go there, though. Yeah. It's such a good pairing. And it puts so much pressure on whatever top lane pick you are going to have for Impact. So they're kind of trying to force him into something that is more defensive. Because there's not a lot of things that can outduel Renekton Sejuani, even if you have a Xin Zhao as your jungle.
I mean, I think you can go Jax and kind of play it as a skill matchup, you know, be able to actually try to avoid those stuns. Aatrox would make some sense here as well, but not exactly the most inspiring as that 5th pick, counter pick.
Yeah, definitely not early game. Aatrox is like, all right, I am not messing around with Renekton Sejuani early. Maybe after we get some levels here, they can turn something around. But this is such a cool look, I think, for FlyQuest to be the ones on stage here that want to take priority and want to make a lot of these early moves, especially having the confidence to first pick Kalista and go with the Kalista Ashe lane for their young players, their rookie, Masu, who has done so well with this team and really has been a rising star.
Absolutely, and on the other side for TL, most of their success has come from late game scaling comps, from playing around 5v5. I think this comp can 5v5 well, but it's not, you know, by any means a full hard scaling composition. You know, I do think it's much more mid-gamey with the Xin, with the Ahri. They want to be able to brawl. They want to be able to do that. So we'll see if they can be proactive in the early game, if they can really keep up with what FlyQuest is trying to do here. Because I think FlyQuest got some really strong lanes. They have a lot of avenues to attack. They have a lot of ways to engage. They have a lot of CC, and they've got themselves a really strong draft.
I mean, the thing that I like the most about the engage is that it's non-committal engage. You fish for a Glacial Prison, you get a flash, all right. You don't have to force everything else. You throw out an arrow from Busio as well. You can get summoner spells, or you can lay up for those guaranteed picks on the side of FlyQuest. Whereas Team Liquid, for them, the engaged power really comes through the bottom side of the map. Nautilus and Varus, they have to be synced to find that one target to pick off in these fights.
I'm a little worried for Umti here. I was pretty surprised he went with the Xin Zhao picks. Pretty hard to play Xin Zhao into a Taliyah. And the other Freljord champions with Sejuani and Ashe here too. So we'll see. Emily was talking about it as well, how many risks he likes to take, how aggressive Umti likes to look. If you're on a Xin Zhao and you get punished early, then it can snowball against you pretty hard. But they're all going bottom side here for TL.
Yeah, and they have a ward, so they'll spot FlyQuest move up. I think both teams just 5-stacking, you know, hoping that the other team is going to invade into them. I don't think we're going to end up getting any action here. But Impact, 600th career game in the LCS. 3rd player to accomplish that. Pretty incredible career he has had here. Won a world championship before even coming over. But has had such an amazing career. Definitely the most successful, most tenured top laner we have in this league's history. It is worth mentioning, you know, I touched on the double Dorans. I was expecting it from the Ashe Kalista. CoreJJ actually went Doran's Ring to start here to try to match some of that power, but Busio did not elect to start with the D-Blade. So he started starting with that support item, so he is going to be a little bit weaker as a result, and they're actually playing Cleanse Heal down on that bot lane instead of what is the more traditional.
Dredgeline lands right onto Masu, forced to cleanse, needs to use the flash as well. So much damage in the early game.
And this is the whole plan for TL. Since their bottom lane is the kill bottom lane, they've got the CC, they have the Nautilus. They get an early huge advantage here. Double summoner spells, and Xin Zhao is starting on top side, of course, so he's going to path down towards this lane. You have to think Umti is going to make an early move towards this bottom lane.
I also really want to know what's going to happen mid lane now, because APA started Charm and Flash Charmed there to be able to actually commit to that play. So he gave up a lot of his own power in this lane to be able to help down towards bot side. We'll see if this is going to make any sort of an impact from Jensen, if he can use this for any sort of an early move with Inspire to try to take advantage of that. That could be huge, because definitely Masu and Busio on the back foot from the word go.
Oh man, so we're gonna have Summoner Spell disadvantage on bottom side for them, but massively pushing solo lanes here for FlyQuest.
Spotted.
And both junglers are headed down to the bottom side. Hawkshot always super nice there. Busio landing it, But both junglers are going to be heading down here, so should be able to match for the Sejuani. Inspired's been very good about covering the necessary. Never mind, hook lands.
Ignite onto Busio. Does not pop the flash, but that's a lot of damage after that engage from Core JJ.
But I assume they're just going to back off here. They should just reset. They know that Zin's clearing down. They know that they're low. They timed this out really, really well. You know, once they got the Hawk Shot, they got that information. They've been stacking the wave. This was really well handled after a super tough level 1. Core's going to try to stop the base, though. And he is going to unfortunately spot Masu. Masu needed to recall in a bit of a better spot. Maybe he's trying to bait him into Inspired at this point. We don't have vision on this Sejuani, but I feel like maybe he's around.
Yeah, I feel like that would also be a really dangerous bait because he doesn't know where Zin is.
What is he doing? He needs to just base by the tower.
Yeah, he's going to get his recall interrupted. He's desynced now with Busio, and he's sub 50% HP.
I mean, he literally just wasted 20 seconds. Like, because he could have just recalled literally where Busio did by the tower, and then Core can't stop you. But twice he started up the recall over by that tri-brush. You know, maybe betting on the fact that Core wouldn't walk over there, thinking Sejuani could be there, but not really a high risk, high reward type play. So
Inspired trying to play off his pushing mid lane here. Of course, we did also get a shot there of Bwipo, who was proxy farming between the 2 towers on top side since they got that Hawk Shot confirmation of where Umti was. But
Masu couldn't base. He might just die because of those failed recalls.
Inspired needs to cover this dive here. Umti is here first, but Inspired is right behind him in Fog. Umti's going to get face checked here by Inspired. Should be fine. Early game damage from Sejuani is just a little bit with the permafrost as Umti dashes right back in.
Yeah, all you ever want there is a little health trade. Try and use your Aftershock and get an upfront trade since your bottom lane can't join. Masu's in no position to get out of the tower, so gets a little bump there, makes them stay honest. They're not going to get any extra pressure. And in the end, Kalista here, Masu, has cleaned up the CS, so hasn't been bad for him yet. Even though it started out pulling both summoner spells, you know, getting recall interrupted there, just sticking around for the wave and getting the CS.
Maybe solo kill on the top side of the map, but Impact still has flash available. Bwipo doesn't have level 6, but he's pushed up a massive way into the top side.
He's waiting for his CDs. He has 5 seconds on his stun.
Umti is coming as fast as he can. Level 5 now reached by Impact. Gets a little bit of extra healing from that base level up. So he should be fine now.
That was actually critical, though. If Umti got there a couple seconds later, Impact is for sure dead under his tower. And Bwipo was actually crushing in the 1v1. He didn't have to TP. Impact had already used his TP and had no gold when he TP'd back. He just bought the refillable to that double longsword from Bwipo, who didn't even have to use his TP. Now he's going to come back with another longsword, as Inspired is working on these grubs. So a great start from Bwipo in the solo lane. Mid lane, the charm start hasn't really amounted to much, and the flash is almost back here for APA, so you can definitely kind of call worth on that. But likewise, down in bot lane, Masu is about to have his flash back, and they have weathered the storm.
Yeah, having the push was super nice, at least, though. You know, having both solo lanes push at guarantee grubs here for FlyQuest, for Inspired. But Team Liquid, now they've got another roam timer. Core JJ goes mid first, pushes it out for APA, but doesn't look like it's going to be any extra action down there, and Umti visits topside as Impact is almost dead.
Impact pops the World Ender. Bwipo has his dominance, but Inspired is here for the counter, and Umti has to leave his top laner to die. First blood for Inspired.
Nicely done. FlyQuest crushing on the top side. That is all Bwipo. Yeah, it's Inspired getting the kill, but Bwipo dominates the 1v1, forces out the early TP with no buy, then TP's back and crushes him.
Dredge line onto Masu, the Ignite already cleansed, but Flash from Yon can secure the kill. He doesn't even need to. Gets the 1v4 as Busio now on the back end. A 2v2 by Yon and Core JJ.
He just barely didn't have his flash. There were seconds left on the flash there for Masu, and they capitalized off that earlier level 1 play.
Good timing just at the very end. They make it pay off, and it pays off huge. It's a double kill. Both kills into Yon's pockets here. Vulcan did say this was what he thought was the best bottom lane in the LCS. Core JJ's Nautilus, him on Engaged Champions, always to be feared. And they do end up finally capitalizing on it, even though there had been a CS lead there for the FlyQuest duo, chasing them both down.
Yep, and that's kind of the nice edge that you walk with these double marksman lanes. You can really punish and you can create big advantages, but you make that one misstep and you can get crushed. This Impact may be in trouble.
Yeah, he still has flash, but Bwipo is just completely manhandling this top lane.
But I just have to say, the timing on the hook was so nice from Core. Yon and the tower, I believe, both hit that minion, the range minion, at the same time, so it died right as the hook was coming out in the air. They thought they were safe behind that minion. Perfect timing, perfect placement there from TL to capitalize, and maybe FlyQuest getting a hair overconfident as they were seconds away from that flash being back on Masu.
Core has always been so good at using the hook champions through those dying minions. Topside though, Inspired.
Impact still doesn't have World Under quite yet. It looks like it's just coming off cooldown, but they get the CC stun, and it's just too easy for the FlyQuest jungle top duo.
Yeah, that is perfectly done there. Inspired pulls aggro with the passive from the armor. Bwipo flashes in with the empowered stun, guaranteeing the Glacial Prison to come through there from Inspired right after. Nice and easy. They make it look flawless, and Impact is out of this game.
Well, what do Team Liquid do now, folks? I mean, if you're topside, who has probably been the most... pray that Yon is going to be able to carry you through the mid-game. Big thing to note, though, APA is not that far down in CS. He's been keeping up with Jensen in the mid lane so far. We haven't seen any plays made from him yet, but he is past that level 6 point. Spirit Rush is available. I want to see if he can link up with the bottom side to really snowball that further.
I think it just gets so much more painful for topside when you're playing against champions that rush Eclipse as well. Not only is it a lead for Bwipo, but because Eclipse is so cheap, you get this early lead and you absolutely smash the hell out of this lane. Now he's got fully completed Eclipse, and you're looking at steel caps on the side of Impact. So bottom side is going to be the only hope for Team Liquid. Maybe APA can get involved there. You know, Ari roaming down towards bottom side to try and help out as well. But Jensen has done quite well on this Taliyah, keeping control of the wave and clearing that out. And of course, he does have ulti to answer as well.
Another powerful early completion is the Knight's Vow. Inspired has been going more heavily towards this. You know, a lot of people obviously were building this in the past, but it was more like a second item thing. The new era is just kind of just rushing these support items straight up first item as fast as you can get them. We saw him earlier, you know, in the season going for this, and he was actually linking with Bwipo and just playing heavy 2v2 on top side because they already have that lead. They have this powerful jungle top duo. That's going to make it even harder to deal with this Renekton.
Yeah, everybody's been doing it, especially since the Frozen Heart nerf.
Masu's in trouble, has Flash and Cleanse available, but he knows that he's a goner either way. Yon picks up another kill.
Okay, so that only hope is looking like a pretty good hope, though.
The prayers are being answered so far.
that Team Liquid hope on the bottom lane is holding strong. But yeah, the Frozen Heart nerf, everyone just finally realized how efficient Knight's Vow is. And there was a little change that they did to Knight's Vow this season. It has actually been this way for the whole season, where it is not pre-mitigation damage anymore. Yeah, so you actually do get mitigated, and so you take less damage, and feels really, really nice. Allowing for your AD carry, or in some cases your top laner, to give you that extra healing as well. It just makes those duels for Renekton and Sejuani even more unbeatable.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. How are you feeling about the fact that you're no longer a jungler, you're just a forest support?
Yeah, I talked about this with Flowers.
Not great.
It's
Not great.
It's never great when we turn into, you know, having to
Flowers
rush,
is uninstalling the game if it's a Knight's Vow rush angle.
It's Knight's Vow, or like Locket of the Iron Solari was another one of these where it's just so efficient and you need it for your team.
Yeah, I mean, this is just flashbacks to the Redemption Rush era, too. That was awful.
Heart of Gold and all the super old stuff.
Honestly, though, let's see what Team Liquid can continue to do on the bottom side, because obviously FlyQuest, massive power difference on the top side, and Bwipo's almost going to be able to finish off this tower. Honestly, when Inspired does get here, they'll probably finish it off and maybe look for something else. Looks like he's recalling, but Yon here does have his Ghost Blade, so very painful poke.
Yeah, I mean, the bot lane is pretty useless, honestly, for FlyQuest as well. So, you know, while they're not as out of it as Impact, I think, is on the top side, the bot lane is put very far behind. And this is to the point where anytime Umti comes down, if Core can just hit an ult on one of these guys, they're pretty much guaranteed dead. So TL definitely have a way to win this game. They have a really strong lane to play through. And we'll have to see if they can actually make it work for them. Also worth noting that is 6 grubs that have been grabbed up there for FlyQuest. So pretty easy for Bwipo, who has this pushing matchup, just slowly chip away at that.
And the problem is, like, the poke against Fed Sejuani and Fed Renekton isn't really going to be able to win you the game. So they're going to have to do some work as far as objectives as well, try and get the rest of the team back into this. Bwipo and Inspired will lead the charge. Dragon Timer coming up pretty soon as well. Hopefully they can get top side objective taken care of.
I mean, Umti is forced to shadow Impact here because Bwipo can just threaten to take the turret. The minions might just take it by themselves. as he barely... Oh, man. Impact was not able to take out the last minion before the auto attack comes through. Bwipo is going to land FlyQuest's first brick of the game.
I mean, 6 Void Mites, yeah, that thing is for sure going down at some point, so no extra risk there trying to defend or anything and sticking around, and that's just going to be the outer tower taken down before the dragon spawn is kind of the break point I was looking at. Hopefully they could finish up that top objective before the dragon does come, and now they have. Plus with Unleashed teleports ready, I feel like FlyQuest are definitely going to have a big advantage.
Uh-oh.
That's an over 2,000 gold lead.
I mean, Impact has the ultimate, and he has Flash, but Bwipo might just corral him in a corner, and he's got Jensen as backup as well. The Weaver's Wall is going to cut off the escape route. Impact might try to Flash, but it might just be a little too late here. Impact, just one more movement to go, but Jensen just throws rock after rock after rock and takes out Impact.
Yeah, you never need to throw your seismic shove, just run him down with the rocks. And so they go for the kill on top side instead of Dragon, and Umpty's going to try and rush Dragon.
There's the TP from Bwipo, though, and Bwipo is going to be really strong as he comes down.
Arrow lands right onto core JJ. Yawn has to back up to safety, but Umpty still has the Dragon being whittled down. And this should be the second Dragon of the game going over to Team Liquid. So they've got the Dragon stacking on their side, a little slow to start, but that is another condition for them to play through.
Definitely a mistake, though, from Bwipo. You know, he TPs down like he wants to fight. He hadn't actually spent his gold. He forgot to buy. So he didn't actually buy anything with his gold in pocket there. Maybe that's why they called it off. Maybe they just thought it was going to be too risky in general, but a wasted TP as he TPs down to bot, and then immediately has to base. A little bit of egg on his face, spends his gold. Now he's going to hoof it back down to bot lane again.
I mean, you can tell that FlyQuest are really trying to snowball Bwipo's lead to the other side of the map. Unfortunately for them, they miss up the play and don't really get anything off the back end. Bwipo now is level 11. He's going to be super strong in the side lane. I'm just curious if, like, do FlyQuest really want to force these fights, or do you just let Bwipo take up the 1v2 in these solo lanes and force that as pressure?
I mean, I think, to me, it's you keep Bwipo in the side lane as long as he can continue chipping away at these towers, right? If he's actually being into a position where he can take objectives, where he's extending the lead, that's where it's good. If it ever stalls out, then you need to have him grouping with the team and forcing objectives elsewhere, because you need to utilize the Renekton's power to the utmost. He is at such an incredibly strong point right now, so if he can't pressure an Ahri under the tower, he needs to group up his team, force around objectives.
And TL, they just need to group and look for their pick when FlyQuest are trying to play all 3 lanes. And get the extra objectives. Try and use your Nautilus plus Varus plus Ahri combination to pick one of these people off. You know, when FlyQuest spread themselves a little bit too thin, that's your time to try and punish there.
Inspired has just been 100% on all of the top side objectives this game. 6 Void Grubs, a Rift Herald. Their turret pushing power this game is just massive.
This is pretty nicely handled, though. Obviously, TL couldn't actually challenge because Renekton was moving up. So what they do is they back off, but they know Renekton moved up to mid. So Core and Yawn walk into the bot side jungle, ward that up, and actually guard that jungle. So Bwipo couldn't walk back down and stop APA from taking the tier 1. So that's really nice movement around the map. Yes, there is the other punch on the other side here, as it's going to be the getaway car for Jensen. So they grab something else on the top side. But I do think that's still really smart play from TL and deserves to be highlighted.
And he doesn't get it to to go down a different lane or anything, just uses it to get back out to safety. There's some fun shenanigans people have done in side lanes, pushing with these things and then trying to use the CC immunity to go for it. But these wards that they left on that invade and controlling the split push on bottom side are now being cleared out. Nice little chunk there, though, at least onto the support Ashe.
APA gets cut off by Bwipo, forced to use the Spirit Rush. That ultimate's going to be gone for the next minute.
I will say that was very respectful from APA. I guess he thought there was going to be other people from behind Busio, but that was a free kill, right? If he actually wanted to pop his ult, that's a guaranteed kill there onto Busio. But if someone's behind Busio, maybe it goes bad, so that's what he's worried about.
And the pain train does not stop for Impact as he is cut off by Jensen once again. Another death in the top laner of Team Liquid. This is, I mean, you said it, Azael, it's brutal.
Do you miss me, Impact? Jensen and Impact, obviously, old friends, old teammates from Jensen's time on Team Liquid as well. And he's just going to say hi to his old buddy, you know?
That's a nice way to put it.
Yeah,
I feel like you always want to beat up your old teammates. You want to be like, yeah, you know I was better.
It's very funny because they asked Jensen about, beating up his old team too on the interview afterwards where he was talking about Dignitas. And I was like, honestly, in this game, it feels like he has more of a focus on beating up Impact than he did on the entire Dignitas team.
Here's a question for you two. Well, I know that Impact is not having the greatest game in this opener of the series, but would you rather have Impact getting all these deaths, or is there anyone else on the team that would be taking these deaths? Because Impact...
I'd rather CoreJJ has all those deaths.
Well, okay,
and my top laner is useful.
What I'm trying to get at is kind of like the mental endurance, because Impact has been a long tenured career player in the LCS, whereas if Yon or APA
He's not going to tilt.
Yeah.
He's not going to tilt. I think that's what you're trying to get at, right?
Yep.
You know, he is a really good weak side player. He knows how to mitigate loss. That's one of the skills that, you know, Fudge was talking about. He was saying, you know, Sniper is, not going to go for it. Does force out the heal, though, as Yon used it for the move speed to try to juke out a potential ult.
I actually love those moves. It's, you know, trying to make people flinch.
Yeah.
It's the schoolyard tactics, going at them and seeing if they throw any summoner spells or anything useful.
We're
there.
the schoolyard bully, Kobe. You're trying to make people...
I'm just saying, I've seen it in action.
You've seen it.
You know?
And you stopped it.
I've
Being the good
observed
Samaritan that you are.
Exactly.
Okay, I like it. But yeah, I do think, you know, it's one of the things that was really interesting about Fudge talking about Sniper was how good he is in lane, but he was saying he's not as good at losing gracefully, which is a really important skill in top lane. Because when it goes bad in top lane, it can go real bad. And Impact has a lot of experience, you know, playing from all different scenarios, from ahead, from behind, from even, and he's incredible at it.
All right, teleport coming in from Impact. 3v1 potential onto Bwipo. Inspired is running as fast as possible. The Dominus is popped. Ash Arrow is going to stop Impact and distraction. The global power from a FlyQuest. The Avengers are coming in, and this just might make Team Liquid really regret this decision. APA forced a Spirit Rush backwards, and now they're on the run. Bwipo gets charmed up here, but the flash into the stun. Enough damage. Jensen follows through. The three-man knockup is not going to matter, as the seismic shove definitely matters. Triple kill for Jensen. Looking for more. Masu picks up the last kill.
Oh my goodness, it's brutal. Talia's so good coming in to defend when the enemies have invested so much chasing deep there onto Bwipo. FlyQuest are gonna run over the map now. After a play like that, it just blows the map wide open. They already had a giant gold lead, but now they stop the dragon stacking and they get the bottom outer tower pushed in as well. Jensen's even taking away your Gromp. Like, nothing is yours anymore.
Yeah, this is brutal. Not even 20 minutes in, 5.5k gold lead here for FlyQuest. Jensen massive in that one. Bwipo really getting the utmost out of his lead. He knows how to push an advantage. He knows how to play these fights outright.
And look at the mini-map. Everybody here with their globals is coming down. Teleport was used from Jensen to get to the tower, and then he ults from tower over to join as the arrow from Busio also lands here onto Team Liquid. It didn't really matter that Inspired Sejuani ult went in the middle. It's a slow field. It's fine. They had him invested already. And while Team Liquid do get their kill onto Bwipo, that seismic shove was so wide. I mean, it got all of them.
Yeah, and we're back to live, and we're back to watching another TL member die. And they are now sharking around the Baron here. They've got the Kalista. They're going to start this up. We've seen Kalista smites go wrong, but Umti has no flash, and it's going to be tough for him to make something happen here.
Wait, there was a blast cone up there behind Baron, wasn't there? They're coming down to the front instead.
8,000 HP on the Baron. Umti does not have flash, so once he gets in, it's a one-way trip with the wind becomes lightning into the audacious charge. He sees it. He's able to keep the Baron in his range. Impact is flanking from the left side. Great charm, lands on a Jensen. That's a big shutdown, goes over to Yon, but the Baron is secured by FlyQuest as Umti and Yon try to deal with Bwipo, who is trying to distract the backline. APA finds another one on the Busio in the back. Inspired is cut off, trying to corral around Bwipo. This might have just gone wrong for FlyQuest. They need to keep their Baron buffs alive as Bwipo now turns right back onto Umti, but Yon pops him like a balloon. Inspired is now on the run. CoreJJ is back from the grave, and he's got vengeance on his mind as Masu might just be the next one. Team Liquid have turned this game around.
FlyQuest got the Baron, but Team Liquid got the ace. That is massive for them, as they were so focused on actually finishing this Baron. You know, Bwipo is zoning the jungler away, but he's dying as he's doing it. Ahri is killing people on the other side, as FlyQuest are so fully committed to this. Masu and Inspired never peel off the Baron. They want to play for the finish. But look at Busio, already very low. The Chains of Corruption catches on to APA. Excuse me, as APA goes forward, it caught onto Jensen, is able to follow that up with the charm, gets a kill. Then on the bottom side of the fight, Bwipo is also losing in a 1v2.
Yeah, the key here is that pick that you talked about, landing the Varus ultimate into the charm from APA and deleting Jensen. Jensen had 5 kills. He had the bounty on his head. He was the super fed Talia. And so while FlyQuest make the call to try and delay and they just chase Umti out, Bwipo's job was just push out enemy jungler. We'll finish it. We got Ren. We got Smite. They do end up getting the Baron, but because Jensen got sniped there by Yon, they actually end up losing over 3,000 gold.
Whippo is here. Inspired is almost critically low, but he's going to be saved by his teammates for now. But now he's going to be pinned in by the Weaver's wall. He's got nowhere to go. His impact comes in and takes him out of the fight. But Yon falls to Whippo and Busio on the back end. Jensen is pumping out the damage with these rocks. APA tries to get in with the Spirit Rush, finds Masu in the back, but Impact is now left alone. And this match is turning out to be a bloody one.
Yeah, this is turning into an absolute bloodbath here. Both teams scrapping it out, but so much gold swung back the way of TL. They are back into this game. TL, 10,000 LCS kills now. Pretty incredible stuff. Only behind C9, who is in first place. But that was, you know, a 1K shutdown on Jensen, 5 total kills, more bounties taken off, another couple kills down on that bot side, as they're looking for another pick here on Inspired, and they are able to get it.
Yeah, I mean, so this is a very different pick target, obviously. This is a Sejuani, and they're not picking Jensen. Just wait until Jensen arrives, because he's almost done with his death cap. The entire game right now for TL should be thinking about how do we kill Jensen first. They thought they had a kind of a free pick there, but every time they've made a pick on one of the frontliners of FlyQuest, guess what? Talia gets to wall in, and Jensen just gets to destroy you joining late while all of your focus has been on one of the frontliners. For FlyQuest, it was Whippo originally in the side lane, this one in the jungle pick onto Inspired. That actually is to the benefit of FlyQuest, because then their carries just get to dump damage.
Impact might be gone. Still has flash. Pops the world ender. Turns on to Jensen. Umti is here for the counter. The flash over the wall. And Inspire can't do anything to save Jensen. Big shutdown to Umti.
That is massive. Umti comes in right at the right time, and there's another fight mid.
Teleport from Impact. Tries to join the fight. Whippo already flashed in to try to guarantee the kill onto Yon. He finds it. Impact is there. Finds revenge. Masu pinned against the wall. Inspire comes in. Tries to save Masu. He's still alive. He's kiting this one out. Masu is still hitting. And no one is hitting Impact. Umti tries to find it. Quadra for Masu.
Oh, that is League of Legends right there, baby. While they make a pick on the top side, Team Liquid still try and fight mid, but FlyQuest still reign supreme. Masu collects the Quadra.
It's the rookie Masu going crazy on the Kalista in that mid lane fight. Even with Jensen down, it just didn't matter. TL pile in, but they had spent so much on getting those other kills that when they arrive, they don't have the tools to actually deal with Masu here. It's them looking for the initial play on the FlyQuest side. As they catch on to Yon, they decide to go for it. In goes Whippo, but great peel from both Core and APA as they look to turn around the fight.
Yeah, I really like the arrow from Busio and the attempt here from FlyQuest. I mean, the attempt for the turnaround here. But yeah, it's going to be a massacre after they get some space here. Masu, nice dodge there too. The last hop to the side of the wind becomes lightning.
You can see Whippo popping off there, cheering on his teammate.
Oh my. This is so fun. This is so fun. Now with 6,500 gold, they should be able to pick up Dragon and push on bottom side too. Team Liquid, you got to make the call. Give that up. We've given up way too much gold in the last couple of fights, so just try and split push.
Oh, Jensen throwing
Ari
his hat
buffed this match?
into the ring with the trash talk.
Oh my God, Jensen needling APA there
Is
a
that
little bit.
Incarnation back?
I mean, the Jensen matchup versus APA is one of our featured matchups for this game. Jensen has so much experience. The analyst was... Oh my God!
It continues!
Oh.
I love the trash talk back and forth between some of these players, man. It's so fun. Definitely spices up these matchups even more. But this has been a really exciting game. Jensen is monster fed though still. At the end of the day, he's like 2,000 gold ahead of the second richest person pretty much, or at least 1,500 ahead. A ridiculously fast death cap, ridiculously fast fourth item coming in behind that. APA is going to be miles away from catching up to that point.
Yeah, it's been such a massive split for Jensen, for FlyQuest in general, but him in particular, coming off of his Dignitas time, really big resurgence for Jensen. Everybody's been, even throwing his name around as far as all-pro votes, as far as MVP votes even a little bit, and of course, he is one of the most seasoned players in all of the LCS.
Well, no, something I got to talk to Nukeduck before the season started about Jensen. He was saying, he has such faith in Jensen's skill as an individual, and that Jensen was really motivated, on this FlyQuest team because he came in, he saw the level of this team, he saw the level of his teammates, and it really was motivating him to work hard, to be playing at his best, because he knew he needed to be playing at his best to really live up to the expectations of this squad. And I think he's done incredible with that. Is Busio going to split the uprights?
He'll go with the arrow, but that's okay. Non-committal engages, as we talked about at the top of the draft with FlyQuest. Glacial Prison does land, so they want to commit. Bwipo is thinking about it on the right side of this flank, and they're just corralling Team Liquid back into their jungle.
Yeah, it hits onto Umti, and he's got Merc Tread, so it wasn't going to last that long. They don't want to fully commit to it. He throws that out. If you get a juicy target, maybe you all pile in. At the end of the day, as you said, non-committal, not that big of a deal, but they are going to maintain that mid lane control. That'll allow them to move over, clear out some of the vision that we saw TL get in around this Baron, and they're going to always be threatening this now. They can kill this Baron very quickly.
They also have really good turns. So Ash Arrow, very low cooldown. You just saw Busio throw one. Guess what? It's back up again already. Inspired still has a little while on the Sejuani ult, but they're making them check.
Oh, Core, great flash from the Seismic Shove. That's going to be a Summoner Spell down. Ash Arrow does connect onto Umti. Do they want to commit this time? But he dashes to the minion.
The cooldown desync there is actually really big, because if you Ash Arrow while you have a Seismic Shove ready, that person is dead. If that arrow lands on somebody and Seismic Shove is ready, but they use the Seismic Shove first on Core JJ, and then it wasn't ready when the Ash Arrow was up. Oh.
Field goal from the prison, but Core JJ gets knocked up. AP on the side, threatening the flank. Impact on the right side of the flank. They've pincered FlyQuest from both sides. The solo laner showing up huge from Team Liquid. They're going to find Inspired as well, and Bwipo's cut off from the rest of the team.
What an incredible fight from TL. They come in from both sides at once. Bwipo had early popped the ulti previous to that, thinking he was going to be able to get a play. Renekton had no ult. Impact comes from the top, and APA comes from the bottom, and they crush FlyQuest in that fight. And just like that, TL are going to get the Baron. They're doing incredible to fight from behind.
They were just 6,000 gold up, and the trash talk continues from APA.
I mean, that's my feeling. It was a really big choke because they just spaghettied all their big CCs. They used the Seismic Shove just open on the Nautilus, and then he flashes it. Then they use the arrow, and there's no follow-up with a Seismic Shove. Then they whiff the Sejuani ultimate. So all of the big threatening CCs have been used. So Core JJ says, yes, please, we'll take that engage. And then beautiful flank from Impact and APA here. Impact from the top side, APA from the bottom side. And they just dissect this FlyQuest squad, massacre, and they're going to be able to get the Baron for the turnaround.
He's standing up.
What a punish.
Yeah,
you have to jump on moments like that after oh, they just used Ash Arrow, they just used Sejuani ultimate, they missed these, they didn't have the follow-up.
And man, we'll see if this pick is gonna happen.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Jensen just pops Core JJ.
There you go, the guarantee. Sejuani ult, then Seismic Shove, with it being ready, guaranteed kill. They got Core JJ, now the pushback.
I've got to say though, man, if you lose this game as FlyQuest, that is crazy as far as how tilting that is gonna be, as Impact gonna have to pop the World Ender to run away, because they were in so much control. And when you are really ahead in the game and you kind of bungle it a little bit and the other team capitalized on it, you start sweating. You're going to get nervous. You're going to get stressed out.
Arrow connects. Can Jensen get in range for the Seismic Shove? Yes, he can. He pops the Crescent Guard. It's going to keep him safe for now.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the trash talk. They're the ones who started the trash talk. And if there's a clapback.
Charm doesn't connect onto Bwipo. Yan was in hot pursuit as well. Chain of Corruptions does land. And the damage should be enough. The Seraph's Gauge is popped, tries to turn around, looks for the Empowered Healing, but it's not going to be enough. This does give FlyQuest the opportunity to take the third dragon.
I mean, that is a good dragon here for FlyQuest, and we'll see if they can actually get towards Soul. That's been their third straight dragon after TL were able to get the first couple. But TL is staying aggressive. They're staying active on the map, and this is what you have to love from a team when they're behind. You don't just roll over and die. You don't allow them to take control of the game. You try to dictate the pace. You try to make plays where you can. And FlyQuest is playing way too confident. They're playing way too cocky. They're pushing up in spots where they shouldn't be, and they're getting hit for it.
Yeah, I think that they just need to refocus and coordinate a little bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get a little ahead of yourself when you're so far ahead, and you feel like you're so far ahead that you can just throw out some abilities.
It hits APA. He's already cast the Spirit Rush. Inspired, does he have Glacial Prison? He's just going to wait it out. It's an ulti for ulti trade.
All right, push on top side definitely is going to get up to the tower then, though, since everybody went mid after that arrow. And with the Baron buff, I think they just melt through this.
Yeah, Jan has to be careful, though. They know there could be a TP angle coming through, so he's going to have to watch out for it. You could see that TL were pinging assist pings and question mark pings behind them in the lane because they didn't know, is there a lane ward here? Are we going to die to a Bippo TP?
Yeah.
So they don't want Varus to be too far up. So they're playing with respect to that. We know in Spectator that there's not that ward, but they don't have that luxury.
Yeah. Weaver's Wall is going to come through the mid lane. They're going to try to cut off Impact. He has Flash available. What does Jensen do? Okay, he dashes over the wall. Not going to connect.
Really
it's just another
smart.
world ender popped.
Really, really smart from Impact. Jensen hops off to the left. Impact goes over to the wall so he can just jump over to the right. Really good avoidance there from the veteran, but...
Okay, he dashes through, but he gets clipped by the unraveled Earth, and Impact will get shut down.
But they're going to lose their inhibitor tower. Is this even worth it? They lost the tier 2. They're going to lose their tier 3. Now TL have to run, because now you got to get out of there. Make sure you don't actually die on the exit.
Teleport. Whippo wants to cut their escape route as fast as possible. Charm already lands on Debussio. They kite him back. Inspired. Q flash. Lands the knockup onto Yon. Seismic shove connects. Yon is gone. A majority of the damage from Team Liquid is already out of the fight. Core JJ is left behind, and Umti and APA run for the hills.
And you can see the immediate pings there from FlyQuest towards mid lane. You know, they're looking to try to move there. Umti's trying to clear this wave out as much as he possibly can because he knows that's the wave that could be attacked. That's where they could try to get something more. If you just lose those couple kills, it's honestly not that bad because you got multiple towers. They're worth a lot of gold, but Umti's still got to huff it out of here.
Yeah, they are in hot pursuit. Jensen, he's going to land a blind, a shove. Doesn't quite connect it, but the slow is going to be enough. Permafrost stacking up. Inspired taking turret damage. They want to get this kill. Is it enough? The seismic shove once again from Jensen connects.
Okay, they chase down the straggler. They push up mid lane. This one is still action-packed, but now it's FlyQuest at your door. Guess what?
There's the arrow. Spirit Rush dodge. Weaver's Wall from Jensen comes in. They're going to get this middle inhibitor for free. Do they want to push for the end? They've got 6 Void Grubs, remember.
I mean, Umti's still dead for 25 seconds or so.
And look at bot lane. Look at bot lane. They're losing their inhibitor tower potentially. It died. It died with minions.
Yeah, they've given up too much gold already. Got to go for the reset here.
Yeah, this is actually getting really crazy. I mean, Dragon's up here in a minute 50, but there's now 2 open inhibitors here for FlyQuest. They're potentially one bad fight away from losing the game.
And Baron is going to be up way quicker than that, 40 seconds. So you just go your reset, go back out to Baron. This time around, the critical nature of the turn, using Fog of War to make sure you're going to land that CC and have the follow-up seismic shove.
FlyQuest have still been up a decent amount of gold the entire game, but the fact that Team Liquid have found such crucial fights while in a gold deficit just goes to show that Team Liquid still have a chance to close out this game if they find the right fight.
Absolutely. I mean, they're one fight away from winning the game, right? This is how it becomes. You know, this late into the game with 2 open inhibitors, if you have a wave and you win a 5v5, GG, that's it. It doesn't matter if FlyQuest was winning for 90% of it because TL have kept themselves in, have been able to give themselves a real shot to win this game. And now both teams here playing through mid, trying to be able to control that mid lane, to look for an angle to move to Baron, to look for an angle to go for that dragon. And it's FlyQuest who gets control as APA was answering that top wave, and they're going to have that first move to clear out some of this vision.
Remember what Fudge said in the lounge, that the first game might be the most important for that mental momentum. And with how long this game has gone, with how back and forth it has been between these 2 teams, that just might ring true at the end of this game. Stretch line does connect on the Jensen. Chain of Corruptions is caught by Inspired. APA is caught in the middle as Inspired blocks him on the route. Whippo is trying to zone off Yon into the backside. APA is taken out of the fight. Masu can now just free hit. The rest of Team Liquid are getting eviscerated. This is a FlyQuest win, surely.
FlyQuest have done it. That's an ace for nothing. A quadra kill for Masu to clean it up. They all piled in on the rookie, but they couldn't take him down, and FlyQuest made him pay.
FlyQuest are able to endure the back and forth fights, the challenges by Team Liquid in the opening of this series. But game 1 belongs to FlyQuest, and they will go up 1-0.
Double quadra kills in the game here for Masu. That's going to help out with some of the confidence for the rookie for playoffs.
First ever LCS playoff game there for Masu. Not bad. 2 quadra kills, 11 kills on the Kalista. Was a rough start for their bot lane in that 2v2, but they were able to claw back. A really dominant performance in the early game from the top side there from FlyQuest. Did get shaky in some moments. TL were able to punish some mistakes, absolutely. But I think we saw a preview of what's going to be a really fun series. It's looking like it's going to be an absolute slugfest. And there's just been so much trash talk back and forth. They're hitting APA with the nice charms to end the game.
The check-ins on the all chat already have been fire. I'm very excited for the entire series.
Yeah, we're going to see if APA and the rest of Team Liquid are keeping up the trash talk or if FlyQuest are going to dominate. But a reminder that Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper, y'all, so make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. With that, let's head on over to the LCS Lounge to break that one down.
Welcome back to the lounge. A lot of craziness in the mid game, which we'll talk about later. But since we have Fudge today, this game did originally break open in the top lane. So we have Fudge to explain to us. I'll be piloting the camera here. Fudge is going to explain to us what's happening. We need to pull my computer up into the main feed here. There we go. So this is the very beginning of the game.
Yeah.
At a minute 24, talk us through what happens here at the beginning.
So if you actually look at the Ahri right now, so basically the plan for TL this game was to look for bot lane sums, early game, possibly a kill, and to path down with Xin Zhao to possibly look for a gank. I think the early game would have been quite hard for bot lane if they don't get this off. So APA does that. Aatrox leashes so that Xin Zhao's faster to bot side. And then Aatrox ends up taking a really, really bad trade at level 1. And in this matchup, you're very scared of getting dove at level 3 if you don't know where their jungler is and your jungler's not pathing up. So right now, he's completely scared of getting dove at level 3. Maybe you can zoom out a little bit. He's very scared of getting dove at level 3 right now from a jungler just coming through Tribush. So he has to base and TP at level 2. And after this, Renekton just proxies this wave, and then he proxies the next wave on the map that's coming, 5th wave. And then after this, there's going to be a cannon wave. Renekton can just base here because he kills the wave really early, and Aatrox wants to try to kill this wave right here, right, in the middle of the lane, but he cannot because it's a cannon wave, right? So then he just pulls the wave, tries to deny as many minions as possible. Renekton comes back, wins another trade. Now Renekton has TP advantage. At this point, Aatrox is already completely.
And this is a big point where you think there was also a misplay here upcoming.
Yeah, so Aatrox wants to just keep full HP right now so that he's under no threat of dive. And then he walks up and takes a bad trade. The first initial trade, if you actually go back, was actually quite good by Aatrox because he forces Renekton to queue the entire wave to push in. Right now, Renekton's just slow pushing and it's going to just be like, he's going to lose a lot of minions. Right now, he's forcing Renekton to queue the entire wave, so now the wave will push in faster. He's going to lose minions. He's going to get more minions, right? He shouldn't be taking an extra trade like this with the extra auto queue. And then after this, obviously he's scared of getting dove. His jungler has to come up. And now Renekton can just base TP back to lane, and it's a slow push into the enemy Renekton right now. Their jungler needs to come top to try to defend him, but it's Renekton Sejuani, right? So Sejuani can just come like this. Xin Zhao's gonna come like this into top lane. Right now, I think Renekton probably just says, just come top lane and we'll win 2v2 on the bounce. Realistically, Renekton can probably 1v2 them, to be honest here, with his ultimate against Renekton. Renekton against Aatrox Xin Zhao is completely lost. And now top lane is completely over. He has no teleport, and he's missing every plate. They have constant plays on top lane because Renekton's full wave position and wave control. They just keep slow pushing top lane and diving top lane on every wave, which they did later.
What I liked is while we were watching the game, we were at this state right after he teleported back, and you were like, yeah, top lane's doomed. Like you could see it from that moment because there were no good choices by Impact. So thank you for that, Fudge. The rest of the game, though, was a little bit of a banger.
Yeah, so it should have been easy at that point,
It was a good game.
It was.
I liked it.
What happened for that game to be in flux?
I mean, I feel like Bwipo played pretty well overall. I mean, he made a little bit of a misplay. I think the Baron was probably the biggest turning point where the game should have just been over when they got the Baron and they kind of misplayed the team fight.
Yeah. Another thing that was happening, it was like a typical solo queue race between top lane and bot lane, where Busio and Masu were having a horrific laning phase. I guess it stemmed from the level 1, but they ended up getting 2v2'd, and so you had a 3-kill bot lane Varus versus what was a pretty fed Renekton. So that was always, now from that point forward, Team Liquid was locking down Drakes. We're challenging FlyQuest to take the fight on 2nd or 3rd Drake. So it was like they had a lane to play through at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I think the big thing to me was obviously Bwipo ended up making such a massive difference in a lot of these fights when it did come down to okay, we are 5v5ing and TL cannot make a pick. Also, Jensen's Talia, obviously, like a lot of the flicks that he was catching. That's been a champ that after, like, we have joked a lot about the Azir nerfing Jensen, etc., but he's performed. This is the second game where I've seen him perform really, really well and make a demonstrable difference in a lot of their
So
fights.
FlyQuest does win game 1. They were the favorites, but it does look like we could have a very close series on our hands. It was dicey in game 1, but FlyQuest held on. Let's see if TL can get back into the series after the break, where Fudge is going to be joining the caster desk.
Yes, sir.
Plan.
Ari's on the left, okay?
Actually, Ari might come from the left side. What?
They're looking to
I block. Look, Ari. Ari's on, yeah? Can we kill the Ari? Can we kill the Ari?
Varus, okay? Varus can't hit, Varus can't hit.
Ari is dead. Okay,
Varus,
okay, I will reach him, I will reach him. I will kill the Varus.
Yeah, there is.
We have 1 minute. Tank for it.
Calm
down.
It's that easy. You just walk up and get.
Where's your penta, bro? 2 quadras?
I don't deserve it. I don't.
I can't believe this guy's typing so much. Like, it's actually like, I've never seen like a bad player type so much.
Nice times. That's a good master. I like that from you.
There he is. It's right there.
Cover more ground in the Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I was born in Iraq, the city Baghdad, in 2004. I think that is just around the year where the war started. Like, I was only a year old before we left. All my extended family, like my grandparents, my uncles, my cousins, they all stayed in Iraq. You might have noticed that I wear this necklace when I'm on stage. It's a gift from my uncle, who I'm very close with. It is a vintage Iraqi 10 filis, or 10 cents. It's an old currency used in Iraq. It just has 3 palm trees on it because date palms are native to Iraq. I wear it all the time. It's just like a reminder of my family that I've had in Iraq. It's a reminder of like the relationship I've had with them. It definitely has been some times where, especially during my first week of stage games, where I was very nervous, where I was like, my head was running like circles, my thoughts. And it would really help keep me grounded whenever I like remembered I had this necklace on.
Berserker under pressure, having a flash away, but Bucio's ready to follow. Masu makes sure he gets some both.
Flash out of there. There's the heartbreaker from Maxu. Maxu trying to finish him off, but Masu is kiting out. Masu is still alive.
Down, he was being pushed back, and the Ember survives, and it's a triple, heading on over to Masu.
Whenever I think about the sacrifices my parents made, I feel like I have to push myself forward whenever I make a goal, no matter how like tired I would feel or no matter how much I feel like it was unachievable. Just because whenever I remember how much was sacrificed for me to even have the opportunity, it would feel like a slap in the face to half-ass my effort. My name is Fahad Abdul Malik. I'm the ADC for FlyQuest, and some people know me as Masu.
Welcome back to the LCS. Be sure to catch the full episode of Masu Drive on YouTube. It is so good.
It is so good. Is your family really supportive of your pro gaming career? Because his was super supportive, and they're all wearing Masu jerseys and watching it and cheering. And I was like, that's awesome.
Yeah, my mom's pretty supportive. I mean, she hasn't really come over to America. Obviously, she's in Australia, so it's a bit harder for her. But she's
Fly her over here.
Yeah, I could fly her over. I could fly her over for a playoff game.
Yeah, there you go.
For those at home who did not know, we have the Fudge Factor here on the caster desk for Game 2.
The player of the series.
We're going to drop some top lane knowledge for us between both Impact and Bwipo here.
I mean, last game, I think Bwipo played quite a bit better than Impact in the lane phase.
He clapped him in the 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, I showed it in like the post game, but I think the Impact really messed up at level 2, level 3, and after that, it's really, really hard for Aatrox to really find his way back, especially with the losing 2v2 and just lanes losing. So hopefully this game he does not pick a bad matchup. I think that matchup is quite bad for Aatrox personally, but people seem to opt into it because of Zeus once again.
I will say, I don't know how you feel about this, but I've always felt like throughout his career, Impact's an incredible player, but he's not the guy that gets a lot out of 5th pick, counter pick on red side.
Right,
like,
but
you know what he's going to play, so I didn't feel like there was much advantage gained there.
There wasn't a big advantage, however, you're playing against Bwipo, so don't give him the counter pick.
So here's the thing though, so TL banned on their second ban phase, they banned out the Udyr. Why not just take Udyr on 4? What do you think they were worried about there? Because that's such a good pick for Impact, and it's like if you're not going to counter pick and you can pick one of your best champions blind, I was kind of curious to pick your brain. What do you think he was worried about?
I assume he was just worried about anything other than Darius. I mean, obviously Bwipo plays Darius quite well. I'm sure he has other counter picks into Udyr that are quite annoying, and he's not really used to playing a lot of different matchups. I assume
you think
Impact,
it's just because it's Bwipo? You think he has some crazy stuff cooked up?
Bwipo is just really hard to blind pick against. I can't really. He's very good at playing with different drafts.
I've got to say then, do you think TL gets enough out of being on red side? Because it's like, if you're not getting much out of your 5th pick counter pick, if you're going to be blinding your mid laner, I feel like if you get no big counter pick advantages on red, you should just go blue.
I mean, I think it makes sense though. If you're TL, you don't really want to give Bwipo the 5P. So it makes sense.
Super devastating.
Yeah. So like, you'd honestly rather play these standard matchups like Renekton Aatrox than play Renekton into something random like Urgot or something, you know? Like, I think that's what they're thinking. Also, Bwipo's Olaf and stuff like this is really, really threatening into like a lot of the blind picks right now in top lane. So I think it makes sense why they're going red side.
Honestly though, then a lot of credit deserved by Bwipo. If he is really that game warping that it's like, not only can you not blind pick, you have to go red side and you're not even getting a good counter pick. like that means one player is really screwing you in draft.
I mean, I think Impact is also kind of weak in draft, to be fair. Like, I think like he doesn't really play a lot of the really good counters to a lot of the blind picks, which hurts them a lot in draft.
Yeah, so that is definitely something that TL will have to try to adapt to. It's looking like Senna Nautilus bot. We have Varus and Rel on the other side. So it is going to be another Varus game here for Jan. Are you more of a fan of the lethality Varus or on hit style? Because I got really worried for TL once the Renekton got that far ahead, and it's lethality because it was kind of like, oh, who's going to deal with the beefy front?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard because their whole comp is ranged, and then they have one melee champion or two melee champions that are just giga fed all of a sudden out of nowhere. So it's really hard to build around. And I mean, I don't think that lethality Varus is too bad against like tanks. You can still kill him obviously with the W, but the on-hit Varus definitely one-shots at tanks. Playing tanks against that feels unplayable.
Yeah. One of the change-ups that Team Liquid opted in for was banning the Taliyah instead of the Senna, which is why we have the Senna Nautilus locked in for FlyQuest. But Jensen has gone to his third pick after the Orianna and the Taliyah, which is the Hwei. For those that still don't know, that Azir is still globally banned around all major regions, and Team Liquid have opted in for the Ziggs.
Ziggs. I mean, everyone kind of rags on APA for being the Ziggs one trick, but if you're gonna leave it up, you can't blame a guy for playing it.
It's good. I'm glad he picked it. I mean, I think Ziggs has a lot of different strengths, and people aren't really used to playing against it. I'm sure that they have a good plan against Ziggs, considering they're giving it to APA. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a good shot for TL to have APA.
I mean, I think it. So if you're not looking at this from the FlyQuest side, obviously you have to pick your jungler, you have to pick your top laner. Are you now concerned about getting some more dive in, something to be able to get in the backline and deal with the Varus, to deal with the Ziggs, especially if it's a lethality Varus? This is an annoying poke comp already being built up here by TL. So presumably you need something to go in there with the Senna and Nautilus.
Yeah, you want some sort of engage. I mean, there's not many options in top lane, I feel, that are like super good, like blind pick, that are also good at engaging. You could argue like Gragas, stuff like this, but usually it's the jungler, something like Jarvan maybe in jungle, something like Wukong that can get on top of the backline. I think would definitely help. Obviously, Vi is already banned out, so that hurts their chances of getting that champion, which is very good against at diving.
So with some of the bans now coming through, obviously focus towards top lane in the second phase. We have the Olaf getting banned out, we have the Renekton getting banned out. Talk me through what you're thinking of in these two top laners' shoes, what ban you might be wanting from Bwipo's side, what champion you might be looking for here.
As Bwipo, I mean, it's kind of hard. Obviously, they clearly banned Olaf because Bwipo will play Olaf into Renekton, and they want to take the Renekton away because clearly Impact does not have a good counter to Renekton. Now, Bwipo will likely probably just blind pick something like Aatrox or one of the other, like, kind of normal top laners, maybe something like Jace. He bans Nahia, so maybe possibly Cassante or Udyr he's looking for. It's kind of hard to tell. Could also just be looking for Aatrox, but I think that Impact will likely play Jax into Aatrox on 5, which I think is quite a good matchup for Jax. So it's kind of difficult to blind here for Bwipo, considering he also didn't ban like Malphite for Jace, for example, or something like this. So I'm actually confused on what he's going to look to blind pick here.
All right, well, it's Lee Sin that's going to be locked in for MT. Does this change your thought at all? It's a relatively strong early game jungler on top side. Is that actually shifting what you might be considering picking?
I mean, realistically, you pick Lee Sin, you already have set up on your bot side, so it's pretty easy to find Lee Sin Qs. You can look for it at a lot of different angles. I think Lee Sin's generally just a strong 2v2 jungler, and likely they will just save counter pick for 5. Picking on 4, you don't really have a lot of good options for TL.
So it is going to be Udyr for Bwipo.
Yeah, that's classic Bwipo. Let's see if the Darius is coming out from Impact on 5 here.
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way.
Oh, thinking of Impact's champion pool, what would you want to see him play into this? Like, Impact has played some kind of more like niche champions as counter picks, things like Mord into tanks, and he does have his champions that he'll bring out. But knowing what he's played this year, knowing what what do you expect?
I mean, I feel like knowing what he's played, it's like there's no really good pick on 5 here. Realistically, if you play like TF or something, you pick TF on 5, you have a lot of control on side lanes, you have Ziggs, you have a lot of kill threat and all the immobile carries, you win your lane. You could play something like Jace maybe, but Impact once again doesn't play that champion, so I feel like he's going to pick something like Aatrox or something like this, and it's just going to be kind of bad. I hope he doesn't though.
I think that reaction says it all that we needed.
Yeah.
We saved 5 pick for Cassante
out of 10, that's
into the Udyr.
I mean, Cassante doesn't win your team the draft on 5 here. Like, I feel like right now it's kind of hard. I mean, you obviously have Ziggs Varus poke. You have a way to win the game, but I feel like there's so many better options than Cassante, but obviously he doesn't really have many options. So.
Sure. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, we know that the Udyr was locked in, but the big thing that I was excited for is Inspired's Viego. I mean, this guy has literally gotten pentakills on the major
One of the
region
only
stage.
junglers, it feels like, to ever get a pentakill.
For seemingly how so many people talk about, oh, Viego's such an easy champion to get resets with and pentakills with. It's still one of the coolest things to see as they just completely smurf on a fight, and when Inspired does it, it's definitely super flashy.
Yeah. There's not generally kind of some of the more common pairings, though, I would say. Generally, when you go with Viego, you have a lot of upfront burst.
Yeah.
Wei can burst pretty hard if you can actually hit your full combo.
Yeah.
But we're looking at Udyr, Senna. Like, these are not the super high upfront damage champions you're thinking of. A lot of people play like Viego, Ahri, and things like that.
I think it's very likely that the reason why they played Viego is obviously you have a very strong jungle 1v1, and top lane, when you're blinding Udyr, you'll likely have a lot of control of the lane. You'll have a lot of proxy timers. I think what they'll likely do in topside here is they'll look to proxy on Udyr, invade the enemy jungler, with Viego being stronger than Lee Sin in early game.
Yeah.
Obviously, Udyr having a lot of times against K'Sante.
The big thing, too, is that whenever you are playing Lee Sin, most of the time you cannot get a defensive ward for yourself as the jungler because you want to save that ward for ward hops early on. So a lot of times, we especially saw it in Challengers League as well, you would see players proactively invade against Lee Sin just knowing that that is something against them.
Definitely, yeah. It's going to be a banger, I hope.
Yes, sir.
Just like game one.
I mean, Team Liquid put up a hell of a fight in game one. We're going to see if that also pays true in game two as we are on the Rift. FlyQuest versus Team Liquid. For those who are just tuning in, FlyQuest currently 1-up in the series. It was a hell of a fight put up by Team Liquid, but they are still down, and they're the ones on the back foot.
So I feel like I know based off your reactions from some of the draft, but
we do have a sideline interview, so we're going to head on over to Emily with Team Liquid coach Spawn.
Hello, I'm here with Team Liquid coach Spawn after game one. First of all, obviously recovering from the loss, what was your talk with the boys in between games?
Pretty much, the top lane was just a disaster, right? But bottom lane went pretty good for us. So we just said that, you know, if top lane didn't explode like that, we're pretty confident in the game. We think it's easier for us to replicate our win conditions than it is for them to replicate theirs. So we're pretty happy.
All right, and then obviously I never ask specific draft questions because you guys give me nothing. But in terms of executing this draft, what would you like to see from TL early?
I mean, I think our draft is really easy this time, actually. We got like Rel, Ziggs, Varus. Like, it's not all that complicated to see what people will want to do in this draft. So hopefully we can just throw some bombs at them and they die.
All right, well, we'll see if that happens. Back to you, Rafa.
All right. So,
meanwhile,
how FFable is this game now?
I mean,
if you're Bwipo.
That was some top tier analysis from Spawn. I like it. I mean, obviously, I think TL had a pretty good plan. They knew that Bwipo wanted to invade them on the red buff because he was very strong level 1. So they sat at 115 in the bush. He was looking to run through Tri-Bush, and then they chunked him really hard. I think that Bwipo possibly would have died if Santi landed the third Q here. But realistically, I mean, Udyr is kind of broken, so he might be able to just sustain through. Oh. I mean, Udyr is kind of broken, so he might be able to just sustain through the K'Sante's poke here.
I mean,
K'Sante's kind of weak.
Bwipo was down so much HP, but now he has just completely equalized the health advantage.
Yeah, and now K'Sante has no ghost, and Viego ran straight top lane and he has no ward, so he is probably just going to die here. Very, very likely.
Impact is looking a little cooked here. Inspired
he has W, but
has
he's
Flash.
maybe
Waits out the W. There it is. Yeah! First blood for Inspired.
All right, that is actually crazy that Udyr wins from that position after how bad that level 1 was.
Yeah.
I mean, he's starting Deering had to use both pots instantly and started at, what, 150 HP maybe in the lane?
Yeah.
So pretty crazy. Impact now has to TP back. That is 2 games in a row where Impact TP back with his only buy being a refillable. This time it's even worse as he died before that happened too.
Complete disaster for him, but to be fair, it's not too bad. I mean, Udyr doesn't get the kill, so he doesn't get too big of a lead, and K'Sante can farm up pretty easily in this matchup. Plus, Lee Sin obviously gets the enemy red buff, and Viego doesn't really have a red buff now, but at the same time, he has a Ruby Crystal Longsword running into this fight, so I'm surprised.
Charges face first into the shield breaker.
Why are they fighting?
We'll find out soon.
Is here.
Yon's going to get caught up by this root. The dredge line connects on an Umti, but AP is here, so it's a 4-on-3. FlyQuest, don't lose a man. I don't think no one burned any summoner spells either.
Yeah, there's just the ghost from Yon was popped there as he was trying to get over there and help out in that situation, but they are going to be able to at least push them out. AP8 makes the roam. He does end up TPing back down towards mid lane, so we're going to watch this one more time. Not really much to talk through, though, in this one.
Yeah, they just have no ghosts on either. K'Sante has no E, so pretty free kill. Almost got a kill, though. That was very, very close. I think Bwipo could have just kited away a little bit earlier, but...
Yeah. One auto attack, actually. His expressions are so funny, man.
Impact's for sure tilted.
Yeah.
I don't know how I would feel if after that game 1 and then that game 2 goes like this, up from that position feels really, really bad for Impact.
The Observer just checked. Bwipo literally hit 1 HP.
That's crazy.
Like actual 1 HP. Not the, oh, bro, he was 1 HP. No,
Yeah,
he was actually 1 HP. That is so sad.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff can snowball, right? You know, it's like you miss out on that kill. Now you sometimes then miss out on the next kill just barely. And that can be a really frustrating cycle in League.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that Impact being a tenured career player and can handle the mental endurance. I mean, this is a lot to endure right now.
For sure. He has to have a very strong mental. But right now, TL is actually looking to crash this top wave, and it looks like it's going to be a complete banger in the top side.
Now, Masu with the roam. It's a 3-on-1 because Umti is completely cut off. Oh, can he ward hop over the wall? It's just a flash. Nice maneuvers from Umti, but the flash fall from Inspired doesn't land the Spectral Maw, but just one more Blade of the Ruined King takes out Umti.
Oh, 2 early kills for Viego as well is so devastating. This champion is so OP when it's ahead. It's able to get its own resets. It's so hard to take down. Just a really smart roam from Masu that made all the difference. This is some of the power that people talk about with Senna TK, but Senna Nautilus in this case, but same principle, is that you are not locked down towards that bottom lane. It's so hard to dive these tanks that are farming down there, so he can make this roam towards Grubs, surprises him, punishes Umti, loses his flash. That is rough.
And what Umti was actually looking to do here, they were trying to crash the top wave that was slow pushing out, and obviously CoreJJ was also coming up to 3v3 topside, and he just face checked the bush way too fast. He should just be running into the top wave and trying to crash that wave together, but ends up making a pretty bad mistake there. Now Inspired's in a very good position to carry this game.
It does mean that Busio's not going to get that much farm in this 2v1 setup.
Yeah.
As Jan and CoreJJ are just going to continue crashing this wave in. I mean, this is almost 2 turret plates. Not quite. Inspired is also going to be here to make sure that they can't get the second crash in, but Impact going for all out onto Bwipo. It's level 6 versus level 6. He's got the power, and there it is. Impact gets retribution in the top lane.
Nicely done. Even with missing out on that last kill by 1 HP, gets a solo kill anyway. And it is, Jan, we haven't touched on this, it is going on hit this time around. So there are obviously some pretty beefy members over on the other side. It's going to be Udyr building tank. It's going to be Busio on the Nautilus building tank. And he is quite far ahead. Obviously, Busio, was kind of the victim of the roam that does, cost him something, as he had to lose a lot of the farm down on bot side. But this is plates going down. It's Jan getting pretty far ahead. It's them taking a dragon. So honestly, looking not that bad at all for GL.
And funnily enough, the reason why Udyr couldn't base there was actually because he killed the Lee Sin. So Umti inted, and then Udyr could not recall, and Cassante got back to the lane before he recalled. So it was actually quite a good play from Umti. Very well played from him.
Wow.
Tactical int. Nice. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, he called it a mistake. He was seeing 2 steps ahead.
Exactly. He's a lot smarter than me, this guy.
Yeah. That's the passport diff, as Sven calls it. An O's jungler would never.
Exactly. They actually got the first dragon, trading for a red buff in topside camps. So Viego's going to get a little bit of a lead, but realistically...
Chain of Corruption right on to Busio. Might be in trouble. Sonic Wave connects. And he ward hops in to maximize the execute damage on the Resonating Strike.
Yeah, nicely done. Didn't even have to use the ulti there for Lee Sin, so... no point in using your summoners. Masu's gonna have to leave though. There's no way you can stay on this until Nautilus comes back. So the TP will come through. We'll be getting up a little bit more farm though, and again, a little bit more gold lost there as 2 plates now falling on that bottom side. And Jan out to a really good start.
And this game, Varus is in a really, really good position. And usually when you have these tank top laners, you want your AD carry to be in a very, very good position, because whoever kills the front first usually wins the fight. And now with Varus being so far ahead, and in a really good position in lane, I think it's actually puts him in a pretty good position to fight team fights very well.
They also have pretty good peel for him, right? Like, being able to have Lee Sin for disengage kicks, satchel charge coming through, obviously you have all the CC from Rel, you have the ability to peel as well pretty well on Cassante. Do you think this is going to be, very much like a front-to-back game, or do you still think TL will look for play, look for dives, or will be more defensive?
I think it's really hard to look on the Udyr side this game. I mean, realistically, you have Cassante and Rel not really killing anyone on the Udyr side. They could look on Hui's side with Lee Sin. Lee Sin is a very good champion at finding picks. But I do think it will likely come down to, dragon stacking, dragon team fights, and hopefully they can get some side towers with Ziggs. Maybe they can end up getting this bot tower, rotating Ziggs down and using W on the tower. And that'll be one way they can maybe snowball and get some gold.
All right, so FlyQuest has a slight gold lead. Which team would you rather be playing for, though, at this point?
I mean, at this point, I think I'd rather be blue side. It's kind of close, to be honest. It's not a big difference. I'd rather be the Cassante right now, I guess, just because I don't think like Udyr is going to do much in this game. But Cassante will at least have some control of some team fights. I think he's in a pretty good spot now after getting that solo kill to be pretty strong in team fights.
Yeah. Speaking of impacts Cassante and Whippo in the top lane, we got some stats about these two top laners who I think many would agree have been the best two performing top laners during the regular season, and this is what they've got to sport it.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're pretty similar as a player, to be honest with you. Obviously, Bwipo has a lot more versatility in draft, but overall, Impact and Bwipo are very good in the laning phase. They generally play team fights very well. They understand compositions in the overall game very well, just because they have so much experience.
So far right now, FlyQuest bringing the numbers advantage to secure what should be 6 scrubs for themselves. Rest of Team Liquid are trying to feint towards the river. Umti trying to get in range to see if he can at least smite one of them to guarantee at least it won't be 6, but all 6 scrubs are secured by FlyQuest. APA is pushing on the bottom side of the map, gets the force TP out of Jensen. And so far, FlyQuest kind of rocking. Oh, Jensen's gonna fire out the Spiraling Despair. It's a teleport coming in from Whippo. AP is but he solo kills Jensen before Whippo gets there. And if Impact can get there in time, he can bail out APA out of a bad situation. He's out of there.
Nicely done by APA. TL know they can't challenge at the grub, so APA just stays bot, gets a plate, chunks out Jensen with a perfectly timed ult as he comes in.
I heard him type something.
I heard the typing as well. Maybe we'll get to see it, but that is huge, man. He gets the solo kill and survives. Nicely done by APA. Showcasing the power of the Ziggs, and now he just TPs straight back towards top.
At the end of the first game, for those that didn't get to see as we tossed a break, we got to see the comms from Jensen. He said, I have never seen someone talk so much trash for being so bad. APA just solo killed this guy.
Yeah, that can get in your head, man. When you're getting frustrated, that's why. I don't know how you feel about this, but if players are typing like that, I feel like it should just be in pre-mute before the series. Don't let them get in your head.
I used to have Jojo blocked. He was annoying as hell. APA is definitely.
Do you still have him blocked on your team?
I mean, he doesn't type any timers in chat, so I think I have him blocked still. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, honestly, it's like as funny as the trash talk is, hearing Jensen talk about that in comms to me was like, APA is kind of in your head. Like maybe Jensen's APA's head too, but when you're saying that kind of stuff and then he solo kills you, you're tilted.
Oh yeah, he's definitely playing worse more than APA is.
Oh, the flash W doesn't connect on the APA. He still has a flash. The satchel charge gets him out of range and he flashes the severing bolt. I mean, I think he's not just in Jensen's head. He might be in Aspired's head too.
A nice little backstep to actually dodge that stun, and now they're looking for another.
Busio might be in trouble. Death charge onto 2, but Umti is here. Oh, was trying to predict the flash, but it's a little too late. It doesn't matter. Jan cleans up the kill on the back end of it. Impact might be chasing down Bwipo. Should be fine as he just runs back to the tower.
He's going to be able to get out of there, but nice set of plays for TL, getting a couple kills across the map as they're able to find the pick onto Busio. And again, Jan getting more and more accelerated. It's not the end of the world if the kind of farming tank in this situation gets a bit behind, but he's down 40 CS, and the Nautilus is not going to be strong.
Oh, man.
I mean, yeah, he's definitely going to be in the head. I hope they have him muted at this point. Also, looking at specific to Ziggs right now, both mid and bot towers are very, very low. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ziggs just push this top wave and run straight mid and just satchel the tower. And just run straight bot and then satchel that tower as well. It's going to be quite a big gold difference. Like, he's going to get an extra 1k gold right now just by running to these lanes, and it's pretty hard for Fly to do anything about it.
I will say, while Busio is pretty far behind, Masu's doing a good job getting souls. We're 13 minutes in. He does have 59 souls thus far.
Berserker moment.
Oh, well, deja vu. APA has no flash, and Busio doesn't have the ulti, but they've cut him off from his escape route, so he's just going to farm up the minion wave. No way for APA to get out. The Spiraling Despair is going to take him out in the end. And FlyQuest, they finally got him.
Yeah, they got him. They keep on coming back for him. They finally do take him out. We'll see if there's going to be anything more off that, though. Smart when you're in that situation where you're guaranteed dead. Just kill the wave.
Yeah.
They can't take any plates off the back of that. So we do have, obviously, more playoff matches coming up. It is going to be 100 Thieves versus Energy in lower bracket on Saturday. And then Sunday, it will be the loser of this versus Dignitas.
And realistically, APA there, he didn't need to hit the top tower. He tried to hit the top tower instead of just rotating mid and getting mid tower with his W. So I think it's quite a bad mistake for him to make. And
oh, Chain of Corruptions, cleanse from Masu. Oh, could be good. And the Q from Core JJ, Masu preemptively flashes just in case Core wanted to line up with his own flash and guarantee the kill.
Yon is performing. That's what we like to see out of the bot lane.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this was actually, I don't know what your opinion is on it, but Vulcan, when he was on the desk after your series yesterday, said that he thought Yon and Core JJ were the best bot lane in the LCS.
Damn.
Thoughts?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't feel like any bot lane is like super good. I feel like Masu, Busio, and our bot lane are both really good too, but it's pretty close. I think Yon and Core JJ could definitely be argued for.
Jensen might be in trouble. Still has flash available, but Impact and Core JJ want to cut off his path. He pops.
Nicely timed.
Nice terrifying visage for the fear, interrupting Core JJ.
Yeah, that was actually perfect. You know, didn't throw it out early, reacted to the ability there from Core, and is able to get out without using his flash. That's something I feel like Jensen is always really good at, is waiting for abilities to react to them. He doesn't always try to anticipate. He's always been very good at dodging skill shots, and now the whole squad, man, there is 5 bots.
He's been typing too much.
I hope you have your pen ready, because you're going to sign some fan signatures from all 5 members of FlyQuest. The teleport comes in from Impact, but it's too late. They've already got their man that they wanted.
Everyone's coming from TL.
They take out Inspired. There's a huge shutdown. The rest of Team Liquid, the reinforcements are here. Wimpo is run down by Yon. The rest of the members of Team Liquid have corralled around FlyQuest. Spiraling Despair is going to be huge on the damage. Core JJ will eventually pop as Busio's left to die, but Yon finds Jensen in the back half as well.
APA is in their heads, man. You're going to send 5 bot for that dive. They end up losing so much more. 4 kills. They lose the tower, which is actually the first tower knocked down, so even more gold going TL's way. Sure, you got the Ziggs, but at what cost? Yon is likely going to have a Rage Blade soon here. He is so far ahead. Here is the dive. We can see it one more time. There's not even minions to be able to actually tank this back up. So much early damage goes on to Bwimpo. So as everyone is coming down from TL, they're already all softened up.
Yeah, and it obviously cleared the wave with his ulti, but I think they just really wanted to kill him. I think Jensen must have been calling that one for sure.
It's a type racer diff, man.
Yeah, they had the move from bot lane. They don't know where Lee Sin is. He's coming off of base from the Herald, and Sante has TP. I think it's just such a mental gap, honestly, from APA. He's too good, this guy.
Look at him little dancing in his
He's just
chair.
vibing. APA may have gone down, but he has won the mental war against FlyQuest, forcing so many of their resources to be invested just to shut him down.
If I am FlyQuest's coach, I am getting on all my players' PCs and disabling chat.
Guys, we cannot be serious.
I agree.
Busio might be in trouble here. Severing Bolt gets some decent damage onto Umti and Impact. Busio's forced to flash. I mean, he's out of there, but that gives Team Liquid priority for this mid wave.
Yeah, you have the Heralds for the Ziggs. They're going to look to go for an extra one maybe here and look to W the tower as Ziggs. It's going to be really, really hard for TL to... I mean, hard for Fly to deal with this, rather.
Teleport is forced out of Jensen. Here comes, or it's Busio, my mistake. Impact. Separated from the rest of the squad here. Doesn't have all out, so he can't go over the wall quite yet. So he positions for Inspired. The alley-oop right into the rest of the team. Can FlyQuest carry the momentum forward? Whippo is charging on the right side of the flank. Jensen's trying to deal the damage as well, but he's... can we look at Masu as well? He finds another frontline member, but Yon is just firing arrow after arrow. He steps up, the flash forward. Yon puts him down into the ground. Jensen is forced away, and the rest of Team Liquid stand victorious.
When on-hit Varus is this fed, it doesn't matter what you're doing to the rest of the team, man. This guy stacks lethal tempo. He is going to crush you. I'm looking at these low health bars on various TL members, and I'm just looking at Yon sitting there, Legolas in the background.
Exactly. He's annihilating all of them, and right now, Yon is so fed. Obviously, he has no flash, so maybe Nautilus can look for a play on him, but he is just so fed, and they have to somehow kill him to win a team fight from this point.
Yeah, and here it is one more time. You know, Impact obviously was in a pretty bad spot. He was split from the team.
Junglers do not know how to play against Cassante. Why are you giving him third Q into ult here?
Yeah.
He has no way of getting over the wall. Maybe his ears was up in like 1 second, but realistically, I don't know why you're giving him third Q and ult. It's really bad for Inspired.
Yeah, very likely Jensen could have actually just killed him, you know, in that pool. Plus, the rough part is Jensen went around there, so Jensen was so separated from the team, so he was very late to arrive because he walked all the way around. Then the fight gets separated. He brings him back in the middle of his squad. Inspired who started 2-0, by the way. We were thinking, or at least I was thinking, he was going to be in a great position to carry this game. He hasn't been able to do anything since then.
I mean, I don't know if it's the APA chat log messages that it's really throwing FlyQuest for a loop here, but something is going on in the comms. They are not playing as cleanly as we would expect a first seed going into the playoffs should be against Team Liquid, who are the 4th seed.
And Yon is playing really, really well these past 2 games. It's actually very impressive to see Yon playing so well, and it doesn't really feel like he's making a lot of big mistakes. So I'm glad to see that Yon is the GOAT.
I've always felt like when he's at his best, he has a really high ceiling, right? And, you know, it's just been about, can he find that consistency? He has no summoners, and he is in an awkward spot. We'll see if he can get out.
They need to protect him. Depth Charge connects right onto the flashless Yon. Dawning Shadow gets some damage. The Spiraling Despair could just be his doom. And he is taken out of the fight by Jensen. Now up to APA to see if he can find the damage. He already threw out the Mega Inferno Bomb. And Impact trying to kite out Busio, but lives at the end of it. Blippo wasn't even in the fight. He's been split pushing on the top side of the map.
Yeah, he's going to be able to chip away at that tier 2. That is a slow burn, though, for Udyr. Does not kill that thing very fast. Does have the grub damage to help out with that, but they're going to be able to go down, get this tier 2 bot, so we'll be able to claim that. Not too bad. It's a good pick onto Yon. They needed to try to force around the missing summoners that you were talking about, Fudge. But clearly, you know, TL are able to get something back at the very least.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they shouldn't have been so split on the map. Maybe Varus should be the one in bot lane, just so that he can't get engaged on from, you know, both sides of mid lane. It's pretty hard to not get engaged on at that point. But Udyr getting this extra tier 2 gold doesn't matter too much. I feel like he's still going to die pretty quickly to the Varus. And Ziggs getting that tier 2 gold can hurt a lot with a lot of the poke. They don't have too much MR on the carries, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them just hold full control of this top side here as TL.
It did feel like some of the stuff didn't actually really get blocked onto Yon as well. Like the Spiraling Despair got hit onto him. If MT steps forward and tanks that, maybe he's able to live, right? Because it did kind of hit that knife's edge, where if Varus doesn't die right there, he gets back and you can't funnel into that choke, and all of a sudden he goes crazy. So it is one of those situations where if you're missing your summoners as an AD, sometimes you just need someone to int for you and soak the skill shots, right? Like he's the most important member of TL right now. If they keep him alive, you can win that fight.
Yeah, I think one of the jungler support must have been in a bad position because Cassante was right in front of him and blocking as much as he could, but realistically the other teammates had to do something to help him though.
Oh, teleports. Oh, double teleports coming in for APA. He has to walk to the right side of the jungle where he can join his team. He flashes to safety, but now they're getting pincered around. Can they buy space? Poor JJ tries to find the flank on the right side, and they have to peel towards that side of the flank, but AP is taking on the fight. Umti's back into the backline. Yon can't hit. He was separated from the fight for the first few seconds. Now he's trying to hit as well. But the rest of Team Liquid, they're starting to get taken down as Inspired is looking for the resets, finds the Spectral Maw, but he gets bursted by Yon. And now it's a 3-on-2 against FlyQuest. Has the dodge to Severing Bolt.
Low.
Jensen is looking for more damage.
He doesn't know where he
Yon,
is.
Is he going to try to assassinate him from the back line? Oh, he's just getting a recall out. He's out of there.
Wow, yeah, well played there. Yon early on couldn't actually hit very hard.
He's gonna find Masu. So much HP! Oh! Trade 1 for 1.
Nicely done.
It actually turns out a little bit better for the Varus here because Senna now has no flash. Varus keeps his flash and Varus gets the shutdown on Senna. So this actually ends up pretty bad for FlyQuest despite it looking like a good fight from the start with the double TP.
Yeah, Yon is actually playing these fights really, really well. I mean, he couldn't contribute that much early because of the depth charge. The Nautilus throws ult on him. You just have to back it out, right? So, you know, they get that early ult on him. He has to kite back because otherwise he's going to die with the follow-up CC. But then he walks around that right side of the flank, starts getting damage out, starts really pumping here, and does a good job to actually just focus down Inspired as he goes over the wall, tries to burst him out with Masu. Jensen wasn't in position, unfortunately, to be able to follow up on that, and they're able to get that kill back.
Yeah, Inspired got a little bit too excited then. I feel like Senna should have been able to just auto W,
I mean, he hit everything.
Yeah, but he canceled one of the orders at the start. I feel like he should have won, perhaps, but it's hard to tell. Maybe he could have flashed a Varusy or something.
Yeah. Also tough in those kind of panic moments.
Yeah, of course, for sure. It's really difficult. He also wasn't expecting Varus to be in that bush, clearly, so.
Well, they're on a Baron, and this is going to go down in a hurry here with the Varus. It's another strength of this champion. And now you have to walk through the Ziggs mines, walk through Impact, who's in position to zone, but it's not actually dying that quick. So FlyQuest will get here, and it's going to have to likely be a turn unless they think they can just peel Inspired.
Yeah, they're not committing all the damage to it quite yet. 4,000 HP. Yon is still hitting, but they find Inspired, and they want to lock him down immediately. But Busio finds APA in the back half. Busio using the depth charge to go through every single member. Flashes right on top of Yon. Yon is completely isolated from the rest of his team. FlyQuest have found the vital carries for Team Liquid, and they run away away with this fight.
This was such a close fight, back and forth, and so many of them. And then now, FlyQuest just crushed them, 5-0 and the Baron. And just like that, everything TL have been working towards all game long is gone.
Yeah, the position on that Baron is really bad. Usually whenever you hit Baron, you need to have people that can hold the chokes so that they can't run in and kill your ADC because it's going to be in a bad position. And here, they really couldn't hold the chokes. Cassante was just getting chunked to the death. Ziggs tried his best, but he couldn't really do anything. I feel like the Baron start was just a bad start from Team Liquid.
It did not pan out great for Team Liquid. What was a 3,000 gold advantage going into that objective is now gone.
So talk us through what you would like to see in this situation.
So realistically, they're trying to go too fast on the Viego. I think Ziggs getting engaged on from the start is really bad. I think Lee Sin is trying to like kill the Hui instead of just healing his ADC. I don't really feel like you can kill the Hui 1v1. Maybe he thought his teammates could help him, but realistically, I think it's just in that river, it's really hard to actually peel your ADC, and just starting the Baron without full vision control is kind of bad, I think.
Yeah, it seemed to me like they just really overcommitted for the kill on Inspired, right? Like, as soon as he ults away, there's just so much distance made.
Center root hits up a couple members of Team Liquid here. Bwipo is able to make it on out. Down 50% HP. Dredgeline connects onto Tries to Warthog, but he was interrupted by Busio. And the rest of FlyQuest clean up another kill.
Yeah, that's rough. goes down again. And, you know, thinking back to the previous fight as well, had just been playing on his AD and just kicks Udyr away, Nautilus isn't going to solo kill that guy, right? So, you know, they do make some mistakes. They are going to pay for it big time, though, because this is a 6 scrub team with Baron. Means they're going to get full access to your towers. They're going to be knocking them down in a hurry. And now TL are going to have to kind of hold the fort here, try to weather the storm. They have some pretty good wave clear, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, they're likely just going to end up having to give this inhib 6 scrubs. It's just impossible to do.
Masu is just wailing away at the inhibitor tower. This inhibitor should follow next. is still not up for another 5 seconds. And just like that, FlyQuest have broken this game wide open, an open lane that super minions will be pouring through, just adding more pressure for the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, and they can walk back, potentially take this dragon on the way out if they want. As they are heading back out on the map, looking to ping up towards top lane. So Inspired going to be heading over to the dragon. I'm a little bit confused that they're kind of just splitting on the map like this, because now it feels like there is an angle that TL could actually walk in and take the dragon, but they obviously don't know where all of FlyQuest is.
They have absolutely no information on the map here, and Udyr is going to push. Oh, APA is maybe getting caught out in here. No, he is not. Okay. I think it's likely that it's going to play on the top side and ignore Dragon. Dragon Soul isn't really a condition at this point in the game. It's super, super late for FlyQuest, so they're just going to try to make the most use of that Baron in top lane.
Okay, well, he has Flash, and he's got in his...
Everyone is coming, though. If he keeps walking this way, he's walking into the Varus.
Yeah, Bwipo might just be completely
towers mid.
Yeah, I think Bwipo is just giving his life while FlyQuest
maybe
potentially just take 3 towers, maybe an inhibitor on the back end of it as well. I mean, Bwipo's bought a lot of time. No way he escapes, right? The Mega Inferno Bomb, he's surrounded by his team. He's out of there. Bwipo just throws up the gold TFT emote. The rest of Team Liquid are now trying to collapse. They have to force this fight while they have particularly a numbers advantage here. all-inning everything onto Busio. He's separated as Inspired is getting chased down by Impact. Joins the fray as well. Inspired is taken out. Busio's isolated. He's going to be gone in just a moment. But the rest of FlyQuest still have pressure through this bottom lane.
Yeah, they do get those 2 towers mid, and Bwipo does get out, but they lose multiple people. Jensen's going to die here likely as well. And then the question is, how much can TL get back? The TP should get him to safety. But it is Yeon pushing up mid. They can go over towards the dragon, so they're going to get the dragon. It looks like they're not going to get much more than that, besides just fixing some waves, taking the dragon, getting a bit of gold. But this is definitely getting pretty dicey. This is one of those games that really is just going to come down to one big team fight, it feels like.
Yeah, I think realistically, Bwipo's kind of trolling by going for that top wave. His mid lane, there's 4 people on his team showing. There's no one on the enemy team showing. I think they could have just killed him earlier if Lee Sin used kick a little bit better. And then he just ended up getting his teammates killed, and they lose Dragon. And all their Baron push is gone now. Ziggs can just clear all the waves. So they're going to have to wait till the next Baron to hopefully make a team fight happen and look to, you know, get the Baron and the game.
Yeah, I will say it's starting to feel like FlyQuest are struggling a little bit to deal with Impact as well.
Yeah.
They don't have the most consistent damage. Obviously, Masu did end up getting LDR, but like Ghostblade into LDR isn't exactly the ultimate tank killing build. So I think he kind of realized, oh, like I actually am the one that has to deal with the front line, so he's kind of pivoting. But you know, Impact does seem like he's becoming pretty tough to deal with.
Yeah, because Jensen Dynamite for full-on burst. He's just looking to one-shot the back line
You're
here.
not one-shotting a Koenig, Rooker, and Cassante.
Nope.
At the same time, how do you really kill Hui this game? You know, he's also poking down a lot of people. You have to find a Lee Sin kick on him, but I don't think it's really easy for Lee Sin to find that kick on him. And I do feel like Cassante isn't going to be able to just stand there and deal with the center with Lord Doms hitting him.
No, I don't think he can just solo him, but I guess from my point of view, I'm thinking about it more, he just needs to waste their time while Jan is hitting, right? And if he can actually just stay alive longer than Bwipo and Inspired and Busio and stuff, then he's kind of doing his job, you know? Less the solo mission and more which team is better equipped to actually kill the frontliners.
Yeah. The story of these fights have definitely been either one or two cases where Team Liquid frontline, they believe in Jan to carry the fight, and they actually peel for him appropriately. And then the fights where they think, oh, Jan's already dead, and they just try to go for the backline instead.
This is actually really interesting. It's a Seeker's picked up by Jan. I was going to say one of the things that he's been really struggling with is every single fight, Busio just throws ult on him, and he has to back out. That's actually wasting so much of his time. He grabs Seekers here, so he can potentially immune that. You know, if they're full sending it onto him, we'll be able to have a little bit of that survivability. But this is not some tech I've really seen that much with on-hit Varus. Obviously, AP Varuses often go into this, but that is a fully different build.
I think it's I think 5-6 items makes a lot of sense. I think it's a good purchase for sure. I just still feel
stopwatch, though, I will say.
just still feel like it's very expensive stopwatch. I still feel like Hui is just so hard to deal with. He's gonna have so much control of every choke and every bush. You have no real way of getting on top of him, and I don't think Ziggs has that same sort of threat compared to when you're comparing items.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, again, Jensen has basically a death cap on his opponent, right? There's the Seekers on APA's side, but you know, Jensen has a really high damage build. We'll see if they're going to be able to find any sort of an angle, potentially a Lee Sin kick or some sort of really good engage from core. But it obviously is tough, and they need to be able to create time for Jan because they are less about the upfront damage, more about the sustained DPS, you know, with the Varus. But they've been doing a good job of kind of just spacing him out, throwing the Nautilus ult onto him. If they can't actually fully pile in on him and kill him, then they all just kind of back away from him. They don't let him get lethal tempo stacks.
They also have to deal with this bow wave right now. It's still a super minion going into the inhib.
The APA is there now, but they're going to have to run. Oh. That went straight through the tower.
Dude, Dredge Line is just a crazy ability in League of Legends, y'all. As Inspired is wrapping around, trying to see if they can look for a flank. Impact soaks up a lot of the damage already. Spiraling Despair thrown down into the top laner. MT looking for the kick into the core. JJ Magnet Storm! That was huge from Team Liquid, but can they carry this fight? Inspired is looking for the reset, but doesn't find it as the stasis from Jan keeps him safe. Team Liquid just found a crucial play in the second game of the series.
Man, this is exactly what I was talking about, though. They've been throwing the Nautilus ult onto Jan every single fight. This time they didn't. They actually full sent it onto Impact, I think, of all people, trying to burst him down, and that allowed Jan to go crazy in this fight. It bought him so much time because it's all about stacking up lethal tempo, getting those blight stacks up, then you do the damage. This time he was gifted the opportunity to do so, and the Seekers as well paid dividends as he used it on the Heartbreaker from Inspired as he ulted on top of him. Perfectly stasis is that. Jan plays it out well, and we'll see if they can secure it. Should be theirs.
It's a teleport from Bwipo to see if they can try and cut off any members here. Bwipo's going to look to run one down, but they're just completely warded off.
FlyQuest had full control of this Baron side, and they decided to just go on Cassante. They have complete control. They have poked with Hui, and they just completely grief a fight. Lee Sin finds a beautiful kick. I think we need to get a replay on that kick because Amti actually just one-shots the center, and this team fight couldn't even get flash off and bought so much space.
Jensen's in trouble.
Oh no, Jensen. He has flash available. Teleport is coming in from Busio to see if they can salvage it, but Jensen's completely cut off from the rest of the team. Impact is leading the charge now. See if he can find another knockup on any of these members from FlyQuest. Team Liquid.
That's Soul, very likely.
Yeah, 5 on 4.
Yeah, Jensen gave over a freebie there. That is rough.
I cannot believe these games. Such a banger.
It's a preemptive flash from Masu. He was scared of Impact looking for the knockup there. The rest of Team Liquid, can they look for another play? Just completely bullying them off the mid lane. Dragon Soul is for the taking, and they are just guaranteeing it.
Yep, going to be able to push up mid. I think they were saying, okay, is there an angle to actually pressure the inhib? I don't think they saw it, so now they're just going to take the Soul, guarantee that. Yeah, it's Cloud Soul. Yeah, it's not the one that people do love the most, but 20% flat move speed is incredibly strong. Yeah. I think people always feel, way too strongly about, oh, the proc doesn't work well with my champion's ultimate. 20% move speed is 20% move speed.
Cassante presses R and he runs a your carry. What are you going to do?
Well, and when you press R, that's even more. You get 40% boost plus 20% flat all the time. Yeah. So it's just like, they're going fast.
Senna has no flash.
MT is looking for the play. Just kicks Busio. I mean, Impact is on the left side as well. Inspired is trying to look for the flank. They already take out Busio. Can Inspired find these? No, he cannot. No, Reset City. Right onto the back line, chasing out Jensen and Masu. But the front line is gone from FlyQuest, and a back line cannot be enough to stand up against Team Liquid's charge.
Yeah, we'll see. They're pressuring. They're going to look for the end here. Masu could be in some trouble. This would be a risky one to take. He doesn't have his ulti, so they're going to try to go for it. But there's only a couple minions, and there is low health bars. And Jensen...
Varus has flash ult in 2 seconds. Really look for it.
Just keeping the minions protected. APA just completely blows up one Nexus turret. Impact getting critically low. Does not have teleport, so he can't recall and look to come back. He has to play on this health wave, and FlyQuest will keep this game alive for now.
Yeah, it is really hard to push in away there. They did force out Jensen's flash, but look at the health bars here. You know, if you die on that push, they respawn, the game's over.
Yep.
So they are going to have to back off here, but they did get Soul, they did get Baron, they are up 5K. TL have really clawed this game back and are looking to be in a commanding position now.
Yeah, at this point of the game, you have no flashes on carries. How do you realistically play the game? Like, they just take over the entire map at this point. I didn't see TL losing the game from this point.
I mean, that was such a costly mistake from Jensen. Dying in mid really lost them a lot there, because now it is nearly an open Nexus, just the one Nexus tower. It's Soul, it's so much getting over.
They're just going to look to go top here, put the Ziggs W on the tower, one-shot that tower. What the can they do?
Nice.
What the fudge can they do?
What the fudge can they do?
I have to say, as Team Liquid are on the doorsteps of this base, this is the most confident within this series that they have looked versus the rest of their regular season. Yon has been performing incredible, even in the Game 1 loss. APA, I know, has still had some flubs here and there, but he has been undeterred by any of the focus from FlyQuest, whereas when we watched the regular season, so many unforced errors was the story, but it looks like he's bringing his best for this series today.
Yeah, they're looking really good. I think Yon especially really standing out in this one. And if they're not CCing him, he is destroying him. Could be the last chance here for FlyQuest, but look at Inspired.
Almost died to Yon there on the back. Force the flash. Inspired's going to recall. This inhibitor tower already fell in the top side of the map, and they should make quick work of the inhibitor itself. Super minions pouring in through the mid wave. She'll be pouring in soon through the top side as well. Whipple taking a lot of damage. There's the engage. The Magnus Sword right on top of it. AP and Yon pouring as much damage as they need to. Impact, Jensen, Inspired, all fall in a flash. And the rest of Team Liquid, victorious in their bounce back, will tie up the series in this second game.
Oh, gonna go for one more kill in the Nexus. Not gonna be able to get it, but it is a win for TL. We're tied up 1-1. What a game from Yon. It felt like any time they couldn't get Nautilus ult on him at the start of the fight, he was just absolutely roasting them. And in the final moments there, he had Flash, he had Zonius, and he knew how to play with that advantage. He was just walking forward, autoing everyone, saying, I dare you, try to engage on me, I'll just Zonius.
He gave me some 2022 Berserker vibes, so I'm gonna lie.
Yeah.
He played pretty well.
He's him?
He played pretty well that game. I'll give it to him for sure.
I was about to say, I have not seen Yon this confident on stage since his final series against 100 Thieves Academy in the Proving Ground spring match. God, Yon, in his sophomore year of the LCS, where so many questions were levied against him after his rookie year, and people questioning of like, oh, does he even really deserve Rookie of the Year for 2023? But Yon, in this series alone, after the regular season performance, this is awesome for Team Liquid fans around the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also Inspired just lost the game after being quite ahead in the mid-game, so I expect some mental boom, possibly. APA is definitely in their heads. I don't know what they're going to do about that.
Yeah, well, let's see. A reminder to all you fans at home, you can cast your own votes for Kia MVP and Kia All-Pro this year. Head over to KiaLCSAwards.com to place your vote. With that, let's head on over to the LCS Lounge to break that second game down.
Hello, welcome back.
Fudge is pushing that narrative.
Yeah.
He really is.
Inspired
He really-
is
he really
giga-boomed
wants-
with the slightest bit of misfortune narrative.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is like if there's someone out there that you just know your personality when you introduce two friends and you're just waiting for that boom to happen, yeah, he knows. He's aware.
Let's get into highlights of that. Emily has the drawing tools because she has hands for drawing.
What?
I don't.
Sad. I wish I had hands for video games instead, honestly. It was funny talking to Spawn and then coming out to this because he's like, I don't think they're gonna have the same win conditions, right? With what happened topside.
Yeah.
Immediately, we are gonna start in the top lane.
Yeah, well, this was crazy just because Bwipo had used all of his potions when he face-checked a bush at level 1, and Umpty and Impact chunked him.
That's disgusting.
So therefore, Impact is going to play more aggressive, and he still turns it around with the 1 HP survival.
Yeah, it was a...
I love this
So it
from
wasn't,
Impact.
but then, yeah. Impact ends up getting his revenge.
Yeah, this was really quick too, because Bwipo, of course, no mana, is trying to get his wave in. Impact just walks forward knowing that he's going to get hit 6 on the wave, and he's able to get the solo kill. So yes, not the same win condition as the last one. No, Jensen!
APA has a global taunt in this game.
He did.
I don't know if it's from the chat. I don't know if it's from, you know, anything else, but look,
well, this was kind of the turning point because FlyQuest actually was ahead in the game here. He gets a lot of his cooldowns off, and I would say that Impact specifically being able to grab Inspired while the turret was on him was pretty big.
Yeah, I want to... It's hilarious they sent all 5 people, and then that just allowed TL to collapse on them. Yon kind of is able to fire from the back line here too.
Yeah.
Ends up polishing off Jensen and Busio, ending up in the triple kill.
Yeah, this fight here as well. I'm trying to remember this because this game.
Oh, this is the one where Impact is gonna like drag him out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He missed his ult as he was getting displaced by Hui. Inspired played this fight pretty poorly.
Yeah, and also Umpty getting the Lee Sin kick, so it's just he's just getting ping-ponged. Inspired was just getting ping-ponged for this full fight. I realized Umpty had an insane Lee Sin game. And yes, kudos to Yan here off of what is so far a dominating series for him.
I thought the series might have been turning around right here.
Yeah, exactly. This is when this fight gets split. Umpty does get the kick onto Jensen, but there's no one really to follow up. And then APA dies immediately.
Let's back this up.
Back up a little bit.
Back this one up because APA gets completely caught out here as they're like one of the dangers of starting Baron is if your peel off of it is not. So run it from here. You can see Busio gets to just walk straight up to APA. No one can block the hook. Bwipo can then walk straight up to him as well to chain the CC, and then Jensen can land all his skill shots. So that was just frontline collapsed by team.
Yes, and usually for Udyrs, they'll try to do ult like RR or WW in a team fight. He actually went CC immune to walk past the front line to get straight on top of Varus. So
all right.
This is it.
Yeah, we're gonna see this from Umpty's perspective. Bam!
Wow, man.
Let's go again.
What an alley-oop. One more time.
Rewind it and do it again. I just like seeing it.
In the middle of mid lane up top.
Yep. Immediately just sees it. Boop.
What's funny is that Team Liquid had a content piece specifically around Umpty and some content creators like getting ward hop kicks to see if they can do it consistently. Well, you got the practice in.
Yeah, he had, I mean, even in that last fight, we saw him getting that kick onto Jensen. There wasn't any follow-up damage. AP had already walked forward. But yeah, he had a really, really good game. And when you're looking at kind of Umpty being able to pilot something where he can make a difference, Lee Sin is one of his favorite champions because it's such a playmaker.
Yeah, Fly selected blue side for next game. No subs, obviously. I would say one weird thing about that game to me was when FlyQuest was ahead, they just deprioritized the Cloud Drake. And I swear, we've seen a couple games in a row where a team gets Cloud Stole and then just instantly wins. You were so fast afterwards and winning the team fights. And Inspired, definitely, he should take this time to speak his mind, get people back on track. You could see APA was pretty confident. Bwipo seems like he's chilling at the moment. So it'll be an interesting time.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are points in this game they can review easily, right? And be like, okay, next game, shore up these execution errors. I do think it's interesting, though, that they went to blue side, considering that they have been done so well saving R5 for Bwipo in the past.
Yep, TL will get red in back-to-back games. They've evened up the series, and we'll see who will take the lead after this break.
I give sure. Nice, good job. We need to kite first.
I'm showing bot. Yeah.
I think they're wasting time.
They go forward.
Kite. That's good, that's good.
I'm coming now.
Let me heal off midway.
Yes, Zaki
They want to trade, okay?
Okay, now we don't need to think about bot.
I'm here. Okay, they look. Here.
Looks wrong, looks wrong.
They're looking me.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
Oh, they messed up. They messed up the engage.
Guys, watch me, watch me, watch me.
Udyr, hitting Udyr. Senna.
Big here. Big flash.
Come on, Leon.
Flash.
Fighting. Kill him the flash.
Guys, watching Hui.
Yeah. I'm hitting this guy. No,
Can we go, Udyr?
He done.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl. Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Sea Blue Edition with the taste of Juneberry. Wings for every taste.
Make more good in the Kia Sportage X Pro. Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LCS, where and TL have evened up the score against FlyQuest. So what better time to do another episode of Paint My Life? This is Paint My LCK and LCS Life, Songhyung's in-game name, which also means primary hill in Old Korean, is the name of a MapleStory monster that moves more quickly than it looks and spits poison. And there's an example of it. Umti's professional debut came in January 2017 on generic Green Wings. He was praised for his creativity, but often criticized for risky decision-making and sometimes greedy pathing. Umti went from Jin Air to KT Rolster and then to Fredit Brion. While on Brion, he was team captain, earning the nickname of the General. Although Brion were not expected to do well, when they did end up pulling off an upset over then reigning world champions Damwon Kia, Umti famously said, "We want to show fans what a group of kids with truly nothing to lose can do." With a career characterized by his charisma and refusal to give up, now looks to lead Team Liquid into a potential LCS title. And as we go into draft, I think Umti's story is just really interesting because he's persevered through a lot of unlucky situations or like mid to bottom tier teams, and he's stuck around. He's stuck with it. He never ever gives up in game.
And it's really tough, I'm sure, for players who are put in positions where it's like, I'm on another losing team constantly, and you always want to get that one opportunity, that one chance to show what you've got. It's easy to be demotivated, and it never feels like he is. It's hilarious hearing from Impact and talking about Umti and how positive he is in game, even when the game state looks doomed, that he's someone that can always lift the mood. So that's been his personality. It's nice to see that now, hey, they've tied up this series, and they're looking to take a lead here in the playoffs.
Really amazing art, too.
That too.
I just want to throw that out there, that you draw and write all of those.
Yes.
And you basically are able to do them weekly. So
in this case, paint.
Just a quick shout out.
Fun. Thank
Hell
you.
yeah. Also, now I know he's a MapleStory enjoyer. Based. We love that. We love that.
As
Got a
we
few
see,
questions for him after today.
Yeah,
If he's feeling
you're gonna
good.
interview him on MapleStory.
Yes, I will.
Ask him how it compares to his Lee Sin performance. Just make him do an analogy out of the blue in a second language.
Yep.
Okay, so this draft, Smolder, Volibear still gone. That's what we've seen for a lot of the series. Senna denied by TL is a little bit interesting since it wasn't successful for FlyQuest last game, but I think TL thinks otherwise. Don't want to give that up again.
Yep, we see the Vi come down. These have been Fly's standard blue side bans as we see the Renata come down for TL, so returning to their game 1 red side bans.
Varus surely should be the pick here for FlyQuest. I think the one problem they've been having is at least their bot lane has been underperforming or getting challenged. In the first game, it was the level 1 that put them behind, and in game 2, like, Yon has been basically, Yon and Core JJ running a truck on them, so hopefully they'd want to pick up the strongest bot lane available. So it looks like it's going to be the Nautilus pick, but Varus, to me, came to mind with just generally how strong he is, how flexible he is. If the team comp is pretty tanky, then he can go to the Blade of the Rune King build, otherwise he can go poke build, and it's a good takeaway from Yon, but looks like that might be the pickup from Team Liquid side.
Yeah, I just want to call out some of the performances we've seen so far in this series, though, as we're moving into Game 3. I'd say Yon has performed at such a high level. APA has been okay. I think Jensen's actually played quite well to get a huge amount of gold, but has had some key team fight, like positioning errors that have made these games really interesting. And yeah, as we can see, FlyQuest opted to deny Core JJ's Nautilus more than they did the Varus, which has been such a big pick this series.
Yeah, and I mean, those team fights in the top side of the map definitely was started by the Nautilus that really made Masu's life harder. So sure, being able to hit the backline is going to be difficult, but if you end up locking in this Kalista, Rel is going to be equally as hard to deal with. And the Varus ulti has been pinning them in game 1, even after that win. So I still think it's going to be really hard for FlyQuest carries to deal with the front line. So let's take a look at what they end up locking in for the rest of this.
Yeah, and I feel like that Kalista is a little bit of comfort for Masu as well. I'd say even just within this spring split, there's been a lot of games where he falls behind on Kalista, but then ends up still having a really good mid and late game. So I think FlyQuest has this as a little bit of a comfort and weirdly like an insurance pick since Masu's just so good at late game Kalista.
And
2 mid lane picks that I really love. You go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as we see the Nico locked in, this is interesting. So I was wondering if they were just gonna slam Ziggs again, right? And that was the first rotation they went with in the last game. APA was drawing a lot of attention on that pick, so it's interesting to see the pivot over towards Nico, if only because I thought Ziggs, specifically as a champion, was what allowed them to have a lot of side lane pressure just due to his kit and leaving him alone with a tower being so dangerous.
True. But APA's strongest pick, honestly, has been Nico when he's outside of his usual pool, right? People will remember last year going into Worlds, APA's Nico is really what set them ahead in a lot of their questionable team fights. So, like, I think that's a great pick for him. I was looking at Jensen's Ahri because that is definitely a new look for him this year. And usually with Ahri picks, you want to play a little bit more towards mid lane to unlock Ahri and have her move. But at least if there is a timing, Jensen already showed a propensity to do that in game 1 on his Taliyah pick. So still, it's worthwhile, pretty mobile to at least work alongside Inspired and getting some of the side lanes ahead.
TL with the Olaf and Jace bans, I think, are trying to set up a Renekton pick on 4. We'll see if FlyQuest ends up banning that now, or if Bwipo's fine going up against it. It's really interesting playing against Bwipo. This is something we were talking with Fudge about as he was here. He's like, it's just so annoying going up against Bwipo in the 4-5 because literally anything can happen. His champion pool is so big, and it's like basically every single draft that they enter into, Bwipo will be picking as late as possible.
Yeah. And a good challenge in game 1 was the fact that, FlyQuest chose blue side, even though usually they benefited from 5-pick Bwipo. But it's like, they can just lock in a Renekton, and there wasn't really a good response from Team Liquid side. So he doesn't need the counter pick if he realizes that Impact is not going to make the best use of it.
I'm very surprised here. There's that many top lane bans and then not a blind pick top laner.
Yeah, I am kind of surprised too. They must really honestly be that scared of whatever Bwipo would be able to pull out. The Xin Zhao coming in for TL, I think this pick has kind of been, until playoffs, a little bit underutilized in the LCS in terms of seeing it elsewhere. Bwipo, I feel like he's super comfortable just locking in this Renekton again.
Could just be another Sejuani game, and we're back to the same situation we were in game 1. And you have to believe Team Liquid have a better takeaway. If they go for an Aatrox pick, then it may just be as simple as looking back at the kind of conversation we had with Fudge, where it's like, okay, you just don't take the bad trade anymore, and you just pick the same. You just lock in the same idea.
Jarvan did get minorly buffed, and there are a mid laner and an AD carry that don't have an inherent dash, so Jarvan is an okay pick here. You can also pile in with the Nautilus Callista for CC chaining. I don't hate the Jarvan, actually, for Inspired.
Yeah,
I'm really curious to see where Inspired will go to, because it feels like he has plays in both mid and top where he wants to go.
That's the change.
The Rumble locked in for Impact. Okay, so that's what they changed, with their 5 dropping the Aatrox and bringing in the Rumble.
Because I was like, surely we're not walking into the same state in the top lane, but it looks like we've got Rumble, double AP from Team Liquid side, so I like the draft quite a bit from TL. It makes sense to me, especially if Jarvan ulti does come through. At least you have a way to fight within that ulti with both Nico and Rumble.
Absolutely. So, big draft in game 3. Casters, take it away.
Muchas gracias, chat. We're getting ready for game 3, and off the back end of another stellar performance from Yon, Inspired says, enough is enough. I have the Cataclysm ready to put him down.
Yep, gonna be going for that Varus again. And we are -1 Fudge on the cast, but we're +1 Kobe.
Nice, yeah.
So it's a good trade.
Fudge did a half day today. He's out. He's got better things to do.
He's got to prep for his next matches. Go home. He came in, did his research on the teams. He's like, okay.
Yep. I've seen all I need to see.
Downloaded.
Got him downloaded. I'm once again really excited for the top lane matchup, though. Too bad we did lose Fudge for the day, because we're gonna get Rumble with Ignite on top side, and you've got some volatile junglers ready to come to a volatile lane. You gotta expect they are gonna go hard up there in the top side. Jarvan is always fun too, because you can do your level 2, people call them cheese ganks. I call them intelligent ganks.
Smart pathing.
Yeah, exactly. Probably not going to be the case this time around, but definitely going to track the pathing here. Inspired especially is not one that unnecessarily skips camps. So I think it'll be a bit more efficient.
Yeah, the big contrast when we look at like Inspired's Jarvan versus someone like River's Jarvan, who really amps up the creativity of where he wants to go on the map. Inspired wants to be efficient, and even when we had him on that pros episode where he's talking about like, who do you consider the best junglers in the league? Like, do you think River's up there? And he's like, I don't know why everyone's just dying to these cheese ganks from River all the time. It just doesn't make sense to me. I actually think and put a lot more respect on Umti, who has some really good pathing in the early game.
Yeah, it's always funny to hear junglers talk about other junglers, because I feel like if one gets off way more ganks that are successful, then you always call them cheese ganks. You're like, this guy's flipping. This guy's so risky.
And he's getting rewarded.
That's such an obvious gank. What are my laners doing?
Yeah,
come on, man.
Exactly. I pinged this guy. Why are you dying? Look at this, though, because I love this. I actually want to look at the other side. Yeah, there you go. The defense for all of the top laners that have started to come in and harass jungles. it has become a super prominent strategy. Just took over the Korean server first, and then everybody started doing it. All of these really strong top laners come invade if any junglers start on the top side. And then the next iteration are these counters for it to try and protect your jungler against it. So we see another protection there. Both junglers starting top side, both junglers unharassed.
It's a minor thing, but I actually like that Inspired didn't show on the initial trade because he realized Impact wasn't going to be far enough in to do anything. And he didn't need help to actually kill the ward since Renekton levels W.
Yeah.
But had Impact immediately then backed off, they wouldn't have actually had information that Inspired was starting top side. So I did think it was a smart thing. He ended up having to reveal himself anyway because Impact hang around. But I like those little things where it's like, hey, you can see what the thought process was, and it could have gotten them a reward for really no cost.
Never give away unnecessary information. #1 rule of jungling.
Yep.
Both of them will, of course, start from the top side, though. And bottom lane has evolved into a banger, especially with how well Yon has been performing. Now both sides have taken the engaged support, melee supports down here. Core JJ is so good at all of these melee matchups.
Inspired looking to get spicy, but Umti's here too.
Yeah, reads it. Meanwhile, top side of the map, first blood for Impact.
Actually roasted.
And
Rumble with the true fire. I mean, Rumble was banned against him before. Now we're seeing why. That was a solo bolo, and Bwipo still had flash. Wasn't paying attention to the very beginning of it, but I did see the end of it.
I mean, it's Impact level 3 versus level 2, so I don't know if he just got the level up. And now Bwipo trading into him again. You do not want to fight an overheated Rumble, but it's a good trade back.
Trying to clip him. Still has flash available from both top laners.
He has flash.
Impact is able to get in his head and wait until the very last frame.
I love it because he knows when I turn around to shoot this harpoon, that's going to bait in the flash, and he immediately flashed. There was no, oh, I'm harpooning and I'm waiting to see if he flashes. It's instant.
APA's here, though. They're going to look for this, potentially, see if Bwipo does go forward on Impact. You can see Impact's like playing a little bit dumb. He's like, I got to get this caster minion. Going to step up. At the very least, APA will help him reset the wave. It's no TP on Impact, so you do need help pushing out these waves, absolutely. But Inspired is here as well, and they can actually look to fight this.
Good ward from APA is going to show Inspired on top of that bush.
And now there's a TP top as well from Jensen.
Moly.
There's 3 top. They're trying to hard hold this freeze. Bwipo is telling them, if he can't reset, he's screwed.
Yeah, flash committed from Inspired because they know that Impact doesn't have his own flash. It's a kill for Jensen.
Wow, there are so many good mind games here. And then how Team Liquid chase here because they didn't see Jensen immediately. Now it's going to be a follow-up as well. Little clone in the brush there, but that was so nicely done.
Yeah, this was really, really smart. You know, fully committing to actually stopping him from crashing the wave. Now, of course, Impact will just go mid as APA holds top, and we're going to have this kind of weird situation where the players do briefly lane swap, and then very likely as they push it out, they will come back. But this is the earlier play. Is it a level up to 3 and then just the initial all-in? No, he just steps up, and Bwipo was just already really low. That's just a freebie. Bwipo just gave it to him. That was not a good death from Bwipo whatsoever.
And that was before the Ignite came out, so I wonder if there was like an earlier trade. The Ignited got the health advantage and then just came in for the finish.
Yeah, that definitely looks like it.
They lane swapped as well, so both Renekton and Rumble go mid afterwards. And Umti ping-ponging back up to this side means he can do Gromp, and they should have control of the grubs because of the recall there. Jensen goes for first item Merc Treads, playing against the Nico, scared about that lockdown.
And that's the first time that Team Liquid have had control of the Void Grubs in this series for the first rotation. Uh-oh.
Good
flash
flash.
is expended by pretty much everyone in this bot set.
That was really fast from Yon, though. If he got passive rooted there, he probably would have been dead, and Bwipo may just be dead here.
Yeah, no flash on this Crocodile, and he's getting turned into a belt. Umti picks up the kill.
Wow, this topside control for Team Liquid. Umti, after finishing up on that Gromp, rotates over, and they catch the no flash Renekton. The variability here of the lane swap and pushing back, they don't keep it in mind.
Look at Inspired, though. He's going to be able to see this, so Yon should be able to back it off. No, the recall finishes, so he's going to be okay. But Inspired was looking to see if he could find something there, but they're going to lose 3 grubs and a kill on top side for just the summoners that they force. So if they can't get a return play onto Yon and really slam that home, then they end up falling pretty far behind off that play.
And they don't have enough time to burn down the first dragon of the game either, so they are kind of losing the objective war right now. Once again, this is the first time that Team Liquid...
This could be a dive as well, potentially. Yeah. Okay, no, he's not going to stay around.
Okay. Well, as we said before, this is the first time that Team Liquid have had control of the top side of the map for Void Grubs. The first time this series. And even the last time they fought against each other in week 6, FlyQuest were able to get that first rotation. The story has always been that the solo lanes for FlyQuest are dominating both APA and Impact respectively. But with all the shenanigans that happened in the first few minutes of the game, it now goes over to Team Liquid to control.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't really been the case. I think the Talia game from Jensen definitely dominated in game number 1, but Impact solo killed Bwipo in game number 2, solo killed him in game number 3 already. So it definitely has not been that level of consistency and dominance that we were expecting, I think.
And it's interesting, too, seeing APA go back to the Nico. This was one of the early crutch champions that people identified for him. But then, of course, they focused so much on their Rel and Soul and the Ziggs. This Nico was originally one of their best champions that they drafted because of all the playmaking he was able to get done. And because he was able to coordinate with Pioshik at the time was their jungler, but the plays that they were able to coordinate were the things that got Team Liquid into the top half of the standings.
Look how much time, though, Inspired has been spending here. He's already been sitting here for 30 or 45 seconds behind them, trying to look for that play. Every time they were going for those pink wards, he was hoping there was going to be Yon that would step up. But Yon has been playing so far back that they haven't been able to find the angle. And Inspired doesn't have flash, so he has to walk close enough. And this could be Bwipo potentially in trouble because Equalizer is available, Ignite is available. If he goes a little bit too far forward, an MT could get him.
Still no flash for Bwipo either, but he backs off after he pushes out a majority of the wave. He's not going to be able to contest.
Inspired is still in bot lane. This is crazy. That's over a minute of just standing there, not farming a camp, not getting anything done.
It's horrible for him. It's horrible for FlyQuest. So much time wasted. Meanwhile, Umpty does come check, but he goes right back to his jungle here. And then finally, now we're seeing Inspired go back to his Krugs. But the opposite side, jungle camping here, has been so beneficial for Team Liquid. And to the detriment of FlyQuest. Honestly, it is because Yon has had such a big impact on this series, you have to feel like. And since the Varus had no flash, that was a prime target. But props to Team Liquid for their bottom lane, not going for the big engages, not leaving any openings here to get punished.
Yeah, just playing so smart around those missing summoners. Now the Ghost is back, the Flash will be back shortly, so that window is pretty much gone, and they weren't able to punish him whatsoever. And in the meantime, Umpty had gotten 5 camps ahead. Plus was able to get Grubbs.
I gotta say, the more I watch this series, the more I'm like, man, Vulcan called it. And Vulcan has been kind of spot on. This TL bottom lane is looking good. I always love it when the bottom lane gets kills in 2v2s, but also when they play safe.
Him?
Yes.
JJ still has flash, but he gets charmed up.
Kobe, how could you?
Oh my God.
Team Liquid fans are out in force for Kobe, as Yon is also going to get caught out as well. Damned if you talk about them, damned if you don't. And the
Steve is going to be outside your house with a pitchfork.
No comment.
Kobe,
but
I'm telling you right
that
now,
was instant. That was a double curse, too. You didn't even just curse one guy.
Kobe, do not check your DMs after this game.
Yeah, well,
definitely not getting paid by Steve.
I will check my PayPal just to make sure the Papa Smithy donation came through.
Now, flash from Umpty, it's answered back by Masu, but he gets the knockup with the 3-talent strike, and Impact should be able to burn him down with the Flame Spitter. And it's a trade.
But that is also like pretty costly. Impact coming down, he has no teleport, right? It's the Flash Ignite Rumble, so he's coming down to the bottom side to make sure that they get the Dragon. It does mean Bwipo kind of gets back into the game on Renekton and gets some turret plates for himself. That being said, Impact also gets turret plates on bottom side, and they should be able to secure the Dragon as well.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what the fallout is. Yon, at the very least, didn't use his flash, neither did Core, so they kind of just accepted that they were going to go down, and they will have those summoners available. But APA, able to get that one played on bot side, but it is 2 already gone. They've lost. No one has been getting even the experience from top side. So that's, I want to say 2.5, if not 3 waves of full experience and gold lost on top side. So yeah, they got some stuff back on bot side, but still, this is really good for Bwipo. And Impact did kind of hurt his game a little bit by going down there, I think.
And next question is going to be the Void Grub spawn number 2, because if you give a full 6 over to Team Liquid, it gets really scary. And Bwipo just got a lot of catch-up experience and gold for himself. Inspired's on that side as well. But support roam comes out first for Team Liquid. So Core JJ's got the early vision, and it looks like they are going to...
Oh, the flash! It's just a solo kill. The Ignite, he follows him afterwards, and Inspired was there, ready, but he just wasn't in range to help.
Impact is crushing Bwipo. Back-to-back games, 3 solo kills on him across 2 games. Doesn't even need the equalizer. Bwipo stayed around so long, he just got all that gold, hadn't even got back to base.
Oh, look at this, though. They're going to get some payment.
Yeah, Impact doesn't have flash, but Core JJ is here. The Cataclysm locks him down. Core JJ tries to answer back. No way, he lives! Team Liquid comes to the rescue and is able to trade one back on Inspired before Impact finally goes down to Bwipo. As, this is not good for Yawn. Was caught out by the 2v1. Boosie and Masu lock up a Yawn.
This series is so fun. It has been so scrambled with all of the rotations over, everybody heading up to the top side, and Yawn comes through. His flash is now down again on the Varus, so they are for sure going to repeat, look for ganks there, and the action just continues.
Yeah, and after that, 6 grubs, all the TL now. So MT cleans up the grubs off the back of that, but definitely not the start that Yawn would have wanted.
It's so fun because they're going for multiple plays at the same time. When you're like, oh, Team Liquid did the early rotation. They had first support roam, so they're just going to take the Void Grubs. No, they're going to solo kill while they take the Void Grubs and while they have 2 people mid and now bottom.
Equalizer lands on Amasu. They know that he still doesn't have flash from the bottom lane skirmish. Corjay is charging up, but Bwipo was already here and prevents them from getting on top of Masu. Inspire commits his own EQ over the wall, and I don't think he has flash. I mean, he gave his life to make sure his AD carry got out, I guess.
The Ants go marching in one by one. A new challenger approaches, and in the end, Team Liquid do get the chase down on Inspired. And now Impact, Impact woke up all right. Now he's gonna be able to push on top, on bottom side here, and he's got Core JJ hovering as well. So Bwipo's got to worry about dives. He's got to worry about 6 grubs here, going to allow Impact to get even more turret plates. APA is getting turret plates on top side. Impact doesn't actually get up to the turret on bottom side. He goes for the recall, so he doesn't milk the 6 Void Grubs for some turret plate money down there. But they're just collecting all over.
Yep, and Yawn, he had been moving down, cheating down towards bot side to see if he could get involved in the fight, but wasn't able to, so went back towards mid. No one was there, so that he got a plate mid. They actually denied a wave there as well. So TL, definitely coming out good from that play, but it is a dead even game here, pretty much 100 gold in lead for TL.
And we're going for another invade here. FlyQuest C1.
Poor JJ gets caught out first. Tries to rally around him for support. Yawn over the wall, trying to, whoa! Inspired flashes over the Chain of Corruptions with the Cataclysm. But is he stuck now? He's already committed the flash. He's dead. He's gone. Team Liquid now chasing the rest of Team FlyQuest out of the jungle.
Yawn flashes the Pepega Frog. He's like, I got a blast cone right here, buddy. Nice fancy moves. Blast cone trumps all.
I mean, it looks cool, flashing over the Chain of Corruption, throwing the ult down, but he didn't have any spells available. You're not going to solo this guy, and no one was in a position to follow up. So at the end of the day, uses his flash, dies for it, and gets nothing. And now TL looking for Bwipo.
Action continues on a Bwipo. No flash available. Pops the Dominus, the Equalizer. It's a great choke point. It forces them down towards the lane, but they get run down by Team Liquid. Another 2 kills to their side.
It's also funny. This is the quietest alt chat that we've had this whole series. The only thing that was typed was Impact at the beginning said, good luck, have fun.
I feel like the coaches gave him a talking to after that last one.
I mean, they probably just muted all their chats and made it for Q only because that was it. Except for Impact. He has manners, so that like Impact, you can still type. Everybody else, no.
I do want to say, there's been a lot of action in this game, mostly on both solo lanes, but the mid laners have been relatively quiet apart from a couple of interferences. And Jensen and APA, we know that the regular season was really rough for AP on his side, whereas Jensen's probably had one of his best splits in recent memory. But APA has been doing better. He's been solid in this series so far. Even in the last week, he's probably had some of his best performances. There's still some moments where he's flubbing, but nowhere near as much as during the regular season.
Yeah, and Kobe touched on it earlier, but this pick here on the Nico was one of his big picks when he first came into the team, and it was one of his big picks in playoffs in particular, where it wasn't about the lane for him, it was about the picks, it was about the team fights, and they're gonna look for Jensen.
Oh, he popped the Spirit Rush, but it was interrupted by the Magnet Storm, forced the flash away.
All right, that's going to be tower for sure for Team Liquid. They could probably go 2 objectives at once. Impact get bottom. It looks like they're going to rotate their bottom lane up to mid. Wow, it's an early rotation from FlyQuest up to top side. Try and push API off and at least answer objectives and get a turret for themselves as well.
APA respects it. That's going to give this tower over to FlyQuest's side. I mean, Inspired has been super proactive trying to make these plays work, but it has come a cost to his own income. On the other side has been pathing efficiently. He's already at the first item spike for himself. So this is a stronger Xin Zhao versus the Jarvan combat power right now.
Oh, okay. I thought he was going to steal that for sure.
Umti was trying to steal it, but they're bullying them all away from the Herald item itself. Cataclysm right on top of Umti and Core JJ. Umti is trying to flash away towards the right side where the rest of Team Liquid is waiting. Here comes the APA Nico special! This is what he made a name for himself last summer in the LCS when he debuted. Umti goes down as they trade one back onto Bwipo as Impact gets caught up by the charm a little too far, but he has the stasis and the rest of the reinforcements come through. Core JJ with the cavalry! Oh, baby! Team Liquid are cooking FlyQuest!
Oh, and Impact lives in the end afterwards, too. Able to use his invulnerability there on the chase. They're so aggressive. Umti, he goes in, and he's able to bait the whole team in. He knows he has the security of his Xin ultimate, and the rest of his team, if you look at the minimap, are on the way. So FlyQuest start to retreat, and Umti doesn't want to let them get out. So even when the teleport comes in, and Core JJ follows with him, then he goes for his ult. He charges and flashes away, so he's not going to take damage. And here's the turn. APA comes right back in. He had his proto belt and got the big knockup.
Yeah, and it seemed like they lost track of APA in that fight. He walks in. Obviously, Jan had already revealed himself with the Hail of Arrows, so they should know which one's the real Varus. But finds that angle to be able to go for the proto belt, flash ulti, connects on multiple members. Then Impact, he wants more because he had the early Seekers buy. Not common to see it bought up this early, but went for the early Seekers.
He's
able to make it happen. The live view of him typing.
He said, wow, the ego.
Oh my God.
I feel like both teams have a lot of ego in this game.
Oh yeah.
Definitely a lot. Jensen charging forward, looking for Jan. Lands the charge.
Nice.
Jan is cooked. Shutdown goes over to Jensen, and now the rest of Team Liquid have to play defensively. Magnastorm trades back, but he still goes down as Core J falls to Jensen. Inspired almost goes out to the equalizer. As Impact, he's got nowhere else to run. Shutdown goes over to Masu, and FlyQuest are back in it.
Oh, that was really clean from Jensen. That Ari just walked all over this fight. Charging forward, jumping past so he could get the charm onto Jan, cleaning them up. That made it look way, way too easy.
I mean, there is just so much pressure that's going to be on Jan in this game. We saw how the Nautilus ults alone were really able to pressure him and keep him out of a lot of fights in the last one, even with a really big lead. This time, it's Nautilus, it's Jarvan, it's Renekton, it's Ari, it's everyone piling in on this low mobility AD. And he stepped up here. It's just a great hook there from Busio. Got a little bit aggressive, and then we see Jensen going forward, holding the charm to the perfect moment, connects on it. Inspired's able to follow it up, and they get the 500 gold shutdown there right onto Jensen.
And you can see, you know, the malignant stuff on the ground. He had 2 item power spike here on Ari. That's really big in mid game. That plus the Horizon focus, so much damage. And he's able to run through with the rest of the team, picking them all up. And that was just after we had a big play on the opposite side.
Yeah.
This series continues to deliver. Teams with some pretty big comebacks here.
Yeah, it's been the story in every single game so far, where you think one team has the edge, and the other team swings right back with an uppercut.
And it's really key with the 2 carries on double item power spikes here for FlyQuest. You're like, wow, that is overwhelming. Despite the gold being almost dead even, when you have just single item and components across the board for both APA and Jan, that's why you have a lot of priority there. They're going to push up mid. Busio.
I mean, Jan is a sitting duck there. No flash available. Easy Cataclysm, but the counter engage from Core JJ is massive. Jan, does he survive the ignite? It's getting close. He falls, but the rest of the fight continues on as APA lands a Pop Blossom, gets caught out by the rest of FlyQuest. Whipple slices him down. Umti and Impact holding their ground. It's a 3-on-2. An advantage for FlyQuest. The charm connects. No further damage will follow as Busio, they land the dredge line into the flash stun from Bwipo. Impact is taken off the rip, and Umti is trying to survive, trying to answer one on back. Oh, he finds Busio as he dredge lines a little too far, but it was for the greater good of FlyQuest.
Man, how many charms did Jensen hit in that fight? It just felt like charm after charm after charm. He went crazy in that one for FlyQuest as Jan narrowly survived, and he started to think maybe TL could actually, win this fight, but he dies the last tick of the ignite, does fall down, and at the end of the day, not enough damage to carry him through the fight.
Oh my goodness. Such a fun one. Busio, I also have to say, on the Nautilus, really big. It was his ignite there. He put it on nice and late on the Varus, and then in the end, getting another hook. Now they're right back out on the reset, though. And Core JJ's already got position. Now he wants to be the one to get a big engage for his team, but everybody is kind of straggling while coming out from base, so it gets a little dangerous.
And this is a really strong Masu again. We have to think back to game number 1, 11 kills on the Glista, back-to-back quadra kills. This is a rookie player in his first ever playoff series, really stepping up here. performing at a very high level. And with this Kalista, again, there is a big threat onto the Baron. So you have to keep eyes on it from the TL side. And you can see the vision is starting to go more and more over towards FlyQuest. You look towards that top side of the map, it's all pink wards from FlyQuest, 4 of them up in that Baron area. No one's answering the top wave either from TL, as they're really starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, and we also see how efficient it is for the top side of FlyQuest with triple Merc Treads, since it's double AP carries for Team Liquid, and they have a bunch of CC on their team. It was no-brainer for the full top side of Team Liquid, all investing in those, definitely paying off. Whippo here with his extra vision, trying to get a little bit out of the Raptors, but has to run off.
And this is one of the costs of playing, this Ignite on the Rumble at this point in the game. You don't have that second TP. APA's TP is on cooldown, so no one is really comfortable to go out to the sides until we see FlyQuest moving around. Whereas on the other side, Jensen has the TP available, so he heads down towards bot lane early. He's going to push that out, and they're going to try to utilize this extra global that they do have to run TL around the map. Because if you can ever, as Jensen, make Impact respond to you, then you can look for a play on the other side of the map with the TP.
Yeah, because then you guarantee the 5v4 on the objective. So for Team Liquid, it's going to come down to how well their macro game is when they are permanently down an additional teleport spell.
Yeah, and I think TL just want to continue to always hard force on the Dragons, because their team is all about 5-on-5. It's all about this AoE Wombo combo. They have to have big plays from CoreJJ and APA, or else they're going to lose. And they have 2 Dragons right now. That is their way to win the game still. Even though you're down a couple thousand gold here and Jensen is looking really scary on this Ahri, you have to stick with the game plan. You have to get some vision first so that CoreJJ and APA have good chances to get big engages off.
You talked about it. Masu, being on the Kalista, can now threaten this Baron. They're on the other side of the map.
It's theirs.
Yeah.
It's so smart because they know. TL's like, we have to Dragon. If we stop Dragon stacking, we're going to lose. So FlyQuest just give it to them and go for Baron instead.
Something is up, though, for Team Liquid. They know that there's a potential that they are burning down Baron while they get the Dragon. Unfortunately for them, it's just a little too late. Clean take of the Baron by FlyQuest.
Smart.
No chance for an after-fight contest either.
Yeah, this is just really well done by FlyQuest. They're running them around the map. They're making them answer these side lanes. They know that they're going to go to the Dragon, as you said, Kobe. And as they go to the Dragon, they're already up there, 2-manning the Baron. And then once they realize, okay, it's too late for TL to respond, Jensen TP's up. They commit all their damage to bursting it down before TL can get there and potentially take a fight afterwards.
Plus, it plays right into that split push win con you guys were talking about now. With Baron buff, it makes it so much easier. Really, really quickly push out those side lanes.
And you got to say, for TL, if you're a team that's all-in on Dragons, trying to go for that soul, this is the worst one to get. Chemtech is really not that good compared to a lot of the other souls, so definitely going to be unhappy about the luck that they have in this one.
Things starting to tense up here. No Dragon for another 4 minutes. The Baron buff is still on FlyQuest's side. Whippo is pushing on the bottom side of the map at the moment. And Inspire is just going to make sure that he can do it safely as they start to push this vision line deeper into the blue buff quadrant.
Yeah, I think 4-1 is definitely the way to go. No unnecessary risk sending anybody topside. Whippo's the only one with a teleport here for FlyQuest. It is unleashed. He can pretty safely push up as long as he doesn't get too close there. So they're going to be able to take over the jungle. You see 2 possible wards here for later teleport plays placed by FlyQuest in the blue quadrant of Team Liquid's jungle. Remember, the only real big drawback to giving over that Dragon so you can get Baron is there's a little bit of a scary factor about Dragon Soul later on. As you said, it's just a Chem Tech Drake though, and you're gonna have vision control, plus you should have item advantage as well when that fight comes around.
Still chilling on the side of Team Liquid as they are just trying to wait out the Baron buff from the side of FlyQuest.
I think this is smart optimization here from Busio. A little bit less typical for a tank support to go towards Mikhail's, but you have to think about when you're in control like this, how do you lose the game? You lose off picks, you lose off a Nico route, you lose off of a Chains of Corruption. Being able to have that Mikhail's plus the Locket, keep your carries alive here. If you can keep Masu safe, he has his cleanse plus Mikhail's now on top, it's going to be so hard to kill that guy.
Keep Jensen at 0 deaths as well. I like that scoreline. That's looking too good.
Yeah, I mean, he has the biggest shutdown right now, and I imagine that he is the one that is trying to play the most safe with his advantage. He definitely deals out a lot of damage, and he has the most opportunities for strong picks and following up with Inspired and Busio, but that he is also painting himself a big target for Team Liquid.
Biggest thing here now in comms too is everyone just talking through how are we going to lead up to this dragon fight and what are we going to execute on. FlyQuest, you got to have point people taking visual confirmation. Where is APA? Where is Core JJ? Your lose condition is an AoE wombo, so as long as you don't group up and give them like a really good brush to engage on you out of, that's out of vision, then you should have a pretty good time stopping that dragon stacking. Also, you don't want to, throw anything to the randomness of smite fights. And
sure,
even if you have rend, we have seen many people smite steal through the rend combo.
While we have some downtime here, I want to talk about Jensen's playoff experience here, because in that second game, definitely seemed like APA was getting in his head, but he's bounced back. Really solid scoreline for himself. As we see, APA is going to get dove under tower here. 2-man from Whippo and Busio. The Pop Blossom doesn't do that much damage, but the tower aggro might. But Busio walks out of range, and the dive is executed cleanly.
Now, even with APA juking him out with the clone, actually made Whippo use his spells on that clone. They're still able to get the kill there. And you have to also look over at the carries itemization, right? You want to be playing for this soul right now, but it's 3 items for Jensen. It's 3 items for Masu. It's 3 items for Whippo. And only impact on the TL side has actually hit that benchmark. Plus now you have APA without ulti. I'm not sure if it's going to be up in time. It'll be close on that soul spawn. But TL are going to have a really tough time, I think, fighting for this.
I think that was also just a really smart call from FlyQuest, because TL, everybody else was reset for the entire team, and so APA is the only one there, and they feel confident to go for it.
There's no one to answer him because APA is dead. Impact can't be up there because he has no TP. So FlyQuest are kind of just running them around the map. They've weathered the storm here early on. Impact is also falling very far behind as far as experience, as far as farm, because he has to group with the team since he has no TP. Even with 9 kills, he's not actually that strong compared to what Whippo is now.
Yeah, FlyQuest have stopped taking the flips in terms of getting Team Liquid a potential advantage back in this game and just playing the map with the guaranteed teleport advantage that they always have. APA is waiting for a flank. Teleport comes in early from Jensen, trying to cut them off on the right side, and that's going to force APA's teleport as well. Turns into a minion, sees if he can scout, finds Jensen towards the bottom side of the map, and the dragon has been started up.
Okay, so they saw APA try and wrap around.
Did they just burn this down? I mean, Inspired is nowhere near in range. 2,000 HP. He tries to EQ in. What? Monster stole it! I don't know how he stole it. The Pop Blossom comes in. They're going to try to land it on Busio, but the Fate's Call keeps Busio alive. Impact finds Busio in the back, but Jensen is trying to look for an angle to try and hit them back. Yawn flash through the wall, finds Masu in the back. Team Liquid grouping around Yawn. He can still carry them through this fight, but Whippo, Inspired, and Jensen still stand. I don't know how Masu stole that dragon as Inspired presses the charge, looking for He's going to charge away. I need to see a replay.
I think it was a Q. I think he just threw the Q in right as it was going down.
It must have been.
And is able to take it away. That is enormous, being able to steal this away.
Oh, he has, look at all those spears. He has a lot of spears in it, too.
Oh, yeah, he does a lot of spears.
He has a lot of spears in it.
It was just a rend. Let's see how low it actually gets. Down to 2K. When does the smite get used?
Oh, no. 140 left.
Smite. Ah, that's rough.
I mean, whenever there's that many spears in it, it puts a lot of pressure on you.
It's hard.
So then you're trying to go early because you don't know. You want to be able to beat it still, but
yeah, that's rough.
It's hugely huge cost right there.
Damn. I mean, that is potentially series defining, right? It's one of those things where it's like, hey, if they got sold, do they win this game? Does that change the total outcome? Because now you're 6K down. You may not have a better chance than that to actually get the soul, right? Because the gold lead is getting worse. Now FlyQuest have more time to play the map to be able to build these incremental advantages that they've been doing such a good job of getting.
Comboing with Smite is hard. We've seen so many failed Smite combos, whether it's with Rend or now against the Rend.
Yeah.
In the LCS games here, and now FlyQuest gonna run it back on Baron.
Really nice chunk from Jensen on the core JJ. 50% of his HP is gone. Charm lands once again on the It forces his ulti out.
And Jensen is smurfing. This is actually crazy. He is just hitting every charm this game. It feels like it's point click. He's level 17.
Whoa. Wait, the blast cone just punts Whippo right back into APA. He's forced to use the pop up, so it doesn't even go off. Jensen assassinates him. It's a 5-on-4 against Team Liquid. Inspired can go for the guaranteed Cataclysm on the off, but he's firing. Can Whippo put him down at the ground? Yes, he does. FlyQuest take this fight with such destruction. Team Liquid are gone.
Man, this is some of the best games I can remember from Jensen in his career. Like, he is just so dominant in this series. Talia game 1, Ari game 3, deathless on it, hitting every single charm, playing the side lane perfectly, crushing TL.
After a second game defiant victory from Team Liquid, it is Jensen that corrals the team with a bounce back score, 6-0-15 on the Ari, being able to show that the playoff experience is coming through. Wait, Busio died to the Nexus turret, but FlyQuest should be able to still finish off the game. FlyQuest move to match point.
What a fun series. Unfortunately, there's no typing after. I was looking the whole time. I was like, let me look at the all chat. Is he gonna say anything? Is he gonna say anything? Nope. Looks like Jensen has left the all chat game.
Yeah.
And he's gonna let his play speak for itself.
And it did. It spoke volumes about the class of this player. Absolutely incredible performance on the Ari. Definitely the best game of Ari from anyone in the LCS this year. Easily, I think. This guy was just so on point, really playing well. And the game did not start well. This was a bad early game for Inspired, a really bad early game for Bwipo. But they were able to make things happen, and largely it was off of some really good playmaking from Jensen Zari.
Yeah, just huge step-up moment, especially when two of the other veterans on that FlyQuest squad, you're kind of looking at being the ones that will keep the game together and everyone's composure intact while everything else is going awry for the squad. But it is Jensen that steps up huge, 6-0-10 to end the game on the Ari. But we're going to head on over to the LCS Lounge to break that one down.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. This series has been opened up by FlyQuest.
It's wide open.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And listen, I'd say all three of these games probably could have gone either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, not probably. I think each one of them, each team had like open opportunities. As we go back to Game 1, obviously, FlyQuest had locked in this bot lane, hoping that this would not happen. And then after the level 1, Core and Yon have been consistently performing well through all of these, but this was kind of the kickoff to it.
Yeah, and I'm hearing some comms, but just in general, like, it has been a race in Game 1 about who's going to feed the most, or at least who's going to, like, try and carry the game. You even heard it in the chat. The fact that the chat has died down kind of showcases the focus that both teams are having at the moment. So, yes, from FlyQuest side, I actually quite enjoy how Jensen's been playing this one out. That's a great arrow. I actually didn't catch that in real time.
Yeah, this was one where Yon was getting pretty fed this game because it was the situation where the Renekton was ahead, as you said.
Yeah.
Yon was ahead of the Callista. But then once this fight happened, Masu was able to clean up at the end, get a quadra kill. He gets, this is one of 2 quadra kills he ended up having this game.
True.
And FlyQuest jumps out to the 1-0 start. And like, if they would have thrown this game, we're having a whole different conversation. Like,
yes.
I think that actually changes the whole complexity of the way Game 2 plays out.
Because there was a Baron throw in there. There was another actual 2v2 bot side that did end up happening that just kept expanding the lead that Yon had. But I think Bwipo and Jensen are really doing quite well to save this game. So especially Jensen. I think this series has been really good for Jensen.
Yeah. As we see,
11, 2, and 8, 900 damage per minute in just Game 1. I feel like he's had similar stat lines in all 3 of his games.
Yeah, very similar. So it is interesting. Like this, we knew that mid lane was going to be a point that we had to watch. That's what we were talking about coming into the series. Yeah, Jensen off his Azir, not allowed to have Orianna, has shown that his champion pool is quite big. That was really tilting. I think it was like 1 HP that he had.
Yeah, as we go back to, I think the big thing in this game for me was how topside was kind of a mirror until Impact is able to get a solo kill, and also how APA had a global taunt in this game, right? Like, FlyQuest wanted to kill him so badly, and I believe in the next play that we're about to see, okay, it's not, at some point sent all 5 people down, which actually allowed TL to completely collapse on them.
Yeah, and then this is one where you saw Inspired missed his ultimate on Impact. They narrowly missed the kill. He positioned himself against the wall, so he gets pulled back. And this is where you think TL may actually close the series, but it was actually such a back and forth game where FlyQuest ends up like almost pulling it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that this game has been so hectic, and yes, it's pretty heartbreaking for Jan that they ended up
so this one.
clinching this one. Take a look this
APA
way.
gets hooked.
Yep.
Udyr runs through all the potential CC with empowered E to get further onto Jan, and they actually just like annihilate both carries. I'm just trying to think, like, is this kind of how we expected this series to go?
Nah,
No.
not for me. Not
From
at all.
a results perspective, yes, because all of us voted 3-1 for FlyQuest. But from an actual gameplay perspective, we didn't expect TL to have 13 kills and 13 assists and 1,400 damage per minute on one player in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is their bot has been performing, and then they were able to recover from their top lane deficits. In fact, in both games, even with losing game 1. This was not a top lane deficit. This was Impact completely roasting people on Rumble.
But yeah, to answer that question, I agree with you. Hearing Vulcan just yesterday speaking up Jan and Core JJ and how they basically run away with leads, that was happening in this series. And Masu, I think, was in the opposite end of it. And I think he ended up performing really well in this game to at least have, at least in the early laning phase, they really empowered their bot side. Hell, Jarvan camped a tent bot lane for a long period of time to ensure that they can get a lead down there. And so it did feel like, at least, FlyQuest were playing worse as the series was going on. And to tell you what I expected, I expected FlyQuest, when they get leads, to shut them down.
Yes.
To close their leads a little more cleanly. But no, it has been a back and forth in all their games.
Yeah, when I think of like peak FlyQuest this year, including I think the first game they played against TL specifically is the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
They can just be so stifling with their pressure and with their leads. And these games have been incredibly back and forth, where with both teams kind of over-focusing or making mistakes within fights to allow the opposing team to get in.
Yeah, this was the game-winning Giga Blast Cone by Bwipo to one-shot APA before the fight starts. Then they can just push mid off of this minion wave.
When Blast Cones were introduced, that's the dream scenario you think of. Of like literally winning a game off that pick. Jensen is the one that requires less attention, still performs, level up. Yeah. You're about right.
Inspired over Jensen.
I mean, that's some Masu slander, I'd say. I'd say Masu's actually been pretty effective this series. Just overall, Jensen, I think, has been the top performer this series.
Yep.
Inspired had some pretty off games. Like, I'd say his Viego and his Jarvan have been a little bit helter-skelter. I'd say that's the biggest surprise to me in this series, is how Inspired's level isn't that strong. But on the flip side, like when he was asked about Umti, he said he thinks Umti is one of the best junglers in the league. So the level of respect is there, and I think Umti's done a lot of good stuff in this series. So it's, as we see here, TL selecting blue side. How do you think they bounce back in Game 4 to try and make this our first 5-game series of the playoffs?
As a weird aside, like I think TL choosing blue side is really interesting to me.
Also
right?
strange.
Because even when they lost, they stuck with red side draft, presumably, once again, to get FlyQuest out of their comfort zone for saving R5 for Bwipo. So now they're going to blue side. So we're going to see a completely different draft.
I think so. I think Nautilus seems to be a really strong support right now. There's not really been a response to it, and now FlyQuest are first picking it. Team Liquid had first picked it even before today, so I expect that to be picked. If Jan will get his hands on it, he wants to go towards Averis, so that's where I see the draft going.
Yeah, incredibly bloody series heading to Game 4. So we'll see if TL can force Silver Scrapes, but find out if they can after the break.
I'm going around the mark. I'm marking Nico on the goal.
Yeah, mark the Nico.
I'm jumping on Nico right now. I'm gonna
Okay. Look, turn.
She can't play. She's dead, okay? She's dead. We win.
Keep going.
Go forward, yeah. Careful the rumble ult.
I ult the Varus, she can't get out. Yeah, kill them all.
Kill them all.
Varus no flash in the
We end mid.
Yeah, we end mid. Kill everyone. Zinzao as well. Make sure he dies. Nice.
No. Play, guys.
Hit the Nexus. Hitting Nexus.
Nexus.
Holy.
Nice.
No. We are LPL. Nice.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here, Game 4 between FlyQuest and Team Liquid. Let's get straight into it. It is Team Liquid that chose blue side. So what do we think is going to be the change up here coming into this next game?
I think Varus priority is going to continue to be high. I think this gives them the opportunity to change up their bans a little bit in terms of the power picks they have to ban away on red side, and switching to blue will change that. Emily?
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they do for bot side, because I feel like they will also go, like, they will first pick Smolder up as well. So I don't know if Fly are going to ban both, like, Senna and Smolder on red, which would be really interesting to me. The other thing, I liked your call out, Raz, about the Nautilus potential. And then obviously another thing that they are saying is that knowing FlyQuest's draft patterns previously on red side, they're just going to blind pick for Impact, and Impact is telling them, presumably, that that's fine.
Yeah, it feels like every draft iteration that's gone up against the Nautilus first pick, be it like, Talia mid with Tom Kench Senna support and all these things, really haven't been as impactful as we thought it would be it with like teams just not performing as you'd want or they'd want to. So like that is true, for sure. I still feel like there's a pick like Braum or so. I saw the Orianna ban, so we already know that part of the draft. There it is, the first one that we kind of expected going into this one. And as a reminder for people, we are at match point for FlyQuest. They are the team that just picked up that last victory, so they are 2 to the Team Liquid's 1. Team Liquid, of course, could pull this to a game 5, but it'll be a tough one going into this game.
Yeah, and we see FlyQuest immediately taking the Smolder out on red side and that Nautilus. So there will be no Nautilus first pick on blue side because Fly is already banned it.
And that does increase the priority of Rel. If you first pick it on blue side, you have a flex pick. It really just depends on how much Team Liquid care about just having Core JJ on a thing.
Yeah.
The Nautilus has definitely won a lot of games in the series, so I think that actually was the answer to your original question, Raz. Like, what is TL doing with blue side? What adjustments? They're blue side so they can get Nautilus.
Yeah.
And FlyQuest says, okay.
Not happening.
Now what?
I'm also curious about the...
That's a Varus first pick. Oh.
Yeah.
You'd think, yeah, as long as they have a pair for Varus, they could still Varus Ashe if they wanted to. But Ashe likely support, they could still have Yawn on Ashe even though almost no one does it.
Yeah.
I don't know, that's a wild first pick.
It's definitely a head scratcher for me because I don't really see Core JJ as a great Ashe player, or at least how they play with like an Ashe Varus lane or something like that. So that it's interesting to see, but it will make FlyQuest's bot lane life so much harder.
Yeah.
Necessary pickup for the Varus.
They're picking up the Varus. I'm also wondering where we're going to see jungle locked in, because in previous games, FlyQuest was so on top of ridding us both of Volibear and Vi, and both of those are up in this draft.
I mean, this probably means Ashe Callista for TL, and then the Volibear is just blocking Umti from playing it, so since they had to switch a ban out for Nautilus.
Yeah.
And we'll see if we end up seeing Umti on that Vi. The Rel lock-in would mean that... Oh, actually...
Could be an Umti Rel.
Yeah, it could be an Umti Rel as well.
Could be an Umti Rel, could be of course we are expecting the Ashe to be a good flex here, like a true flex. So, wonder what their third pick is going to be. Oh, wow. I mean, their third pick will still be...
Ashe Callista, that's the lane.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a good call out. I mean, Team Liquid's bot lane has been dominating the series in laning phase, which was just, I mean, it's a big call out to how Yawn has been performing in today's game in particular.
So here's the situation TL puts themselves in now, and I think that's why they lock in the Rel, even though it's not going to be flexible.
Yeah.
They can't guarantee that their top lane tank, since they need frontline when they have no tank bot lane, is going to survive Bwipo's counter pick. So they really need to have a good, fairly tanky jungler, and I think just getting the Rel right away before it can get banned out is pretty important.
Going for a Talia pick here. I was wondering if it was going to be Talia or Karma. Karma makes a little bit of sense alongside Volibear, but yeah, Jensen's Talia has been pretty lights out throughout the day. And even just before the playoffs, I feel like he has had a great Talia play, so that'll be a good way to kind of make it harder for Team Liquid bot lane to push. I think if you're dominating bot lane, but you have a Talia that's constantly like shoving and getting moved, like you cannot actually really pressure and chip turret plates. with like a Volibear and Taliyah that's looming. So there's a lot of dive threat from FlyQuest side already.
Yeah, Jensen's performing super well on that Taliyah, especially in team fights. And just globally, we've seen the power of Taliyah kind of rising, especially with flicks being so important to kind of catching people off guard to start off a team fight. Olaf banned out against
really good.
Whippo.
That was what was in my head too.
And then I'm also curious to see if Udyr will show up here either, just because I'm wondering if FlyQuest are kind of calling out that they think Impact, obviously, they took away the Jax, but then
There it is. So now
Rumble.
you have to ban the Renekton, I think. Because Team Liquid's just setting up for the same Renekton versus Aatrox matchup, because the Rumble was the response that Team Liquid had after a bad game 1. So I would expect Renekton to be taken away, but then that sends the top line matchups into a pretty into uncharted territories, really.
Yeah, we'd see what Fly would want to do with their
there we go.
Renekton out.
So now I think Whippo goes to 5. I think they probably pick Busio's support here since they already know the bot lane they're going up against. It really depends though. Like, I think they're actually talking less to Busio about what they want and more to Whippo about what his mind is conjuring up and if he wants to see the final 2 picks before locking in his top.
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't just save it.
He got the pike!
Wait, that's locked.
That's his pike. He promised it. He promised it. He just didn't say
He's
when.
a little late on his promise.
Look, we'll take it. We'll take what we can get if it's a pike in the LCS. And it's playoff time. Wouldn't you want playoff pike?
That's not what I was expecting at all.
Yeah,
Out of
same.
their support.
I didn't expect it, but I'll take it.
I was like casually going, I was like, yeah, I definitely think they'll pick support here, because why wouldn't you just save R5 for Whippo? But wow, he finally delivered.
I've been watching, like, in solo queue, like, him and Ayla were both just pike players and abusers in a way. So, like, I was wondering, he was definitely looking for an angle when he promised it. Maybe now Azael can just refollow him, just putting it out there. Unless if you haven't followed him back again, you can follow him back now.
Well, so he still lied in his original tweet. He said, if I get the followers, I will pick it this week.
Look.
And then he didn't. But, I mean, getting it in playoffs in a potential, series clinching game is huge. Now it's just a generic Cassandra for Impact. I wonder if Whippo has anything cooked, or I could also see him just going Udyr here.
Yeah. I think he would feel perfectly fine going Udyr here. And, or it's volley top. Yep, it's volley top.
The Whippo volley. It's the Whippo volley.
So good. We should have known.
We talked about every other flex pick except for the Whippo flex. That's pretty funny.
I mean, for what it's worth, the last time Volibear was meta back in 2021, or 2020 actually, 2020 summer, it was a top jungle flex, which is what made it so powerful.
Yeah.
We haven't seen top Volibear in the LCS yet.
True. And
they have a lot of stuff to kill Kalista Ashe.
I was about to say, like, FlyQuest, whenever they talk about how they think about drafts as a team, it's like, we want one goal, one purpose. Guess what their goal is? Diving and killing Kalista.
Kill the bot lane.
We must dive. So that will be fun to see. I'm interested in what the casters will have to take away in a match series point. Go for it, guys.
Thank you, Raz. I'm just hyped up about the pike. We've been waiting for this. It's a little too late from Busio. Azael, are you going to give him the follow back?
We'll see. We'll see. He did still lie in the initial tweet. I mean, if it's a good pike game,
you're also lying right now because I know you already followed him back.
Well, you can't prove that.
Check his Twitter right now.
Maybe you can prove that.
Somebody
but you're not willing to put enough effort in to prove that.
I'm just going to recruit chat right now.
Maybe I'll just unfollow him really quick.
You've been caught. You've been caught. Somebody get on Twitter. Video proof now. Pike, though, I just also went to go check. And Pike, overall, in top 4 regions in professional play, is currently on a 5-game losing streak. So it's Busio's job.
Snap the streak.
Break that Pike losing streak for all the pros playing Pike across the world.
And also, we've only had a couple volley top games. We were just looking that up, around the world. It got played a couple times in LEC. I believe Irrelevant and Broken Blade both played it. This could be a banger level 1. They spot each other, so I think we'll probably back off. But Busio he might have to level E. He's got to level E.
Uh-oh. Busio's in trouble.
Too late.
Phantom Undertow. It is too late.
Pike!
Goes over to Core JJ.
Pike, no!
Man, he trolled that. I'm not going to lie. That was so slow.
Oh, man.
I thought he was going to insta-level E as soon as the W started coming down. He was going to be out of there, but then he didn't flash either. Here's the tweet: 10K followers and lock in Pyke next week. He got the followers, didn't lock it in, but he did do it in playoffs.
Now I want them to show the coach tweet after, where the coach was like, hell no, we're not locking in Pyke. After what we just saw, I'm siding with the coach.
All right, well, I would love to hear what Nuke Duck thinks, and just in time, we've got Emily on the sideline with an interview with Nuke Duck right now.
Hello. Sadly, we were not able to see that first blood, but I did hear TL got first blood. I did want to ask you, what convinced you to allow Busio to play Pyke? And after we see that level 1, will you ever let him do it again?
I don't saw that. Did Busio die at level 1? Oh, I mean, I didn't really feel it, but the players thought it was a good idea, so yeah. I hope they win, but yeah, I was not sure about that pick.
I will say, again, we didn't see it. Another quick question, because I thought this draft was really fun, making the most of Bwipo's flexibility. Talk to me about having a player like Bwipo in a draft, especially on red side, where you can save a really cool counter pick or flex for him.
Yeah, he can play like, he has a unique champ pool, so it's like they can throw the enemy off guard, yeah. So this game we flex Volibear to top. And then we can, you know, pick other stuff. So yeah, overall, yeah, that just makes it easier for me to draft, yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking time. I'll let you get back so you can review the level 1. We'll toss it back to casters.
Some inspiring words of confidence there. Didn't really want them to pick it. It's a good thing, I think, that they... Oh, my God.
Look at this.
Wow, you're right in those domes. It's a good thing that he didn't see the level 1. Let's say that. Because now their bot lane is even more screwed. It's 1 CS, by the way, for Masu, who hasn't even been able to approach a wave.
Yeah.
Oh, top Volibear here. Though I definitely want to talk about this, too. Definitely, you know, a big jungle Volibear enjoyer, but top lane Volibear, the Drain Tank build is one of the most frustrating things to play against in League of Legends, because Ingenious Hunter, which Bwipo has taken this game, gives you 12 item ability haste and then 6 for every stack. If you get that plus Unending Despair, then it just keeps on chaining the Drain, and you go Fimbulwinter, and you just keep on stacking all these items that have insane synergy with the Ingenious Hunter cooldown reduction. You get actually unkillable, and you're a true drain tank. Plus, you already have really big missing health healing with your repeat Ws. So that is what Bwipo is going to go for here. You can always tell by the runes what he's going to go for, and he does have the Ingenious Hunter, so they're taking over top side. A little bit of proxy farming, a little bit of counter jungling done as well.
Yeah, bot lane's gonna be really rough because, I mean, he died. He didn't obviously use his flash, which is good, but he was E-start, right? You can't play the game, so it is gonna be really tough here. And they have Umti. He is around, and he's potentially looking to set up a dive.
Yeah, I mean, also we saw Busio take like 30 extra autos there, or just chilling, and then try and back off and heal it up.
Umti is around, has flash available. The question will come down to, APA might be in trouble. Satchel charge over the walls, no mana. He's out of there, but the dive will commence on the bottom side of the map, and it's for Busio first. But the flash Shattering Strike guarantees the stun even through the Famine Undertow, and man, oh man, Yon is off to the races.
I mean, Masu doesn't die, but he also got zoned off the full wave again, right? He's got half the CS of his opponent. He'll pick up a couple here, but he's not even going to be able to get all of it, so it's already disaster in the bottom lane.
This is too funny. This is just too funny. After the tweet and everything, and then he finally picks Pyke, it's like, we decided to put some weights on the team to see if we can still win with this. It dies twice early on. Masu gets zoned off. Let's see if Team Liquid can snowball this, though. 1.3K is the gold lead currently.
At 5 minutes, by the way. And look at the items between the AD carries.
It's funny also, there's another layer to this. Of course, you remember back to game number 1, and the Callista Ashe was in the control of FlyQuest. And meanwhile, CoreJJ picked the Nautilus with the Varus, and they were able to get the early flash. They were able to get a double kill 2v2 in lane.
Yeah.
So truly, Yon and CoreJJ have had bot lane supremacy.
So he's looking for a roam mid though.
We'll see if he's going to be able to find it.
Still has flash available, the Phantom Undertow. It's just a satchel charge from APA. No flashes expended from either side.
Yeah, there's no point in like flashing your E on top of him there when he's full health. He's not going to die. It's just a tier been picked up for Jensen. Bwipo picking up his tier early, as you will do with the Drain Tank build. You stack up the tier. You're getting the shields from Fimbulwinter and everything. It is very, very tanky. But it will be interesting to see how he can perform on the volley later on in the game. It's definitely going to be a pretty easy lane against the Cassante, but He's going to have to do, I think, some heavy lifting based on how this bot lane has gone.
Yeah, with that build, you're looking for team fights constantly because you are such a good engage. You can just go for your priority stun onto any of the 3 squishy members of Team Liquid who are currently setting up another possible annoying play bottom side. Inspired shadowing this one, though. He's here.
He's going to answer back for the dive to make sure that Masu and Busio are safe this time around.
I also like that APA was going down the river, because if you go halfway down the river about, you can throw the Zigzal on the dive as well. So he was looking to be that, kind of 4th man to be involved in that play. But it is going to mean they're going to be able to just go back, grab that first early dragon here. Jensen just trying to push out mid, trying to make sure that he can be someone who is a difference maker. Because Pyke can snowball. You can get a lot of gold in your pockets if things go right, but it is very tough to play from behind.
A little curious. This is an early serrated Dirk pickup from Yon. Now, I'm not familiar with Kalista builds, but I'm usually used to seeing on-hit stuff, so Blade of the Rune King rushes. Is that some new tech that I'm not familiar with?
So I'm wondering if he's going to do Q-Max. Like, there's some people that do, more Q-Max, and you can do lethality. You can also just get a Dirk for lane and then sit on that and kind of complete it into something else later on. It doesn't have to be like full lethality or anything like that.
I was going to say,
just need the early laning power and then pick up something.
Yeah, most of them have just been the early power.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there is sometimes people will cook. We'll see.
All out onto Bwipo. Pops the ghost. All right, he's out of danger.
Yeah, I'm not expecting it to be full lethality, especially because he has 2 points E, so he's 2 points Q, 2 points E. If he was maybe like 3 points Q and only 1 point E, then maybe he would be doing something, because there was some builds people were doing for a while, especially more top lane, where people were doing like lethality Q-Max, which can actually do a shocking amount of damage with those Qs.
And a decent amount of people bottom lane have just loved doing this little...
Just the Dirk, yeah.
Oh, the shove connects. APA, I don't think he's getting out of this one. He still has a flash. The Satchel Charge keeps him safe, but Busio comes in for the kill while is trying to distract both Jensen and Inspired. Core JJ is here for the fight as well, but it's too late. They got the kill that they wanted.
Pyke diff.
Pyke diff.
Roams up. What other support could have done that?
Nothing.
No one.
No one. Uh-oh, Yon in the 1v2. Busio looks for the Phantom Undertow flash. Yon flashes out at the right time. Ignite is taking him down. It's going to force him out of this fight, but Core JJ and continue the charge. Punish Busio for the lack of flash.
Yeah, Busio tried to flash in there, connect on the E onto Yon, tried to take him down. Would have had enough damage to actually get it, but Yon was fast enough with the reaction times there. Flashes away, and the Ignite's not going to be enough to actually take him down. Busio only level 4. So he's pretty far down in XP. Both bot lanes going to take a base. Yon has no summoners. Maybe they can look to try to punish that in the next couple minutes, but he is definitely so far ahead of where Masu is, and Yon has been playing a really good series, so it's definitely not good for FlyQuest chances in this one.
All right, so I'm looking here at the other Kalista games. It's already a little bit off because Yon has gone for attack speed boost, but Gumayushi has an 8-0 full lethality going here with the opportunity, full lethality into Serelda's Grudge later as well in their game versus HLE. But it's not going to be not exactly the same because he went Boots of Swiftness.
And it's definitely not super common, but people do it on occasion. I've seen people do it against super squishy teams. This is a fairly squishy team, so like maybe there's some argument towards it. But I think
then
it's
who
just going to
kills Bwipo,
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the Unending Despair, Fimble Winter, 2-item Power Spike for Volibear. Yeah, nobody's going You're going to attempt to there for APA, but...
And he's lethal tempo, right? So he's going to go on hit.
Yeah,
it's not going to be full lethality.
Oh, Bwipo was caught in the tower, forced to use the ulti to get out of range once again. And Team Liquid are still trying to put the pressure down onto the bottom side of the map, knowing that they have that double-ranged bot lane setup. They can constantly put Masu and Busio under tower. So far, they have gotten a nice lead for themselves, decent CS lead for Yon in particular against Masu, and is here once again. Masu has flash, Shattering Strike does not flash that, but flashes the crash down, and the teleport's coming in, and might just die here. Flashes the Chain of Corruptions, but Jensen is here for the... Oh! Great sidestep from sidestepping the seismic shove. He walks on out.
Sidestepping with the metal pants on, nonetheless. Over the rock field, gets out alive. Meanwhile, a little bit of poke damage on the return. Everybody just going for resets here for Team Liquid, though. Should be able to get it back.
Oh, but they're looking for Yon. They know that he doesn't have flash, and it's an easy setup from Inspired and Jensen.
So Core JJ gets his full recall off, but they stick around, and Inspired just goes right in. Really good ultimate there. He knows Yon has no flash, so they get the kill.
Yeah, that's really nicely done. Punishing that flash, utilizing the buy, they get the kill. It's about a little bit of time for Masu, but he is still just so far down early on in this game. Moby boots for Busio. I feel like I never see anyone buy Moby boots ever anymore. So he is really going to get active on the map. Did get that kill, has a couple long swords. So he's going to be trying to roam, trying to stay active on the map, trying to find opportunities to get picks. I think he knows very well they're not going to be able to do anything much in that 2v2.
Yeah.
So he's just going to get active on the map here and utilizing the Moby boots to do that. Almost feels like this item has been entirely replaced by Swifties. I pretty much never see anyone build Mobies on almost any champion in the game anymore.
Yeah. Meanwhile, as UMT is clearing out these grubs, CoreJJ moved with Yon to mid lane to make sure that they could guarantee the grubs. But APA, oh no, there's no flash available on the little Yordle anymore. The satchel charge gets some distance, but not enough to get away from the bear.
All right, let's see about top side then, because I guess Impact will be able to have some alone time with the turret. He's got 3 grubs to his name, so you don't get mites, but you do get the extra little bit of true damage for the burn there. And it is going to mean bottom lane pushing out here for FlyQuest, while Inspired actually draws Dragon, but the rotation over from Team Liquid just pushes him off.
Yeah, not going to be able to do anything about that. So 2 plates on top side. They do get that play down on bot, but Masu can't even push up to get a plate. They can't take the Dragon. So TL, again, going to be pretty happy, I think, with the play at the end of the day here, as Busio moving around on the map, but will be spotted.
Yeah, turret plate money and Dragon here. Feels quite nice for them with rotating the Kalista and Ashe over to mid.
Bwipo returns to the top side of the map, already using the teleport. APA is going to answer it, but he should have flash up soon. Have a little bit of extra safety on his side. Next objective to play for, there's neither Grubs nor Dragon coming up anytime soon, but it'll be a Rift Herald spawning in the next minute.
And this is a good lane matchup because the Unending Despair rush that we were talking about there for Bwipo did come in, and it is armor, so trying to get the AP into it. Have the Ziggs be the one that can cause some early pain for it. Even with that, though, once Fimbulwinter comes in, then you usually go for a Spirit Visage also. So that will be more healing and shielding, and it will be MR, and then it will truly be the godlike bear.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for him to deal with. We'll be interested to see if anyone is going to get shield cut, get Serpent's Fang on the other side, because we have 280 carries. They both have a Dirk, right? One of that could be Serpent's Fang dealing with, so much of the shielding that is on that side. There's obviously shielding from Vi. There's a tremendous amount of shielding from Volibear in this build as well, both from Fimbulwinter and from E that you're kind of just nonstop spamming out.
And even Jensen. Jensen is a huge believer in the new Seraphs. He has gone Seraphs every single time. And that transform shield is big.
Uh-oh, APA satchel charge, but Inspired waits for that first so he can commit his ultimate, and Jensen is teleported to the play. APA is the first one taken out in this fight. CoreJJ and Yon are collapsing in. The Weaver's Wall tries to cut them off for an escape route, but Busio's in there looking for the ultimate. Gets one execute, a double for Busio, and now Yon and CoreJJ are in trouble. The Fate's Call is going to keep CoreJJ safe. Yon still has a flash to play with, but FlyQuest bully them off the top lane.
It was a rough start for Busio, but he just got paid. Getting 2 executes there with the ulti is double the gold on those kills. Team getting a lot of gold in their pockets. And just like that, FlyQuest take the lead.
Pike all day, every day, baby. Honestly, though, it was all about the FlyQuest top side of the map, starting it out, of course. And nice little job there from Jensen. Gets in, gets the wall as well. They have the nice lockdown with Vi plus Volibear. So collecting kills, and they retake the gold lead here, even though it is pretty small. This is going to put them in position to fight the Dragons and stop the Dragon stacking from Team Liquid, despite how much early success TL got, even when we were starting from straight level 1 kill.
Yeah, and again, this is another game with Jensen almost 100% KP. Just missed out on that 1 kill. He's deathless as well. He is off to the races, and he has just been so dominant in this series. Really back in some of the finest form I can remember, seeing Jensen in so many years. You have to think back to his really dominating days, like early on in his career on like Cloud9 and whatnot, to really think about him crushing a series, I feel like this.
And I know that a lot of Jensen fans definitely had a lot of questions for him after the Dignitas year came to a very, very rough end for them. And then when FlyQuest announced that they were picking up Jensen, obviously there's questions about, is this the right mid laner to fit with your team? But when you talk back to your talks with NukeDuck at the beginning of the season, Jensen being on this roster with so many talented individuals, players that could all easily be the best in their roles, Jensen is super motivated by that and he's showing up.
I mean, Jensen is one of the most successful mid laners in the LCS history, right? Like, this is a guy, I think even when we did the voting, he was only behind Bjergsen, if I recall correctly. You know, this is a guy who has had an insane amount of success. He's done well internationally as well, but he was in a position in his career where he had to reprove himself yet again, right? Because he had a couple down years. And League of Legends and esports in general is very much, what have you done for me lately? So Jensen now was in that spot. He's proven himself again that he can play at this highest level.
He doesn't have Weaver's Wall to join the fight, but he still has teleport, or maybe not quite yet. Force the Flash is going to get caught out by Chain of Corruptions. The Magna Storm has just popped to buy some time for the rest of Team Liquid, because now FlyQuest are on the hunt looking for more. Whippo already popped the ultimate, but they have to kite on back. APA is here, tries to deter them with some bombs, as well as Core JJ slowing them down, as Busio gonna keep his distance.
So nice little pick on an enemy jungler, but will be able to respawn before the dragon comes up here for Team Liquid. Big investment, teleport use, ghost use from Whippo, which is a big part of the Volibear team fighting. And they do get the kill, but let's see about setting up on the reset here, because Jensen is the only one still on the map for FlyQuest, and Team Liquid are coming out immediately.
Second item done for Whippo, and it is that Fimbulwinter, so it's fully stacked on the tier. That is such a big spike for this fight. Gets it just in time. First person in the game to actually complete 2 items there, and he is going to be really difficult for them to take down. So we'll see if TL can find an angle. They're trying to enter through mid lane, getting that push here with Ziggs, as FlyQuest being shoved out a little bit, realizing they're going to have to answer this mid lane push potentially before they can walk into the river. And they may have just made the decision to kind of give it up because they really have sacrificed their positioning now. It's going to make it a lot harder. And this is an Ocean Soul on the table. This would be their 3rd straight dragon for TL.
FlyQuest are starting to slowly pincer them from the left side. Core JJ turns right onto Whippo. Does he have ult available? The satchel charge interrupts his escapes. Now he just turns right back on the APA because he's got nowhere else to run. Free pick for Team Liquid, and they're going to run right back to the dragon.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy dragon number 3 for TL. That pick that they got earlier on didn't amount to anything, just a little bit of gold, and then the reset for TL was better. They're back out, they have positioning on dragon. FlyQuest were split, 2 members mid, and they just immediately go for the bear. Whippo, no ghost, no escape there. Really nice job from Team Liquid.
Did he not have his ult? You know, I was kind of expecting him just ult the
That's what I was waiting for too.
Because he's normally so good at that. You know, this has been one of his pocket picks throughout his career. Not necessarily with this build. It used to be kind of like AP on hit and like these Riftmaker builds and kind of hybrid builds and tank builds. So I thought he had the ult available. So I was a little bit surprised they didn't just try to ult away or something. Ended up going back in, maybe overestimating how tanky he was going to be.
I'm looking at it right now. It had 12 seconds left on the cooldown.
Makes sense.
So again, though, the investment for that earlier pick, if it's not at the timing to turn into an objective, actually just turns detrimental.
Yeah, I mean, that was his ult and his ghost. So he didn't have the ability to actually react to that. That cost them a kill in mid and the dragon. And despite the fact that Fly are looking good overall, this is TL now with Ocean Soul point against the lethality Varus. Like, it is really hard when you're low DPS to deal with Ocean Soul.
Yeah, Impact is forced to use the ghost as Busio shows up to threaten an all-in onto him. Impact is just going to walk on back, though. We already saw that Jensen had used his teleport to catch the wave and push it into the top side of the map. I think he got the tower on that side as well. But so far, the gold lead has been evened up thanks to Team Liquid getting these dragons, being able to use the power of this Ziggs from APA to blow up these turrets whenever they have to push.
Yeah, it's actually surprising, but APA is ahead of Jensen in gold because he has gotten access to a lot of these towers, has died a few times, but definitely in a good spot as they're going to look to try to chase down Impact.
Weaver's Wall is coming in from Jensen. They're going to cut off his escape route. He does not have flash. He would have to wait for someone to go over to the Weaver's Wall and just try to all out this way. He goes to that side instead, and is there to corral him out of safety. Jensen takes a lot of damage on the back end. Do Team Liquid want to force a fight?
They're going to look for it.
Not quite yet. Chain of Corruptions lands. is forced out. Whippo is forced to use his own ultimate as a retreat method. And Team Liquid are just going to take grace in the fact they just pushed FlyQuest out.
Yeah, that was really well handled there by Impact. You could tell that FlyQuest were all trying to make sure, okay, don't stand to the left of Impact. Don't let him ult you through the Weaver's Wall. But he still found an angle, maximum range, ult Jensen upwards through that wall, back towards his team. Really skilled play there, I think, from Impact, you know, still to be able to find the angle. I know everyone likes to meme on Kazante, but I do think it was a good escape.
Yeah.
Played it well. And a lot of other players, I think, wouldn't have found that opportunity to be able to get out of there.
I mean, just the overall tenacity from Impact to find his way out of there still keeps Team Liquid in this game.
Very forgiving as well, being pretty close to that wall. It was the bone skewer from Busio that like pulled him back, and he was like right next to Jensen and just barely ends up working out. But now they've got the vision advantage.
They're waiting in fog, tries to go for Umti. The bone skewer lands, pulls him back in, but Umti still has a flash. CoreJJ with the arrow, lands on to Bwipo, gets some decent damage with a Mega Inferno Bomb, and that just pushes Masu out. And FlyQuest cede control of the mid lane.
Yeah, TL gonna be able to move into the river, reclaim some of this vision around the Baron. Is Blade of the Rune King as that first completed item there for Jan, so it was just this rated Dirk for laning power, kind of as expected. And we'll see what he does turn that into later. As it's going to be an interesting couple minutes here, because they always have to worry for FlyQuest about TL looking towards this Baron, but TL don't need to risk anything. They really can just play it slow and go towards that dragon unless they feel they have an amazing opportunity.
I mean, they have a lot of really good options here. They've got Leandri's AP carry, and they have a Blade of the Rune King Callista. Both really good options at dealing with this Drain Tank Volibear pick as well. They've been able to keep them kind of at range until it's kind of kill threat already. So I have to feel like stacking spears in that, playing it safe. Umti and Impact have been really good front line. But
Flash, cease and desist from Inspired APA. No way that he's getting out of this one, so he's going to hold on to the Flash. 40 seconds until he's back up. FlyQuest, I think they're going to try to flip the Baron.
I mean, Inspired and Jensen have just been combining so well throughout this game. They are over by the Baron. They're looking like they're going to start it up. Masu is coming in. It's not going to be the fastest Baron because there's a lethality Varus here, so TL will have an opportunity to respond. We'll see if they can do anything about it.
Team Liquid, all they need to do is just push FlyQuest off. There's Dragon Soul coming up in 45 seconds. They successfully do so. It did come at the cost of a teleport from Impact, but FlyQuest don't take anything too risky.
Yeah, I think that's smart play. You know, just force the TP. Impact was showing bots, so they get that out. Bwipo will have to be a little respectful here, as he's not as tanky as we may have expected.
TP. I think it's APA coming in just to make sure that he is here first. Busio is gonna, should not get caught out. There's no arrow from CoreJJ, but he has mid lane control. Team Liquid should just get prepared for taking this Ocean Soul. It's coming up in 15 seconds.
Yep, they've got the early route through mid lane over. Impact goes over first. Try and clear it out. Double control wards picked up by Umti, so he's coming now. Watch the fight. Bwipo here on the Volibear. Has his ult, has his ghost in a couple seconds.
Jan still has flash. APA still has flash. Critical that he saved those summoner spells so he could survive in this fight.
Yeah, and Jan actually has his Rage Blade now as well, so he sold the Dirk. They're looking for Jensen, though.
Q flash right onto Jensen. Mega Inferno Bomb for the alley-oop. That's a Jensen dead in the mid lane. And the rest of Impact and CoreJJ are just holding the line, buying FlyQuest's time here in the river. They could not start up the Dragon, and Team Liquid are just going to hurry on over. This objective should be theirs. 5 versus 4 in the river.
That is such a costly death there from Jensen. Dies and going to give over Soul now pretty much for free. That could really hurt FlyQuest's chances going further in this game.
Team Liquid have got the picks that really meant something. As we see some more trading down here, they should just back off.
Nice sidestep from Bwipo.
But when Team Liquid are getting these picks, remember the one onto Bwipo, they get a Dragon. And then they get the one here onto Jensen, they get the Dragon Soul. Really, really good timing on the picks that this squad is getting. Meanwhile, with FlyQuest, with their multiple picks they got onto APA, they have been able to get some big objectives afterwards. And now we're in a situation, TL on Dragon Soul, and with the gold lead here, feeling very confident about pushing us to possible Silver Scrapes Game 5.
It's looking like it. I mean, Ocean Soul picked up for Team Liquid. You already pointed out lethality Varus into this squad. I mean, you can get the poke down, but the Ocean Soul is going to keep them healed up. It's so hard for FlyQuest backline to actually work down this team.
Yeah, Volibear spent his whole build to drain tank it to heal up, and then now the whole TL squad is going to be able to have healing.
Oh, CoreJJ forced the flash away. Busio pulled him in with the Bone Skewer, but the Face Call is going to keep him safe. Umti leads the charge alongside Impact as Bwipo is holding CoreJJ and Jan back, but Jan is now stacking up the Ren stacks, looking to hop forward. Bwipo is out of the fight for now. Busio also forced a retreat on the right side. They find Inspired and they take him out. Masu is cornered in the Baron pit as he's forced to flash over the wall. Doesn't die, but is too low to fight in this.
And it's TL just going right onto the Baron with that. They have Ocean Soul, they'll heal right back up. So Jensen and Busio have to stay around. Bwipo is trying to heal back up as well, and Masu no health, but he's going to stay here and look for a piercing arrow.
I mean, the hope is that Jensen is going to pray for the magic resist debuff from the Baron to try to get some burst damage onto these carries. Bwipo walks right back in after healing on up. 3,000 HP, Bwipo onto APA. The cleanse from Yawn keeps him alive. 3,000 HP still on the Baron. They deal with Bwipo, they find Busio. Clean and patient play from Team Liquid will put themselves in a great position to lean into match point.
Really good poise on stage there. They stop DPS on Baron, just take down the threats from the other side. The flankers are down, the front line is down. They've got Baron, they've got Dragon Soul, TL. They will not give up.
Yeah, they are looking really good to take this game, to force us to that game 5. Also have to remember, tomorrow we got more playoffs, Sunday as well. But it is going to be this one more time. They look towards Umti. They know if they can kill off Umti, they can take the Baron themselves, but they're not able to burst him down, and Yawn is just going crazy. Pushing Bwipo out of the fight has not really been much of a factor at all in the Volibear.
Yeah, it's a really low damage build, so if you're going after backline, especially if they have Ocean Soul, you are not really killing anyone, even if it is squishy backliners, if you don't have DPS behind you. You have to just be set up for your squad, and so Volibear's looking kind of balanced here on this in this game.
And the targets are really limited. Like, you do still have Jensen being really strong. You have the combo with the Vi, but now the Zhonya's is coming through. He hasn't even used the Seeker's Arm Guard for APA, so he has that for immune 1. Then he can complete the Zhonya's for a second. Yawn has been positioning very well. He's tough to get to. Everyone else isn't a great option. If you spend your full combo on Core, you're going to lose the fight. So it's really Yawn or bust.
And both of the carries from Team Liquid still have Flash available. So even if FlyQuest full send the entire assassination combo, there's still a summoner spell that you have to play around. As Team Liquid just brute force through the bottom side of the map, the inhibitor is taken. And Umti is going to try to force this Magna Storm inspired right onto the backline as well. They pour in everything. They find Yawn. This could be a turning point for FlyQuest. Bone Skewer looks for the first ultimate, but doesn't get the reset off of Core JJ. APA is kiting them out. Can he survive as the satchel charge punts him backwards? Bwipo is looking for one more mauling smash, but he has to chew through the slows of the minefield. And Core JJ's arrows, triple kill for APA. And the rest of Team Liquid find Jensen. Match point is for Team Liquid. We're going to Silver Scrapes.
Liquid have done it. They're pulling it back. They're sending us to game 5 with a really strong performance.
And they are up and out of their seats immediately. All that matters now, focus on game 5, focus on that prep, use the momentum.
All business. They're getting back. Going to be able to chat with the coach, think about what they want to change, what they want to adjust for the next game. A bit more of an experimental draft here for FlyQuest. Did not work out at all. The level 1 obviously tragic for the Pyke. He did have some bright moments. He was able to get a couple ultis that kind of cashed in. I don't think this is one you can blame on the Pyke though, honestly. The game was pulled back to a spot where it was a lot more reasonable to play out, but they made some key mistakes, got picked at key times that gave their opponent soul, and then this was that final fight here as they just turn over onto Bwipo. He's supposed to be the tankiest guy. He's supposed to be the hardest target to take down, but they're just focusing him, and despite the fact that Yawn died very early, he didn't have cleanse to be able to react to the CC, it just didn't matter. The Ocean Soul kind of carried them through. They couldn't quite finish off Core. They couldn't quite finish off APA.
And that barely, Core JJ moving to the side of the Pyke ultimate there, barely does not hit him. He stays alive, and look how annoying it is having these constant ash flows for Bwipo. He then can't touch APA because Core JJ is laying these slows on him. Just barely out of reach here.
So
they're whittling them down across the minefield, and then he finally got his Q timer up, but it's too late. The satchel charge, and they get the kill here in the kiting.
Yeah, and Impact on the other side was going crazy. He stayed full health basically the entire fight. He went all out, so he wasn't actually 100% HP, but he's as full as you can be in all out. Really getting a lot done. You can see the excitement on these players' faces. The expectations were that they were a really good scrim team, and they were going to be underdogs when it came down to it against FlyQuest in a best-of-5 on stage, because FlyQuest's performance during the regular season was just that much more consistent, was just that much better. But this could potentially be back-to-back days where the lower seed is the one taking the win here. We'll see if TL can actually do it.
That's right. Well, folks, we're headed for game 5. Cue up the Silver Scrapes and the B-Woo-Woos. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Welcome back to the LCS. Game 5, Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. The 1 versus the 4 seed. FlyQuest definitely the favorites coming in, but now it will all come down to this one game. First place doesn't matter anymore. Fourth place doesn't matter anymore. It's who does the next game.
Nothing matters anymore, except how they're playing.
Nothing matters. Raz, how do you feel?
Feel really good if you're a Team Liquid fan, right? And also, I'm just glad that we have a Game 5. Yeah. Like, we have a competitive series. I was a little scared after yesterday. I'll say that right now.
Yeah, I was a little scared. I'd say that my confidence level in both of these teams is very up and down. Like, it's kind of mid because I feel like both teams have had really good plays and then both teams have had very visible mistakes.
And I think the underdog element is very true. Like, Team Liquid came into this series recognizing that, like, and even Spawn said it, like, we're performing in scrims, it's not coming out on stage. Like, we know we're better, and we haven't been able to showcase it, and they're finally being able to do that. Their setups have been great. Like, that last Drake fight where it's like they had no way, FlyQuest in this case, of going into the Drake fight with how Team Liquid had set up. They're playing great League of Legends right now.
Yeah, I think the big thing that I do want to highlight is their Drake control just overall. They've gotten 100% of the first Drakes in the series, and they're also at 72%, I believe, for the total of the series. So that's a place where we kind of expected. We talk about how TL are so macro focused in their prep and their approach to the game. However, that is a kind of place where I expected FlyQuest to be able to find ins in some of TL's setups, right? And when we've seen FlyQuest succeed in regular season, it has been around they get an objective and then they just are able to suffocate you and close out the game.
Yeah, and even before the regular season, Jat, like, when you came into that season, which players were you excited for from Team Liquid?
I mean, for Team Liquid, you're always interested in seeing how CoreJJ will do. You're always interested in seeing how Impact will do because they won championships with them. And then you wanted to see the growth of APA and Yon. And I think what's interesting about this series is who is performing at above or below expectations. And I think with the inconsistencies that Team Liquid had this regular season, Yon has really shown up this series.
Yes.
Yeah.
Part of it is because I feel like CoreJJ is also reaching back to some of his historic performances when he was winning MVP. But Yon has really popped off. He had that one game where he was 13-3-13. I think he had like 1,400 DPM. They're consistently generating kills and advantages through the bot lane. And now that there's more pressure on them in the Game 5, now that they're one game from actually taking off FlyQuest, I think the pressure does change on the side of FlyQuest. For me, we were just seeing some shots. Inspired looks really frustrated. He's playing, I mean, he's an MVP candidate. I think he's going to be top 3 MVP in most people's ballots, and he has not played like that this series. On the flip side of that, Jensen has been lights out. So a lot of this Game 5 is going to be like, who can show up on the day. Jensen has done it in plenty of Game 5s. Inspired hasn't necessarily done it in Game 5s, and Yon hasn't won that many playoff series.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Fudge's early prediction in waiting room comes true, right? Even at the end of that game, he was just like, I'm looking at Inspired, I'm watching his face. But I do want to highlight Jensen for having a really stellar performance, even in their losses. I felt like he's been really involved. They found great picks for him, like the Talia, like the Hui. And it's been great to see him show up, even with, like, obviously I think people's minds will go back to the singular mistake in mid lane, but I don't think that in any way erases how well he's been performing the rest of the series.
Yeah, I feel like teams should have been banning the Orianna and Azir a little earlier in the season, because now that he's finally off those picks, like, he's been able to showcase what we've all expected from his lengthy career, is that he can play a whole bunch of picks. And a lot of them, of course, control mages, but like that just is something where you get to see how he performs in team fights and how he, Talia I've loved. The Talia in particular, because he can unlock the top side of the map more regularly with how volatile it's been. And also looking towards bot lane and bailing him out if there's ever a time where like turret's being knocked at. So big fan of how Jensen's been performing this whole series. If we were to end it in Game 5, even if it was like a murky Game 5 win off of FlyQuest behalf, I think Jensen's kind of like knocking himself in as a player of the series candidate.
Yeah, and we just see the players now coming back onto the stage, putting their headsets on. Bwipo, first one back, ready to go. I think, in particular, he's had a really interesting dynamic this series with the threat of his 4-5 picks.
Yes.
You're never picking him in the first part of the draft. He's always trying to pick something that's going to surprise you. And in Game 4, that surprise fell completely flat. They early picked Volibear. They went all the way to the 5th pick to flex at top lane, go like Vibe, Volibear, Talia, Pyke. That composition fell flat because it didn't get ahead early and then had absolutely no way of killing the front line of Team Liquid. So that is one instance where it didn't work out. And I really do wonder what their conversation was going to be backstage, whether it's going back to basics of, guys, we were the first place team, let's just do what we did, or if they're going to continue to try and pull curveballs.
Yeah, that's the tough part, because the time in between games, not that much, right? You can't talk about the specific moments in the games that got you in the bad positions that you got into, because I like the Volibear flex. I completely forgot that it was a flex that could go top lane. And so I still think that's a strength going into Game 5 that Flippo can still use, that they can still go into 4-5, and that's something that I think they should continue to push for. But in the game, obviously, they're making mistakes that Team Liquid are capitalizing on.
Okay, who wins Game 5 and why?
I'm going to you.
Oof. Oh, wow. Why do I have to do this?
I'm chucking it to you.
So for me, if you guys can, since I asked the question, I'm giving a slight edge to FlyQuest. They have side select. They pick blue side. They get to run the draft. I feel like the first pick there from Team Liquid, getting the Ashe and immediately bot control, was good for Team Liquid. I think FlyQuest has something that'll give them a slight edge in Game 5.
So I need to go FlyQuest because I have to stand by my original prediction. As people know, I don't actually flip on predictions ever, even if evidence would suggest otherwise.
Raz, the champ select starting. We need to get it in.
Team Liquid for me. I think Jan has been on his A game, and I have a Team Liquid victory. I'm flip-flopping.
Nice.
All right, split decision here. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, chat. And my goodness, we are here, Game 5. I don't think anyone was expecting this result here coming into the beginning of the series.
Yeah, no one was expecting that, but everyone was expecting Raz to flip-flop on his prediction, because while Emily never flip-flops, Raz has never in his career stuck to the same prediction throughout
100% flop rate.
100%. He's consistent, I'll give him that. It's going to be a really interesting game. And the question about the draft, I think, is an interesting one, because to me, the FlyQuest loss was almost nothing to do with the draft in last game. I think it was so much to do with execution. Failed level 1, you die for free. Now you start with E, now your bot lane's kind of screwed. Then, before both of the important dragons, they were building these advantages, building these leads, getting tons of kills on their Talia. It's like, okay, sweet, time to fight a third dragon. Oops, got picked. All right, no problem. We're going to fight a fourth dragon. We'll stop soul. Oops, got picked.
Yeah.
And so it's like they never gave themselves a chance with their comp. So it's always weird when you lose a game like that and you go back and you discuss it. Are you saying it's the champion's fault? Are you saying it's the draft's fault? Are you saying it's the play's fault? Like, there's so many different things, because, you know, we don't know if the draft would have worked, but it definitely didn't because of execution.
I would say, yeah, it is play at fault here. I would also say there's no way in hell they're picking Pyke again this game.
Agreed.
So I would say both are true. They're definitely not running back the Pyke, and they definitely made some critical errors. And we're kind of talking about it on the cast, but one of the big ones, investing cooldowns before the big timing for the fight that's going to come up, or the objective that's going to come up, and then that biting them a little bit later.
Yeah.
Now back to Volibear ban.
It's a self-ban. I've done that. Playing flex queue with the boys, someone just runs it down. You're like, you know what, Rafa? No need to leave for you this game.
Whoa, why is it on me?
Blue here for silver scrapes. Well, looks like we delivered. Good call there.
He's going to have to come back the next couple days. We're going to want some more.
You got tickets for all playoffs, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to be here, right?
Saturday and Sunday. I'll be there no matter what. Team Liquid still thinking about this last ban. There's a lot of things that they took off the table in previous games. It was that Renata Glass that was the final support pick.
I think that's a good ban.
Yeah.
Jensen's been smurfing on Talia.
Where is your Varus priority right now? Because we have had a lot of like Nautilus first picks, but I feel like Varus has been so big.
Yeah, Varus has been really strong. I do think Varus prio should be quite high. I think especially Jan has been outstanding on it. On the FlyQuest side, maybe you care more about the Nautilus because you can just play Kalista or whatever with it, where I do think, Masu has looked quite good on that. But I do think we're likely to just see Varus Ashe again for TL. I think that has worked really well for them. I think that Jan has been looking stellar on the Varus, so could just see the Varus grabbed up right now.
Or even the Kalista Ashe as well.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility too. If you think that's the better denial pick, if you think that's the stronger 2v2. These are both really strong lanes, and I think it plays to the strengths of TL. They've been looking really good as a 2v2. Jan has been on fire, but we'll have to see, what FlyQuest can get done.
Okay. Well, they're going to hold on to the Ashe and guarantee this Ahri for APA.
Yeah, I think that's really smart because they're not going to steal away Ashe right now for FlyQuest, do Ashe Nautilus into you, into your Kalista. And since you use your third ban on the Taliyah, now you get the Ahri priority here for APA and don't let Jensen have that. Jensen's Ahri absolutely ran over them.
Insane. Yeah, he was really good on that. He was really good on the Taliyah. Azir, he's been great on, but that's obviously been disabled, unfortunately, for playoffs. Orianna's banned out, so now Jensen has to bring out something different here and showcase what he can get done. Is the Varus kind of as expected over on the FlyQuest side?
Yeah. The last time that we saw Jensen pulled down after 3 champion picks away, it was the Quay, but it looks like FlyQuest are just going to lock in the Renekton and give Jensen a little bit more time to cook up something.
Well, and I think one of the nice things about picking Renekton here is that you kind of lose that red side's counter pick advantage because you have to go for your Ashe or whatever if you're going to go down towards that bot lane. Then you can do some protection bans up towards top lane, deny some of the picks that could be coming through from Impact that you're concerned about. So, I think the expectation is definitely that Ashe would come through here on 3, then FlyQuest start throwing bans towards top lane, and TL have to cook something up, but instead, they are going to make the pivot, so they're not going to go with double marksman lane. They can instead go towards, if the Ashe gets banned out, something like a Renata or something like even a hard engage style champion, and they're instead prioritizing that Ignite Rumble that did crush Bwipo in lane, but then kind of faltered later on.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason there, because then you would be relying only on your possible jungle pick for the frontline setup there to be able to face check and do things if you wanted to Ashe a little bit more squishy. Yeah. Core JJ also, I think he's happy either way. Like, if Core JJ gets onto an engage champ, he's always happy as well. We are running once again into heavy Merc Treads possibility already, since it is another double AP comp. Yeah. And quite possibly they're going to have even more CC after the RA Charm here locked in. So they themselves are going to ban out one of the pairings with the Renekton. Obviously, the Sejuani was the first ban here for Team Liquid. I like that. You don't want to be on the receiving end again.
What do Team Liquid round out this composition with? You already talked about that there's a desperate need for frontline. Sejuani is gone.
It's AD jungler, so it's like Xin or Lee Sin, based on what's up, probably. It's probably going to be that, and then it's going to be either Core wants to play, for 2v2 lane, or he wants to play something hard engage, for the composition. So because it's double AP solo lane, has to be AD jungler. So FlyQuest are going to be another AD jungler. Whether they're more worried about the Xin Zhao or Lee Sin, that kind of remains to be seen. But those are the two.
Or the Viego. I mean, the Viego game we saw from Inspired was a little suspect. So whichever one they choose, Umti's still going to have multiple options.
Yeah, I always think of Umti more as kind of that Xin Zhao Lee Sin guy. He obviously played a ton of Lee Sin in the LCK. This is going to be the Xin Zhao ban. So Viego is an option. Lee Sin is an option. I think it's one of those pretty much for sure. But obviously if you have a more conditional pick, then you could save that jungle pick to 5 if you think that gives you value.
Whoa.
No way.
No way.
Triple AP? Come on.
No way, no way.
Also, Lilia right now got nerfed.
Yeah.
Is not in the best state, so there we go. We get that Umti Lee Sin. His Lee Sin kick into the Core JJ's Rel ultimate, into APA Ziggs ultimate, was one of the best looking plays that we had this whole series, so I think everyone will be pretty happy to see him back on that again. And they themselves also banned out the Poppy preemptively from their side, so I like that. No Poppy possible answer here from Inspired.
LPL special.
This would be like the FBX, like the Milky Way.
No way he's going like Kindred with
this. If he goes carry alongside
way.
the Annie, that's kind of the Milky Way special from FBX. So would be really exciting to see if Inspired's going to go towards it.
Into a Lee Sin.
He can still go Viego or something if he wanted. That gets a lot of upfront burst with it, and it's an AD pairing.
But this is nice though, because Annie can always guarantee that point and click stun on such mobile characters here. Kalista can hop around. Ahri's spirit rushing around. You have the mobility from the Lee Sin. What better way to lock him down? Now you have the Death Charge and Annie's CC to lock down these mobile carries.
Yeah, and Annie there, when you do play Annie with these carry style junglers, it's so much about that 2v2, about enabling them. Annie is so much upfront burst.
Classic.
Is going to be able to pair it with that Viego. This really good into melee matchups as a support, so it's actually very good for the 2v2. You win almost every fight when those melee supports go in because you're constantly resetting with your passive to get those stuns, to get those heals out, and if it's well timed, can answer the hard engage.
No, not only is this a quintessential counter engage support champion because the ultimate, like you're talking about, it is also, to me now, the Core JJ pick. This has become synonymous with Core JJ. Very few other junglers or supports are even practicing the Taric here and Core JJ constantly going back to it. You do have to time it really well, or else you end up looking super bad with it, though. If you whip
not
it,
wrong.
and so you need to have some good kicks from Umpty or charms from APA to guarantee that you're getting value out of it. But when you're staring down an Annie trying to flash on your team and Nautilus and all this hard engage that you're talking about, it definitely is a very good tool.
I love chat was all spamming Milky Way as soon as the Annie got locked in. The legend of Milky Way is growing, is spreading around the world.
But honestly, I feel like that's so intimidating for any jungler now to try and live up to it. If your team is trying to mirror that and then you don't live up to it, and they're like, everyone's just flaming you. You're not Milky Way, bro. You're not him.
Guys, we are getting everything. The Annie in the mid lane, the Core JJ Taric special. This has truly evolved to be such an exciting series, an unexpected one at that, between FlyQuest, the first seed from regular season, against Team Liquid Honda, the 4th seed. Here we go, one last time, FlyQuest and Team Liquid Honda.
All right, game 5's so much fun here, putting it to the test. Just a little reminder, though, of course, this is the upper part of the bracket, so you do get 2 lives up here. Whichever team does lose this is not out of playoffs. You still have hope in the lower bracket.
Jensen's got to be careful about face checking this.
Yeah, he saw APA pull around the corner, and I think he got tipped off. He's like, okay, you're not walking there if there's not people beside you.
There's no way you're by
just
yourself
no
right
way.
now. Core JJ on the Taric, 37 career games, 5.0 KDA, almost a 60% win rate.
But what's the CSD?
I don't know that. Not giving me that stats.
The classic support flex.
It's going to be a fun one to watch. Again, this is a pick that I think people underestimate the laning power sometimes of the Taric. It's not a good blind. It's horrible into these range matchups. But anytime you have constant access to be able to trade melee, so if the Nautilus hooks in, you're meleeing him back, you're constantly resetting the cooldowns on your spells. It is really difficult to deal with. So definitely very, very strong. Obviously, Fate's Call can set you up to throw you in with that Dazzle stun. You can bash it onto things like Lee Sin to help them set up, and the Ahri. So there's a lot of ways for Core to be successful in this one. And I think it's going to be very interesting to watch because it's that obvious point of success or failure that you were talking about, Kobe. You can look so good when you have the perfectly timed ult, or you go all shiny while your carry's dead on the ground beside you.
And Core JJ picks it a lot with his AD carry playing Kalista, and they play so aggressively with hopping forward to place the stun. Kalista is one of the best AD carries at being able to allow those Taric stuns to land without Core himself having to be the one. So we'll definitely keep our eyes on it. Currently, though, if you look at the minimap, you're always tracking junglers, and they do have Umpty clearing from bottom towards top, whereas Inspired is clearing down towards that bottom side, towards the Kalista Taric lane.
Bwipo again took a really bad trade. It's kind of starting off the lane in a similar way. He lost about 50-60% of his health off of the earlier level 2 there from Impact. And yes, you want to get every bit of experience that you can, but you still have to be very careful in these spots because we've seen how that can turn into a large deficit. Impact in the last time they played this matchup, 2 solo kills.
Yeah, critical note here. Team Liquid were able to spot Inspired taking the Raptor camp. Umpty goes through Fog and lands the Q on the red buff, so they don't have information on where exactly he is at the moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice because we are going to have an earlier respawn of Raptors and Krugs for Inspired since he is doing his red last. And so you have a little bit of time discrepancy there. That will come into effect in the second clear, obviously, to see how quick you can rush to a level 6. But Umpty is getting out here, skipping Krugs, still level 3, wants to take advantage.
Warthog, E-Flash, there it is. Gets the slowdown, but APA would have to connect with the Charm, and that feels like a wasted gank from Umpty.
I mean, Jensen is just so good at evaluating damage, and we can see Inspired now in the area. Might be able to find Umpty, who's down a level now and is going to be pushed off this.
Good little sidestep there from Umpty. Unfortunately, since Inspired's top laner is getting pushed into tower.
Oh no.
I mean, Umpty might be able to get over the wall. Warthog. I thought Inspired was going to try to chase him to the bitter ends of the earth, but
yeah, the Rumble's got your back, pushing top lane. Nice to be able to kite up to. So Umpty runs up to his winning pushing lane. Does mean, though, still, Inspired will be ahead on jungle camps. He will be able to push out mid lane and then get double Scuttle Crab here. That is the price that you pay for going for a level 3 gank. Umpty obviously really wanted to take advantage of pushing Annie here and try and get a first blood. He flashed for it, but Jensen proc the stun and then walks it out. So very nice, calm play from the veteran.
I mean, he's so good at evaluating damage in these situations where he almost never just like panic flashes or anything like that. He's so good in those tense moments. And it's tough because it's like you're going ward hop, flash E, but APA can't really follow up on that. He's too far away, right? It was so difficult for him to be in that spot. And without APA being able to find Charm Flash to follow, you were never really going to get that kill. Jensen evaluates correctly, holds onto the flash. Umpty gets pushed out, means double Scuttle for Inspired, and that's the knock-on effect, putting this Lee Sin behind.
And then you're thinking about, oh, well, if APA had walked up earlier on the big wave in front of him.
Oh, but Inspired is here, and Impact, it might just be cooked here. Ignite is still available, but the CC train guarantees first blood for Inspired.
Yeah, nice gank there. They get it on Impact. Will not be a solo kill this game, but what I was going to say, yeah, if your Ahri moves up too early into a big stacking wave, your opponent is going to get tipped off and know that there is a jungle gank coming. So we'll see, though. This is such a big bounce back for Inspired. Everybody was talking about the picture that even FlyQuest posted themselves.
Yeah.
Inspired was looking a little sweaty there. It was looking like there was a lot of pressure on them. FlyQuest, it always does feel bad coming into a game 5 too when your opponents are the ones who just kind of had the bounce back and they won game 4. So for Inspired to get that first blood and the early start feels pretty good for FlyQuest, but their bottom lane might pay the price.
Yeah. Looks like Umpty queued over to the Krugs. He's walking over to Busio first. Who's going to take the tower up first? It should be Umpty. They get the Ignite down. Does Core JJ dive to the minions? No. Clean dive from Team Liquid.
They're going to be able to pull it off. In mid lane, APA going to be just traded into. It's not going to be really a look for a kill. This is kind of the Annie Classic. If you see much Annie in pro play, Tibbers is off cooldown. Tibbers is getting used. You just constantly use it to try to chunk out your opponent, get push in lane. We didn't really get to talk much about the follow-up in top lane, but the fact that Impact dies sucks so much more because he's not playing TP, right? So he loses the wave, and it means when the wave bounces, it's pushing away from you, which puts you in a spot to get re-ganked, and is very, very tough. Whippo also was being way more respectful in this matchup. This time he took an early base and just TP'd back with a null. Like, that was his first buy, then it's into a Ruby Crystal. He's gonna play it much more safe. He's gonna make the adjustments, knowing that last time when he played aggressive, he got punished hard.
Yeah.
The classic bounce back for a top laner. Play more safe and call jungle.
There you go.
Love it. That
top
one
is jungle diff, Kobe.
I say, that 1-2 combo for top laners is undefeated. Play safer, call jungle, GG.
What if my jungle doesn't come?
You got some other problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, jungle.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, shot
It's
the jungle
the
diff.
problem.
Interesting to note here. So we get first tier 2 boots purchases from both mid laners. APA going with the Mercury treads because he's respecting the CC, but Jensen is going with Ionian boots. He is more focused on going for those flash plays, the stuns to set up the rest of his team.
Yeah, the flash plays, being able to have that Tibbers up constantly, really nice as well. As Impact still doing well, looking for the push. But we also have to remember, even with the incredible start from Impact, FlyQuest played the map really, really well in that one, utilizing the double team advantage, pulling them around the map, and they made Impact fall behind because he always had a group with his team, whereas Whippo was in a side lane, Jensen's in a side lane, and he ended up falling behind in that one. So much inexperience as a result.
Dazzle stun on Nabucio. Is he in threatened range? He doesn't have flash. The Rens are stacking up. Yeah, that's a 2v2 clean solo kill from Jan and Boost. Or Jan and Core JJ. My mistake there as Masu forced to cleanse the stun, and APA is coming down for the roam. Has Spirit Rush available, but Inspired's gonna match. Masu should be fine, but this is a huge wave that is stacking up, and Masu is gonna be under pressure.
TL bot lane diff does not miss, okay? This series, wow. Really, really impressive stuff from them.
Okay, Impact is gonna go overheated onto Whippo, has the Ignite available. Whippo still has Flash, is waiting until the right moment. Impact is burning him down into the minion wave, so he cannot be followed up by a Harpoon.
Forces the flash, well done there from Impact. Waited till he spent all his skills on the wave, then drops the equalizer, looks for that pressure. Impact not gonna greed it out, he's just gonna base here though, as TL will get the dragon off of that bot lane pressure, looking really strong again. And also, I am a big fan of Tier on Taric. This is such a mana-hungry champion. It is a bit of a greedy early buy, but if you're not being pressured heavily in lane and you get that early tier, it's so much value later on. It's so much more healing you can get out, so many more rotations of spells. Even for things like objective takes like Baron, it makes it it super safe because you won't go and you can just heal, auto, heal, auto, and you keep your team full health. And especially with the Kalista, that's so powerful.
Lucio does have to be careful. Still doesn't have flash available. Ignite is back up, but with how the lane has gone, Yon and Core JJ are totally in charge of dictating how the rest of the laning phase goes.
Man, this makes it so difficult for jungle because you're getting called everywhere. Top lane is constantly volatile, pushing in. You know, Whippo doesn't have flash anymore, so flash disadvantage up there also. But then bottom lane is constantly fighting here. Now 2 deaths for Busio. He goes for Hex Flash plays. They're getting pushed in, and it looks like they've chosen top side, the battleground.
is trying to commit first, but they need to make it a fast play. Otherwise, Inspired is here for the counter. The Spectrum Wall lands the root onto Just a little bit of damage back onto the jungle, but no one going to go down.
Yeah, once the Q misses from they know they're not going to have enough damage to kill him off. There's no way, so they're just going to back it off. Nice little smite on the minion with the Spectrum Maw to land the stun there from Inspired, who has had a bit of a quieter game after getting the first blood, but he has been power farming. And he is going for a very aggressive build here, likely going towards Kraken, I would assume. And is going to be, you know, really high DPS build.
The Kraken buffs from a couple patches ago for AD carries was so nice for Viego, but here's a repeat on top side. Core JJ's top again.
2v1 didn't work, but 3v1, and no Inspired to bail him out this time around. Whippo without the flash cannot get out alive. takes the kill.
You heard Dokla talking about it. You always think Core JJ's up there. Whippo was talking about it. You always think Core JJ's ganking topside. He does it with and that should be Void Grubs. Inspired is here, but look, the whole team is rotating up, and with Masu staying bottom, I think Inspired has to just leave.
Yeah, and I mean, if they committed, Equalizer's available, right? Impact could just cancel the base. I think you would just get cooked. So they get the kill, they get a plate, they get grubs.
Mid lane's in trouble. And it looks like that is Yon as the target. Had flash, but the def charge and the point-and-click CC that we were talking about during the champ select comes through fruition, and Yon is taken down.
Yeah, now with that kill, they're going to be able to at least grab 1 grub for themselves. should be able to get out, but grabbing that 1 grub feels really nice. Even if you just get the 1 off the 2, off of each of the 2, you're going to be able to deny the Void Might spawns, which is really that most important part. Plus, you get the bonus XP for that first grub that you do take, which is going to feel nice as well.
Does mean 4 Void Grubs for FlyQuest, so neither team is going to get the extra little grubby there whenever they're sieging on the towers, but Impact still going to push Whippo off. Still no flash available for this Crocodile. He's got to be careful. Has kick available, dashes through. Double teleports are coming in. Both APA and Jensen are going to show up to the fight. They're trying to all in onto Whippo. Both the jungler and the top laner go down here. And now it's a 2v2 situation. Spirit Rush available for APA, but they're just going to take the trade and leave.
Yeah, they call it off because look at these wards in the jungle actually saved them from an extended fight. They saw Nautilus coming on their deep ward jungle, or jungle wards there. So Busio did have the safety net. He goes for the recall afterwards, is just going to be the trade.
Exactly, and then you look at the cost on bottom side. Masu just has to leave again. They're losing more plates, they're losing more waves. Masu going to be the sacrificial lamb for that roam from Busio up towards top side. So TL get what they can get, and they're going to be able to
I just love the confidence from Yon. This guy has been on Team Liquid Academy and Team Liquid for so long. They have invested really, really heavily into this player. And for a while, right when he joined the main team onto the LCS squad for TL, was receiving a lot of criticism, but is so confident now. Team messing around with a little bit of jungle confidence as well, going for some possible steals, but Inspired secures.
Fate's call. Jensen over the wall, tries to isolate Yon, but the Cosmic Radiant comes down, and they are invulnerable for now. But they have to kite away because the second fight from FlyQuest could be disastrous. Yon getting pincered out by Inspired. Flash away from Core JJ as well. Using his own flash. That could have been disastrous for Team Liquid, and FlyQuest bullied them out of the jungle.
Yeah, it's that ward in that brush over by the red buff that allowed Jensen over the wall to go for the Tibbers. That was really well played by Jensen. Notice how he also dropped the pink there to make sure, you know, they saw him over the wall after the initial Tibbers play came out, but really well positioned from Jensen, catches him by surprise, pushes him back, forces out those flashes. And these are the kind of plays and these are the kind of angles that you're looking for with this Annie. Has the Malignants online now, so the ult CDR are going to be very low. You can get to ridiculous states to where it's like Tibbers is practically permanently out there.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting him to go in towards like Liandry's. That's a build I most see commonly, is just Malignants into Liandry's. People often go Rylai's and stuff, and it becomes so annoying to actually deal with this bear, just walking around, AoE slow, AoE burn.
And a big part of the goal of the team comp for FlyQuest is all the burst damage that they have, getting a Spirit for Inspired to possess for this Viego reset. They were all pretty low, but couldn't quite get there.
Core JJ might be in trouble. Dodges the dredge line. They're kiting this one out. Core JJ still might be in trouble. Inspired commits the Heartbreaker, and it's enough damage from Famasu to finish him off. No reset for Inspired as he has to kite away. Yon cleansing the stun from Jensen. His equalizer. Oh! The green arrow from Masu picks up Yon in the back half. Impact is trying to equalize the situation here, but he still goes down. APA forced to run. FlyQuest continuing to truck on forward.
Man, Yon just got blasted. Jensen throws a little bit of damage on him. He insta-cleanses, backs off, and then the piercing arrow from Masu finishes off the kill. Surprising amount of burst there onto Yon.
Yeah, that was a really nice shot, but because Impact came down and Impact tried to answer another one, Whipple gets more alone time on the tower. He can't quite get it, so it just ends up being a little bit of chip damage and has to respect the roam from APA.
There's no Spirit Rush, so he can't necessarily threaten to gap close onto Whippo. But man, for Masu to really, as we see Impact.
He's got a lot of all-time records. We've shown a lot of banners here. I can't even keep track of all of them.
He's been here for a while.
Yeah.
And he's been killing it for a while.
7th player to hit 1,500 kills. Well done, Impact. As there's a dive in the works here against Whippo. He's just going to back off and give respect to the members of Team Liquid. But what I wanted to say is that Masu was being bullied off the tower. They're putting a lot of pressure into the bottom side of the map, but he never died. He never went down in lane, and he's able to answer up for it by picking up 2 clutch kills in that fight.
Yeah, definitely credit to him. You know, it did feel like Core and Yon absolutely had the pressure in that bottom lane. You know, they got the kill on Debussio. They pushed him off a lot of times, but he's right in it, right? He's going to have that slight gold lead very likely, depending on how much gold was actually taken from plates. It is really close, but Masu does have a slight edge. And Masu in a position to try to have a big performance here, to try to be that person who steps up in Game 5, is the difference maker. Inspired also in that great spot. We have to remember back to his last Viego game where he started with 2 early kills, wasn't able to accomplish much. This time, it's even better start, more jungle camps, 3 kills, including first blood.
And like I said, this team comp is basically made to burst someone down. They've got Annie, Lethality, Varus, and Nautilus, all just like, all right, we're gonna get you a kill, baby, and then go to Reset City.
Yeah.
Inspired. We saw the pentakill that you got in EU. We saw the MVPs. You know, let's see it in Game 5.
I mean, on top of it as well, it's not the Thunder Sky Rush for Inspired. It is Kraken Slayer, just trying to maximize the damage output. Equalizer comes out. Whippo's already popped the Dominus. Jensen with the teleport. Easy CC setup on Impact. APA cannot rectify the wrongs there. Cosmic Radiance is coming down. Yon Force the flash comes just in time for the invulnerability, but he cannot hop, skip, jump away from this one because Inspired locks him down with the Blade of the Rune King, and now he's playing the Callista. He gets the hop, skip, and jump. Finds one on a Core JJ. Resets have come through for Inspired, and he's 5-0-1.
Yeah, that's 3 quick kills, and they can push mid lane afterwards as well. FlyQuest taking over.
Looking really confident on that play. Immediate commitment to the top lane play onto Impact. They find this angle. They stun enough. They look for the TP in. Jensen arrives. They burst him right down. Even though APA was pretty quick on his TP as well, there's no chance to respond. Then Masu just catches Yon there as he's walking out. Barely. The Cosmic Radiance comes down to keep him alive for a moment, but it's not quite enough. He couldn't finish off Inspired. Inspired gets the reset, means Core's gone for free. And it's FlyQuest winning in 2 lanes, catching people in transition, trying to get up there to help up their top lane.
Another fight in the works here. Dazzle tries to connect. Busio flashes it to make sure that the stun does not land. He's going to be thankful that he does not give up a potential kill over to Team Liquid. They're now still jockeying for position in the mid lane. Dragon is not coming up for 3 minutes, so there's nothing really to fight for. It does feel tense.
And it feels like a flashback to that previous Rumble game.
Dredge line. MT is trying to look for Masu, ends up kicking Whippo instead, takes the resonating strike. They get 1 kill, but MT is traded out by Inspired, and now he gets to be the lead in, takes the Sonic Wave, finds APA. He's gonna be Ari, gets the charm out, but Yan through the cleanse still goes down. An equalizer from Impact. He's gonna turn around the fight and get at least 1 kill back over for themselves. 2 to Team Liquid, but 3 to FlyQuest.
No objectives? No problem. We play for kills, baby. And they get a bunch of them. 3.6 thousand, the gold lead. They get to push the tower afterwards. This is all well in advance of the Dragon or the Baron coming up. So it's they could completely open up the map. The last of the outer towers now down on the side of Team Liquid. FlyQuest get to reset and now come set up their vision. Now they get to set up the play.
And FlyQuest are just playing the map better, right? You know, it's Andy in the top lane. They have double TP, so they look for the engage here. They find the hook in onto core. Trying to find the angle there, but can't quite catch up to Masu to kick him back. Whippo, unfortunate flash, obviously not going to disconnect from the resonating strike as it comes through. He does go down, but it's the reset either way for Inspired. He connects on the Q, on the Lee Sin, then he connects on the Charm, on the Ahri. Impact shows up, but it's not going to be enough to chase in as Jensen has rotated down. But again, they're just getting these incremental advantages in the side lanes. They're dictating where they're fighting. They're dictating when they're fighting. This is FlyQuest fully in control in a macro game where they're also out executing on the micro plays, on the team fights.
And Busio, even though on this Nautilus he died 2 times really early on in the game, there he lands hook after hook. Then he turned on APA. He hit the ultimate with Nautilus first with a loud Masu, the really easy follow-up chains of corruption on the Varus to secure them the extra kill. Those two have just been catching so many TL players out.
And you look at the complete items now for Fly. It's 2 items already for Inspired. It's 2 items already for Jensen. He elected to go for that Rylai second. He's going to go in towards the Magic Pen next. Opportunities done now for Masu. So he's got his 2 items. They are ridiculously strong. And everyone on TL side is really just trying to scrape together pieces. And you've lost the early game with this comp that can't play the map very well. It's going to be so hard to come back. You know, FlyQuest are just going to keep shoving out waves, keep making you respond to them. And if you don't, guess what? You're just falling further and further behind.
And I can't help but think back to the mid lane gank attempt from where he tried to go for the triple flash to guarantee the charm lock-in from APA, but both were not able to sync up and make that play possible.
Well, they stopped the recalls. They're going to go to try and catch these two. Everybody rotating up topside.
Wants the kill, and they need to get something, but a teleport from Whippo is going to put a stop in their tracks. Impact is able to stasis the burst damage from Annie, but is in trouble, but he's got AP and he's got Yon. They're corralling right onto Whippo and Jensen. They have to all in everything. Cosmic Radiance is going to give them the invulnerability to survive. This is huge for Team Liquid. Impact doesn't go down.
That is massive. Impact with a perfect stasis there with the Seeker's Arm Guard. Immunes the Flash Tibbers from Jensen. Survives. TL get all the kills and the Baron off this play. The wheels just came off for FlyQuest.
This series is a banger, down to game number 5, and TL, they come back. They're gonna, wait a second, you're not gonna Varus steal this, are you?
You have to think it with how the series has been.
Masu has seen the tape. He knows what Gumayushi did in World 22 Finals. Can he pull off a miracle for FlyQuest in their most desperate hour? But he already fired the arrow. Team Liquid will take the Baron.
They're going to get the Baron, and they may even get another kill here. As Busio going a little bit far. They're going to back it off, though. And just like that, the gold lead gone. Completely gone. They try to look for this play, but the equalizer early from Impact stopped the recalls. And then that stasis there with the Seeker's Arm Guard immunes the Flash Tibbers. That is the defining moment. If they can get that reset, if Inspired survives, maybe you can turn it around with Whippo TPing in. But because they couldn't get it, Tarek arrives, the ulti comes down, no one dies. Total disaster for FlyQuest on the top side, and you know they have got to be ecstatic.
Impact is actually the GOAT. That's why we keep showing banners of all his achievements in the LCS. That was insane. He knew as soon as Jensen gets there, this Annie is coming to flash stun me.
Yeah.
So he times it perfectly, still gets the cooldowns out, and then Core JJ arrives and the ultimate barely saves him. You can't write a better comeback here.
For Team Liquid fans, that moment looked eerily familiar to Week 6 when FlyQuest were leading the early game and suddenly Team Liquid all in. They send nearly everyone towards the top side of the map, same place, not quite the same time, 10 minutes later, but Team Liquid have now put themselves back in a winning position. Baron buff on their side, and they are cruising through these towers. Dredgeline connects. might be in trouble. Whippo walks up. is taken out of the fight. Yon has to kite away from this one. Impact with the equalizer is going to split up FlyQuest members here, but Inspired is on the hunt. Looks for Yon, but he gets popped. The flash stun with the cleanse from Yon keeps himself alive, as now he has to run because the rest of the members of FlyQuest want to run them down, but they just might have gained enough distance to get out. But the portals are coming in. Jensen has a blast cone available. He's got Tibbers, and he's looking for Yon. Fate's call. Does he sacrifice Core JJ to keep himself alive? They get a decent bunch of damage down. Ignite, the charm doesn't connect, but it's the over deception that connects. 1-for-1 trading. Core JJ for Jensen, and Impact is back. He doesn't have the equalizer, but Masu is out of position.
chooses to lose. This man is on a mission, the top lane play, and then makes it happen again off of the FlyQuest engage. Great kiting as well by Yon and Core. Barely able to kill off Inspired before he could get that reset onto Yon. That made all the difference. That made FlyQuest commit to the chase, commit to trying to get more. And TL end up coming up big again, Kobe.
This is playoffs, baby. This is game 5 pressure. And the overchase from FlyQuest, they can feel it slipping away from them, and so they overchase. The teleport came in. It was a 1-for-1. We're not done. Back to the action.
Inspired might be in trouble, but dashes back on out. Once he sees Busio in range, it's going to allow Inspired to get out alive. But Team Liquid are the ones with the pressure, and they're pushing FlyQuest to the brink.
Man, that APA and Yon play where they're kiting back on the top lane, kiting back Inspired, and then they get the rend burst, taking him down. It feel like FlyQuest at that point kind of all in on it, and now they're facing another siege from TL. Good 4-1 split push. APA pushes the minions up mid lane. He got the 1 auto onto the tower. Just get the little bit of true damage there. Meanwhile, bottom side, they're clearing out one more wave. They got jungle fully warded up, so Impact is watching the path here between the two, and they're going to bring APA down.
And this is APA playing Lichbane. You know, Jensen, when we saw him, he was playing the Horizon Focus, more kind of upfront burst. This is going to be even better in that split push, weaving in the autos between your Rs with that Malignance. This is kind of that new build that is so popular throughout this season. So much unavoidable damage because you are forward, you pop the W, you're weaving in those autos. Even if you're not hitting your Q and your E every single time, the damage is really, really high for some of these squishy champions.
I am just in awe that this is the series that we have gotten today. I was very prepared for a dominant FlyQuest to come in, really roll over Team Liquid. Maybe there was one game that they could have gotten off the back end, but the fact that Team Liquid now find themselves ahead in gold at 26 minutes into the game, in game 5, mind-blowing.
Well, I've got some good news for fans because the way this game is going with it being so action-packed, it's not going to stop. FlyQuest, their whole team is burst damage, and Team Liquid, they don't have tanks on their team. They've got a Sterix Gage on their Lee Sin, but really, they're relying on the shielding from Core JJ, his Iron Solari, and his ultimate to try and get the timing correct. It makes for very exciting team fights because there is so much damage and not that much tankiness.
Dredge line fishing from Busio. The flash spectrum wall. Is the invulnerability going to come through? APA is bursted out before the Cosmic Radiance comes through. Yon tries to cleanse it, but gets locked down. FlyQuest are back in the game, and they took out the 2 carries from Team Liquid.
They find the huge play, their flash spectrum off from Inspired, and then Masu, after that, finds the flash arrow, connects on the ult, gets them another kill. They take out both the carries. They want more here.
Inspired is really trying to hunt them down, impacting Core JJ. Core has flash, Impact doesn't. Impact might just be gone from this one. Another kill to FlyQuest. They are trying to run with the momentum.
30 seconds on Baron, too. That kill was a really meaningful kill. That extra chase from FlyQuest. They know if they could get the kill on Impact now, it's a no teleport top laner. Baron's up in 19 seconds. Dragon's up in 1 second. So they can collect the Dragon, have plenty of time to move on over. FlyQuest, that'll be Dragon number 3. Setting themselves up for Dragon Soul points.
Yeah, and just look at this. The initial play, they couldn't find it. It's actually from the bottom of your screens. You can't really see him because of the picture-in-picture, but look at this. W flash, everyone commits immediately in. Masu flashes forward, Chains of Corruption there, do connect onto Yon. He cleanses it very quickly, but immediate hook comes out from Busio to follow up. So great decisive play there from FlyQuest. That's exactly what you need when you are playing into a Taric. You cannot hesitate. Everyone has to get in. Make sure you get that first kill before the ulti lands.
3 flashes invested.
Those coaches looking stressed.
Yeah.
I think that's the first sigh of relief they've seen in a hot minute in this game. But it does not overcome the gold advantage. It's now neck and neck between both teams.
All right, will they punish those 3 flashes? Inspired, Jensen, Masu here. Now they have no defense, and it's up to Team Liquid. They saved Core JJ, Yon, APA, Umti, all have flashes ready. Can they too make a huge flash play in game number 5 of the playoffs?
Umti, he's looping around.
Oh, he could go for Masu here.
He wants to go for Masu. He gets stunned up, but he just goes for Inspired instead. But the Heartbreaker gets him out of danger. The invulnerability from Cosmic Radiance is used early to guarantee the kill on Jensen. FlyQuest are now down to 4 members. Team Liquid, will they turn to the Baron or will they look for more?
If you've got a flash, you've got a team fight, baby. They make it good. TL now turning towards Baron. Jensen's the only one down. His teleport won't be ready when he gets back up.
33 seconds on Jensen. That's 33 seconds that Team Liquid have to try and pull this Baron and force FlyQuest into their hands. No Cosmic Radiance available. Inspired trying to flank on the left side. APA playing to that choke point. Whippo already popping the dominance, and Team Liquid have to back off. It looks like for now, Whippo gets in range of impact. The flash dazzle stun. The charm connects on the Masu, but no one can get in range quite yet. The arrow is not going to be enough. Busio forced out of this fight, and Team Liquid should be guaranteeing themselves this Baron.
They've got it. They got the Baron. They handle the situation very tense, but they handle it well. They don't overcommit. The goal was always the Baron, just enough fighting to push FlyQuest away to make sure Inspired can't get in there. They have now secured that Baron, and now it's going to be up to them to see how much gold can they get off the map. There's only one more outer tower remaining. They want to get a lot done with this because the next objective after that is a potential soul for FlyQuest.
And guess what? We are going to be on the other side of the flash turns of this game, basically. We've had each team separating their flash cooldowns. So when the dragon comes up, we're going to have all three of those flashes for FlyQuest back in order. And TL just used APAs, Core JJs, and Umpties. So it'll be the complete opposite situation with another huge objective up on the map. So what's really the question is how much can TL get with that Baron that they just invested in?
And you can see they're trying to move into the enemy jungle, pushing that up. They have Impact pushing in bot. They had APA push one mid. He's going to go back there and push it out again as he has TP and can look to rejoin to the team. FlyQuest are trying to establish this defensive vision, see if they can find someone split from the squad. But it's 4 bot, 1 mid. And TL just need to play this out slowly. Wait for APA to get up towards that tower, be pressuring through 2 lanes with that Baron buff.
Flash is still not back up for Masu, but it is back up for Jensen. The equalizer forces FlyQuest off. That should buy enough time for Yon to take out the second tier turret in the bottom lane. Team Liquid holding on to this Baron buff and maximizing what they have.
They just have to be sure now that you don't fight until the equalizer is back up, because they use that to get the tower. You don't want a committed fight now.
Yeah, you don't even want to get close for one of these picks. Yep. But I would say FlyQuest are in comms right now saying, nobody use any big cooldowns until the dragon. We have plenty of time, minute 20 seconds. Nice little reset here from Team Liquid, well ahead of time. And if you look at the minimap, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wards used leading up to that dragon fight. Plus they have the scuttle crab vision. So they definitely have this place lit up.
And this is now a death cap done for Impact. He's about to get 16 here pretty soon. You can see there just hit 16 and he has the Impact. That equalizer is going to be terrifying.
Big cooldowns. Stasis on both APA and Impact through their Zonias. No flash available from APA. Flash and cleanse available from Yon. Flash on Jensen, and flash just came back up for Masu.
And you can cheat some of these plays too. If you have a vision play, it can sometimes be more impactful than the flash play. So that's the one thing when FlyQuest are trying to retake this territory. And the important part about Team Liquid leaving so many wards behind leading up towards the dragon, that they just get to continue pushing with their Baron. They still have jungle control, so they have that fog of war advantage. And you see Whippo right now on the minimap recalling from top lane. He doesn't even want to waste the time of a channel of the teleport. He buys up his crit reduction here.
Yeah, and there's not really any good TP wards, which is making it hard. When you look over towards that dragon, there's not really any good angle for Whippo, so they're going to have to try to move through the team. You know, as a team, move through the jungle, push out mid, try to be able to regain some control so they can get access to that dragon, unless they're just willing to give it up straight up, because they don't have good positioning on it. And with the base coming through, they are not going to challenge for their soul. They're just going to sacrifice that.
Also, the only crit on the enemy team is the Sundered Sky auto from Lee Sin. So it must have been a case where he had just enough gold for it.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Kalista is on.
They're going to look for Whippo.
Looking for Whippo. Spirit Rush available. Another charge. The charm does not connect, but the kick does from Umpty, and Whippo's in a world of trouble, but he gets out, and he's going to stay alive.
Well handled there by Whippo. The Sterix making all the difference. He's a very tanky build here. The random wins the Sterix. It buys him the time with the ulti to get out of there. He does have to spend the flash, but that's the flash kick from Umpty. Traded for that. Jensen, meanwhile, almost took down that top lane tier 3 tower, looking to unlock that inhibitor. As FlyQuest continue to play the map there, you know, TL have stalled out any potential soul, but FlyQuest are always going to have that as a potential win condition. If TL ever make a mistake when that dragon is coming up, it could be so costly.
I love it. I want this amount of tension in all of our playoff series.
God.
And this is upper bracket as well.
Yeah.
Heading towards the next move here. Team Liquid push out mid lane, rotate on up. They want to transfer their vision over the top side of the map in preparation for the transfer of objectives. Dragon already taken, Baron coming up in minute 20 seconds.
A little bit of interesting LCS history could potentially be made. If TL were to win, this would be the first time in LCS history that both the #1 and #2 seeds lost in playoffs in the first round. Never happened before. But TL and Cloud9 looking to combine to make a little bit of history.
Something people have been talking about this entire split in the LCS is how competitive it has been with all of the teams being very threatening through the regular season. Those were best of ones, but it's even showing up in the best of fives in the upper bracket.
Equalizer onto Jensen. Stand strong, using the stasis from APA. Jensen is gone. Teleport comes in from Quippo. Remember, he doesn't have flash from before. Cosmic Radiance is going to come in. They try to save Impact and Umti, but they get bursted down. Boosio with the flash. Tries to look for APA. He flashes backward. Yawn is free hitting. Looking for Yawn. He's got cleanse and he's got flash still available, but he's kiting this one out. The flash from his Rider trying to connect the stun, but the charm from APA keeps him alive. Yawn flashes backward, but the resets are pouring in. The arrow from Monsoon. Is this it?
This could be it. We'll see if they have the time. Long respawn timers. There's a lot of turrets to knock down. 30 seconds here for Impact. 25 there for UMT. I think they might be able to respawn in time, but it's going to be close. So FlyQuest going to back off. They're going to go towards Baron instead. They know they can't go for both.
Oh, Dios mío. Oh, man.
Yeah, they've got to go for it. 3 seconds here on Baron. They will be able to pick up the Baron, though.
Yeah.
What a huge, huge fight for them. And it started out with a pick onto Jensen. It started out with Impact melting Jensen down. APA goes in, hits the charm so that Jensen burns down in the CC. They assassinated the Annie, but the turn from FlyQuest was better.
Exactly. It's about the turn, and I'm going to draw your eyes to how close CoreJJ was to actually getting his ulti in onto Impact. The initial stasis there from APA was great. They hit the charm. They're all going for this burst. Look at that. Flashes in, can't actually get the Cosmic Radiance to land on him, or this could have been such a different fight. Yawn, though, Lethal Tempo fully stacked, Rage Blade fully stacked. It looked like it's fast-forwarded. It's not fast-forwarded. That's just how quick he jumps. He nearly made the highlight play happen here, but he didn't quite have the damage. Hysterics popped. He couldn't take down Blippo.
And he landed every arrow there as well, onto the hopping Callista, trying to kite for the Callista's life. Now they've got the Baron. They can turn the tides once again.
In that last fight, the main rookie from FlyQuest standing up to the reigning rookie of the year from Team Liquid's Yawn. So crucial in that fight. And now big thing, Yawn, no flash, no cleanse available. Jensen has his flash. I imagine if Jensen sees Yawn, it is an instant go button for the game win.
Yeah, it definitely could be. You know, it's a minute here until potential soul as well, so you definitely have to check in on those cooldowns. Stasis available again for Impact and APA, and GA critically has been purchased for Yawn, so they're going to have to kill him twice if they're going to do it. Jensen trying to get in towards his death cap, has the pieces, so would love to have that completed and should be able to do so prior to any big soul fight. We can see APA still has a lot of room to go before he can complete his death cap of his own. And it's getting tricky here for TL. You know, both teams really on that knife's edge.
Oh, it also just got more difficult. Jensen completed the death cap here on the Annie. You thought the Tibbers was painful before? Definitely going to leave a mark as they try and siege the base. Here they come. Baron, plenty of time left on this. They play it really safe, though. Inspired just applying the Baron buff to the cannon minion, slowly chipping away at the tower. Dragon Soul coming up. They don't want to give themselves away. They don't want to let TL get a pick or any sort of way back into the game, so cautiously retreat.
Oh, Yawn's got to be careful. He's trying to walk back as the last member, knowing that he is the prime target for every single member of FlyQuest.
But they can't go too slow because they don't actually have vision, so they don't know if FlyQuest is just bursting this down. At the same time, TL is threatening to push down mid, and these arrows from Masu are really softening them up. Look at the health on APA and UMT already. Yeah. APA is going to go back to base. I wonder if he has a buy. He does have TP, so if he has something like a death cap or whatever they can complete, that'd be huge. But Core as well. Core's caught out.
He doesn't have flash either. It would just rely on the Fate's Call from Yawn. Oh, the arrows are coming in from Masu, putting so much poke down and pressure on the Team Liquid. Yawn almost caught.
Core wants to heal off this Grump. He needs something to hit here.
But the Dragon's gone. It's too slow, right? They get the poke. They couldn't find a way in. Masu is so annoying for them as they're trying to walk in. He's hitting arrow after arrow after arrow. They had no vision prior to the play. Thanks to the earlier Baron that FlyQuest got where they dominate the map. And now FlyQuest do have the Hextech Soul. 9-1-9 for Masu in his first ever playoff series. Game 5, he's stepping up big. Fudge spoke earlier today about the poise, the confidence, how well a lot of these rookies are playing.
Yes.
And I think this is another example here where Masu is just not crumbling to the pressure. He started the series off with an 11-kill Callista game, and he's looking to try to put the finishing touches on this one with another incredible game on the Varus.
And we think about at the beginning of this game, how much pressure Masu and Busio were receiving from Team Liquid. Masu made sure to never die in lane, picked up a couple of those crucial early game kills for FlyQuest, and he has been holding his own in his first ever playoff series. This guy is literally his 4th or 5th split in competitive. I don't remember exactly, but man, the fact that Masu has really sprung out of nowhere in solo queue to the FlyQuest system and immediately brought in as the most valuable prospect of summer 2023, and he is stepping up to the plate big time.
Well, he has everything at his fingertips right now. He's full build with the Hex Soul, the best soul for a poking Varus here. Not only are those going to leave a big mark on your health bar, but also getting the slow here, really annoying for the Siege. And Team Liquid, they know now is approaching the time of desperation. We've got to look for one of these big flash plays. here is trying to carve a path for himself to try and get behind them, look for an insect.
Yeah, you can see it's also a stasis item purchased up here. The Seeker's arm guard purchased by Bwipo. So working towards that Zhonya is on the Renekton, knows it's going to be high lethality. It's all about the burst at this point in the game. Wants to have that for this potential final fight. His fly's going to look.
CoreJJ gets caught, but it's the Fate's call. Immediately, Equalizer tries to dissuade the fight. The Equalizer and the Cosmic Radiance comes down by some time. Bwipo with the stasis. Tries to look for the kick onto Inspire, but Impact falls. CoreJJ falls. Yon is still trying to kite this one out. APA was not there for the fight and didn't have teleport, and FlyQuest immediately pulled the trigger.
Yeah, they go no hesitation. In goes Busio. Jensen finds the angle for the flash Tibbers. It's up to Yon and to try to make something happen here with APA. They have a couple minions they're trying to protect. They cut the wave here from APA is going to go in, but he's just going to die.
He just pops the stasis, trying to spirit rush through. I don't know what that was. Yon is also trying to do something, but he's just a marksman against all 5 members. Inspired goes in for the killing blow. Has to recall, and FlyQuest could just look to end it right here as they don't have any more threats to deal with. The last one to defend, but it won't be enough. FlyQuest overcome mental warfare and adversity, but the resilience pays off true as they guarantee an appearance at Finals weekend.
What a banger of a series.
Oh my God, how much more action-packed, back and forth could it get? There was trash talk, there was spicy picks, they had it all.
It truly did. Full entertainment value delivered today. And now they can enjoy their bows. FlyQuest walking back out. Nice to see all the respect. By the way, the all chat did evolve into everyone just typing GGs at the end. Everybody calms down. Once we got a few more people muting all, then we got a lot more calm in the all chat. Nicely done there, coming out on top in the end.
Man, really
we had Pike support. We had all kinds of fun.
Did we have Pike support? But FlyQuest going to be able to walk away with the win, and they are going to be feeling really good about that. This one definitely got very tense. I think a lot more tense than they were expecting it to be, especially when they were up 2-1. You know, they're looking like they had the momentum. They were looking like they were dominating. They were going to close it out. The Pike incident happens. Then we go into game 5. This one, very close, back and forth game. Both teams with their moments, with their opportunities. But at the end of the day, it's FlyQuest that finds that final moment, that finds the way to end the series. As APA wasn't with the team, they tracked his TP. He didn't have it. And when he arrives, he tried to spear rush in. I think he was just trying to kill the minions.
Yeah.
But it was never going to work from that situation. They knew they couldn't defend 3v5. Ends up going all bad.
And I have to say, you know, even with some of the early deaths for Busio, this is the hook. They're like, oh, we see APA on minions. We know the timer for his teleport. Busio goes for it. He barely gets the lollipop there onto CoreJJ. It starts the fight. They get the ultimate down, then Bwipo's the one that really forces it because he goes in, he knows he has the Seeker's arm guard. So he forces the delay, and once they get that full engage, they know we have the soul, the Hex soul here. They're not gonna get away from us, and one of their players is on bottom lane, so nice turn there. Good call from FlyQuest. You can see them immediately go for mid lane too. They're like, protect that cannon minion. We've got a lot of minions. We're going straight for the end. And as much as Team Liquid tried to cut the minion wave, Umpty went down there. Too little, too late.
Yeah, too little, too late. But that concludes the series. We will be joining Raz and Jensen on stage for the interview.
Congratulations, Jensen, on a 3-2 finish. Can we hear it from Jensen? First question, how stressful was that?
I don't even know how to explain. I mean, dude, that was like a completely banger of a series. Like, I thought when we got into game 5, I was like, okay, this game's like completely free win. Like, we stumped early game, and then like all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, we just gave them Baron. We just ran it down, and it felt like it was lost, but we pulled out some clutch plays and made it back.
I feel like that was the vibe for the whole series. Like, was that an expectation coming into this series that Team Liquid would be like a tough opponent to face? Because other teams, I'm sure, that had scrim Team Liquid said that they were strong enough to take it. What was your expectation coming in?
I mean, honestly, I didn't really know what to expect. I think TL is a team that has a lot of really good players, but they kind of like struggle to click so much in the regular season. So I definitely thought like if they play well and they figure out how to play together as a team, that they would be a strong opponent. And I mean, I guess they did show up today. They gave us quite the run for it.
Let's talk about the Annie pick. We got it was basically, we've seen a little bit of it. FPX care, I guess. Like, now you've got to show some Annie. Like, talk about the pick that you ended up locking in, because now that you couldn't play Orianna and Azir anymore. Yeah. You had to expand a bit going into the playoffs, and it seemed like you nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, the Annie game didn't go exactly as I was hoping for. Like, we had a strong early game, and then I kind of ran it down a bit. So then Annie was looking a bit weak, but I think Annie is really strong because they had a lot of squishy champs. So kind of anyone I ulted would get one shot, but except they picked Taric, so that made it a bit more annoying. But I think Annie was really good in this situation.
How about your performance during the series? Because you ended up showcasing, I think my favorite pick that you had was the Talia pick. Because for a bit, like, you guys had a lead throughout the series. You constantly found roams on the top side of the map. When bot lane was struggling, or at times when top lane was struggling, it seemed like you were the one that was holding it down. Just talk about your performance during the series as a whole.
I mean, I think I had a lot of good moments, and I was consistently doing better than APA. I mean, he wasn't playing super well either, so that made it a bit easier for me. But I think overall, I played pretty solid. I had a few big mistakes, and I feel like I kind of threw the Hui game. So I wasn't too happy with my performance, but overall, I mean, I think I did decent, yeah.
Let's talk about APA only because at the first two games, there was a lot of trash talking in the alt chat. But that started quieting down a little bit. Was it taking focus away?
No, I mean, I thought it's funny, but it is taking focus away a bit because it's really hard to focus when a bad player is talking shit. If it was a good player, I wouldn't mind so much, but it is a bit weird.
That's fantastic. I mean, looking ahead, I want to look ahead a bit because that's hilarious. Looking ahead, you guys are now going further into the winners bracket. Just talking about the team as a whole, your immediate gut, because of course you guys are going to be looking through the VODs. A lot to look through. What's something that you guys need to feel like you need to be better at to kind of have a stronger performance? Because it looks like Cloud9 is looking strong too.
Yeah, oh man, I thought we had a pretty good idea how to play the games, but I think we ended up throwing a lot these games, getting caught out a lot. I think me specifically as well, I think I ran it down a bit too much. So I don't know, I think we just need to clean up our individual play a bit more. I think we have a good idea how to play it together as a team, but I think we just all had some pretty bad moments in the game. But I think if we can clean it up for C9, we should be good.
All right, and before we send it to the lounge, can I get a confirmation who was player of the series for this one? Let's make sure. And it was Jensen. Congratulations for player of the series.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Jensen.
Thank you.
And we're sending it to the lounge.
Thanks, Raz and Jensen. We got the FlyQuest bot lane. Congratulations on the win, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
FlyQuest advances to the next round, like everybody expected.
Yeah, clean 3-0.
I mean, the 3 wins is really all that matters. But to talk me through, Amasu, that last game, you got incredibly fed on Varus. How were the nerves for you in your first LCS playoff series?
I'd say the first few games, it was pretty hard for me to control my nerves.
Okay.
I was still like, I couldn't focus too much on my lane or what was happening in the game just because I was like constantly thinking about other things or just worrying. But as in game 5 especially, I didn't feel as nervous, and yeah, I slowly like scaled up in terms of how to control my nerves, and it felt a lot better, especially when I got fed. Then I was like more comfortable. So
yeah,
it was okay.
Nice.
Busio, how did you feel in this game 5? We're seeing some of the highlights here where you were in control, they killed you, they got Baron, but then basically a couple comeback moments here. Or not, like it was back and forth again.
Yeah. It's just all a blur. Like Nukeduck says, whoever wins the last team fight will lose the next one. And that's just kind of how it is in the series, you know? Like every single game, even if we're like hard losing, we somehow come back and then lose a team fight and then win a team fight. It's just very messy.
I am going to ask, just because I interviewed Nukeduck and we could not see the level 1 in that game, but it was game 4 when you locked in Pyke.
Oh, level 1 was a disaster.
And I asked him, I was like, so apparently Busio just died, and he's like, yeah, I didn't really want the Pyke, but he said he saw an angle.
Yeah.
So talk me through, like, did you actually prep a draft for it, or just you were feeling it?
I mean, can't reveal too much, you know?
True.
But we prepped it a little, but obviously that's not something we play all the time. In that game, I mean, the level 1 was just a disaster because we went 5 bot, Rel just W'd in on me. I leveled E, and then I also died. And then we can't lane with E start because not like I can E in their face. So yeah, that game was just painful, but Inspired made some great plays, so we were actually able to come back, honestly. And it just came down to like a couple team fights we honestly could have won.
Also, what was your reaction to the level 1?
I was kind of just thinking about how we can survive the lane at that point. But yeah, the level 1 was like not optimal at all.
You could say that.
I think maybe we just have to like E-flash them level 1 at that point. Just flip the game.
No?
I mean, they also have flash and cleanse.
I guess in terms of your confidence level now, because I felt like you guys were extremely confident during the regular season. This series was probably more difficult than you expected. Moving on to the next round, did you feel like you played below your level this series? How's the experience going to be?
For me, I feel like I've been playing below my level the entire year, or the split. So I can't say like I'm too happy with the way I'm playing or I'm feeling like super confident or stuff like that. But I do think I'm getting closer to finding out why I'm not playing as good as I know I can.
Okay.
So it's like a slow process for me.
Lucio?
Yeah, obviously that was below what I think I can play out.
Because I've heard a lot about Team Liquid being, I mean, for like a year and a half, I've heard about Team Liquid being better in scrims than they are on stage. Is that something you would agree with as well?
It's kind of whatever. I mean, they play good in scrims. They try. So they're a better scrim team, but it's not like they're insane or anything.
Right.
Yeah.
For Masu, just what was the most difficult thing coming up from, like, what was the biggest thing you had to learn coming up from challengers to here? And then for Busio, what advice did you have for Masu? Because obviously you did the same thing last year.
The tempo of the game is a lot different, I'd say, compared to Academy. Like in Academy, I could stay like 5 extra waves and not get punished for anything, or I could just like do anything I wanted without getting punished when I have to recall. But I'd say here, the tempo's a lot faster, and people actually punish it when you don't recall when you should or don't do something when you should. So that was the biggest change.
Yeah, and for me, like helping Masu, I mean, we have people on the team way more qualified and with more veteran experience to like actually help him with stuff. But I can just like relate to what he's learning and going through because I learned it for the first time last year. So it's just easy for me to understand what's going on with him.
Okay.
How do you feel about Cloud9 next week? Win that series and you would not only be in finals, you'd also be in MSI.
Yeah, I mean, going international is my main goal. But Berserker is scaling up, so he's looking good again.
Masu scaling up.
There we go.
Light work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to be an exciting series. For this series, though, player of the series, as we saw on stage, is going to be Jensen. A lot of big numbers for him this series. 21 kills, 36 assists. Some clutch engages on the Annie in Game 5 as well. I believe we'll have a little bit of a highlight role. How do you guys feel Jensen was popping off today? Or do you disagree? Were you player of the series?
Definitely not, but I don't know. It's all a blur. I don't know what happened, to be honest. Just like team fights, 30 of them, so I don't remember anything.
So yeah, it's a bit of a blur. But I just remember his 3-man to lead W in bot lane.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
That was huge.
So yeah, he carried that game.
Yeah, it was a very entertaining series for us to watch. I imagine it was at some points excruciating to play. Hopefully fun now.
Yeah, it was fun.
Now looking back.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun in the moment even.
I don't know how good it was.
I mean, I was entertained. I did want to ask though, when games get like this, right, where like it keeps extending and suddenly the leads that you once had don't matter, or your opponent's leads suddenly don't matter because you win a team fight. Who is making a lot of the team fight calls? Like, who are the loudest voices on your team?
Definitely Inspired. He's the loudest voice, but when anybody has like a good idea or is strong in the game or just sees what we're supposed to do, they just call it out confidently and we listen. Can be anyone.
All right, so thank you guys for joining us on the lounge. Congratulations again on your victory. We're gonna pull up the bracket for the remaining games we have this weekend, which you guys don't need to be a part of. You don't need to worry about the lower bracket for now because you're able to win. So we got Energy versus 100 Thieves tomorrow, Dig versus TL on Sunday, and then next week we'll have FlyQuest versus Cloud9 on the Saturday. That is it for us from the LCS Lounge. We will be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for Energy versus 100 Thieves. And for now, we're going to be sending it over to the LCS Challengers. See you later. Congratulations once again, guys.
Thank you.
Nice work.
The one time where you guys came, it was very good. The one where you got the first ace, it was very good.
3v1 potential on the whip.
I was too OP. They were coping, thinking they could kill me. I had Starks just finished. I had level 11. I was like, there's no way I'm not fighting to the death.
Into the stun, enough damage. Jensen follows through. The 3-man knockup is not going to matter. As the seismic shove definitely matters. Out. Whippo is trying to zone off Jan as the backside. AP is taken out of the fight. Masu can now just free hit. The rest of Team Liquid are getting eviscerated.
Play with Jan, play with Jan, play with Jan.
Yeah,
Guys, watch it. Wait.
I'm Rookie Viego.
Hey, Viego next.
Yeah, Senna is marking, I'm marking Senna.
Nice!
Always love it when the bottom lane gets kills in 2v2s, but also when they play
Curse
safe.
him?
Yes.
Poor JJ still has flash, but he gets charmed up.
Kobe, how could you?
Oh my God.
Team Liquid fans are out in force for Kobe, as Jan is also going to get caught out as well. Damned if you talk about them, damned if you don't.
No comment.
He's level 17.
Whoa, wait, the blast cone just punts Whippo right back into APA. He's forced to use the pop-up, so it doesn't even go off. Jensen!
Go forward, yeah. Careful the rumble ult.
I ult the Varus, he can't get out.
Yeah, kill them all.
Kill them all.
Varus no flash in the
We end mid.
Yeah, we end mid. Kill everyone. Zin's down as well. Make sure he does nice. End mid.
Yeah.
I'm still looking
Impact. Watch impact, guys.
Varus, I think.
Okay. Varus. I can stun in.
Bye.
Bye.
Watch me.
Guys,
Watch me.
Yeah, slowly. Can he survive as the satchel charge punts him backwards? Whippo is looking for one more mauling smash, but he has to chew through the slows of the minefield. And Core JJ's arrows, triple kill for APA.
Yeah,
we can win.
Nice, guys. Nice.
Yeah.
Watch it, Enito.
Yeah. 3v4.
I'm flash here. Are we hitting Racken?
Yeah, like to keep press.
Go back.
From APA, Jensen is gone. Teleport comes in from Whippo. Remember, he doesn't have flash from before. Cosmic Radiance is going to come in. They try to save Impact and Umti, but they get bursted down. Boosty with the flash. Tries to look for APA. He flashes backward. Yon is free hitting. Looking for Yon. He's got cleanse and he's got flash still available, but he's kiting this one out. The flash from Inspired to try to connect the stun, but the charm from APA keeps him alive. Yon flashes backward, but the resets are pouring in. The arrow from Monsu. Umti tries to look for the kick onto Inspired, but Impact falls. Core JJ falls.
Jensen TP on me. Jensen TP on me.
I didn't.
Okay, we can end.
We can end. The game is over.
Go!
Oh my God.
Dude, I told you Sundays was golden.